Oh, wow. Almost an hour. I've been going for an hour. I'm sorry, you guys. Sorry. Come back. Sorry. I had to get Stefan. Then we had to go to the store. I had to buy formula. Oh, Lord, I'm tired. I am drained. Maverick. He's so funny. Whew. She's back. Come back outside, people. Sorry. Oh, I had to cut my life that short, but. Hey, Queen. What's up? How's your sister? How's Miss DEI? How's she doing? She's okay. It's a Marley man. My sister got into it. Oh, these people, man. They love to create confusion for people. They love to create confusion for people. They're a hot mess. They're a hot mess. They're a hot mess. Formula is so expensive, you guys. $50 for one can. My Lord. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. Whew, y'all. That's too much. But let's start. Let's start over. We might have to start over for this one. We might have to start over. Hold on. We might have to start over. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's start here, actually. Let me see. What is this? I even feel like I had a video of that too, though. Hold on.
Why nominate Linda McMahon to be the Education Department Secretary if you're going to get rid of the Education Department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education Department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. And we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice. But in addition to that, I want the states to run schools. And I want Linda to put herself out of a job. I'd like to be able to do it. Yeah, I would like to be able to. Look, if I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. I think. So if you look at the list, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, believe it or not, China's doing very well on that list, a list of well-educated, where they run their school system well. You have a lot of countries, not surprising names. I think that if you moved our schools into some of these states that are really well-run states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway and Sweden and some of the other states.
That with an executive order, sir, or do you need to work with Congress?
Well, there are some people that say I could. I think I'd work with Congress. I think we'd have to work with the teachers union, because the teachers union is the only one that's opposed to it. Nobody else would want to hold them back. Look, we have to tell the teachers union, we're rated last in the world in education of the top 40.
UN, in light of the wild disparities in levels of funding among different countries.
The White House is preparing an executive order to get rid of the U.S. Department of Education. President Trump will need congressional approval. What does the Department of Education do, and what is the fallout? I'm Marianne Ahern. This is The Brief.
We're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. And we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice. But in addition to that, I want the states to run schools. You would have education that would be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark and various other places that are at the top of the list. So we're at the bottom of the list, and we're the most expensive. We're at the top of the list when it comes to cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other nation in the world, and yet we're rated number 40.
During the presidential campaign, this idea was floated. President Trump has been especially critical of public school performance. During the presidential campaign, Trump promised this several times. Conservatives have wanted to get rid of the Department of Education for years, and Trump promised he would. Trump has been critical of public school performance. Instead, he sees this as a states' right issue, not the federal government in charge. This was part of Project 2025, a conservative roadmap. Trump has tried to distance himself from it, but it was part of 2025's plan. And now this is exactly what is taking place. That plan says two different departments, Treasury and Justice, could take over the Education Department responsibilities.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
All right, let's talk about what the Education Department does. First of all, funding. From grades kindergarten through 12, 14% of the funding comes from the federal government. Also, programs for special education, low income, and those students with disabilities, they all do get funding through the Education Department. This means it would be up to the individual states to decide how much funding those students will receive. The department also
So what's the issue? You don't trust the states to do a better job than the federal government? This lady sounds unhinged. Like what? Like you don't think the states can do a better job than the federal government? People in DC should be responsible for how we educate people in Louisiana. People in DC should be responsible for how we educate children in Missouri, and if they've even been to Missouri. People in DC should be responsible for how we educate children. Where else? In Florida. Never even been to Florida. Girl, what exactly are you saying? What exactly are you saying? Like, I would love to hear from people who are so afraid of like getting rid of the Department of Education. Like, what exactly is your fear? Why do you think you need the federal government to create bureaucracy, like just waste money hiring people, doing all kinds of people, just to tell you how to educate your own children? You can't decide that for yourself. Like the states can decide that from themselves. States need the federal government to come up with a curriculum for all children across the nation. I don't think so. Exactly. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. I think people in Florida would know what's best suited for the children of Florida. I think people in Alabama would know what's most needed for the children in Alabama. I think people in Louisiana would know what's best needed for the children in Louisiana, right? Why would somebody in DC who had never even been to Louisiana decide how children in Louisiana are going to be taught? I mean, why? Because people are just lazy. People are just, I was telling Jimmy that. I'm like, I think people are really, really lazy. Not just people are lazy. I think people they just detest the idea of like, I need to be responsible for my child's education. Like a lot of people do not want to hold themselves accountable for how their children learn, what they learn, when they learn it. They just want other people to do it. It's like, no, you're going to have to be proactive. It's your child. It is your job. Why does the federal government know what your child needs more than you know what your child needs? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And I even feel as though if you send back education back to the states, it's going to make people even care more about state elections, as they should. As they should. You live there. You pay taxes there. So you should care how the state is going to teach your kids. Makes sense. That's the whole point of being in America. We have a confederacy. We have states, right? So let the states decide. That's it. What's the big deal? I really do not get it. I'm like, what is the problem? What is the problem? I can, if the government is in charge, they're going to do a better job. Then why does it look like this? Why are the results so horrible? Why are these kids why do these kids have such horrible test scores? So obviously it's not a good product. But y'all want to hold these kids because you get paid per student. Like even in Baltimore, there are kids that are not showing up and the schools are still getting paid for the children. That's why Kamala Harris locked up the mothers for truancy, because when the kids are not there, they don't get paid. It's like a prison system. They get paid for every head. that goes to that school. Yeah. So it's like you need to be responsible for your child's education. And you need to make sure that you vote in your state election to make sure that they are going to teach your kids in a way that you think is, I don't know, productive, I guess. I don't know, whatever the word is, right? Whatever, right? But that's it.
Enforces civil rights laws like Title IX. That's a federal law that prohibits gender discrimination in education programs that receive federal funding and also prohibits sexual discrimination, including stalking.
There you go. So you see, once again, you using Black people for perversion. This is the problem. This is the problem, right? And what gender are we talking about? What gender are we talking about? Because if you're a Black girl, you ain't gonna have a problem. If you're a Black boy, you're not gonna have a problem. Who's gonna have a problem? People who choose to identify as non-binary. Well, I guess you're gonna have to be binary then, right? Because certain things, they're not gonna pay for that. Hey, for me, there you go. It always comes back to sex and gender, sexual identity, and sexual expression. So you want the federal government to be responsible for education because you want people to be able to go to school and identify as non-binary, gender fluid, wumpty wump wump, bumping up and up. Our tax dollars are not going to go to fund this foolishness. You see? There you go. This is the real issue. And because these white liberals don't have the courage to say what it is, they're going to tell the Black people, oh, see, Trump is racist. Project 2025. Shut up. Nobody, unless you, I mean, if you have a state where the people don't mind paying for this, then no problem. Like Colorado, for example, they might be prone for that. Like California might be okay with that, right? Then let them do it. Hey, like I said, let them do it. But I don't think that people in Louisiana want to pay taxes so that their money can go towards like gender, whatever. They didn't pay for all that. They pay for math. They pay for science. They pay for English. They pay for history, music classes. You know what I mean? Like after school. Okay, no problem. But they don't want that money going towards foolishness. Okay, all educational programs receive federal funding, prohibit sexual harassment, including stalking. But it's the first one. It's the first one. Right? If Minnesota wants to do foolishness with their tax dollars, let them do it. But it's not fair. It is not fair. So we are sending back to the states. The states will decide how they want to raise the children. And if you want to be involved, vote. Go out and vote. There's nothing to lose your mind over. Go out and vote. And because most likely it'll be a democracy, majority is going to win. So make sure that you get a lot of people on your side. That's it. That's really it.
Prohibit sexual discrimination, including stalking. Outgoing Education Secretary Manuel Cardona said there are about 65 million students who need civil rights protections. He says there needs to be protections to make sure those federal dollars indeed.
You see how they call it civil rights? Is it a civil right to identify as non-binary? I don't think so. So it takes civil rights that they know is an emotionally charged word for Black Americans, and they use that as a blanketed statement to cover their perversion. Right? No. We're not falling for this anymore. When I tell you these white liberals will stop using Black civil rights as a blanket statement to hide all their filth and their perversion, their warped minds, right? No more. You will say exactly what you're about. Okay? You're fine. Your rights are not impeded. You can be a human being. You can be a U.S. citizen. We're just saying we're not going to pay tax dollars. Nobody is owed anybody's tax dollars to have tampons in a boy's bathroom. No, thank you. No, thank you. We are no longer going to use people's tax dollars to pay for non-binary wumpty wump wump. Let your parents pay for that. Let your parents pay for that. If your parents want you to have tampons, your parents can take you to Walmart. They can buy you the tampons. If your parents want you to have access to wumpty wump wump, your parents can just pay for that. We're going to give everybody the standard menu. Okay? Okay. Yeah, they are insane. They are truly insane. No, ma'am.
Go to where they are promised to.
No.
However, the White House says the civil rights issue of our time is school choice. The Education Department has a $1.6 trillion student loan program and decides what colleges must do to participate. The department also keeps stats on,
such as the NCAA telling the girls that they have to allow boys in the girls' restroom, right? So they use their money to bully schools to let boys be in women's sports. Because a lot of U.S. colleges and U.S. universities are public universities. And many of these schools too, even when they're private, they still receive public funds. So in order to get the money, you have to allow boys in women's sports. No mas. No mas. No more. On arrête toutes ces bêtises. D'accord? Voilà. There you go. We are not stupid, you guys. We're going to see through all of this. This is the year of the awakening, okay? We're going to see through all of this. They use their public funds to bully schools to do all kinds of foolishness at the expense of traditional boys and traditional girls. No more. No more.
Enrollment and crime in schools. It's been a cabinet-level agency since Jimmy Carter's presidency in 1980.
Exactly.
It has the smallest.
When Jimmy Carter created the Department of Education, it was not for y'all's foolishness, right? Jimmy Carter, unfortunately, he was 100 when he died. But I'm sure even him, if Jimmy Carter knew what y'all turned the Department of Education into, okay, an entire federal department of extortion and bullying and coercion. You bully these schools, you coerce these schools into letting boys into women's sport. That was not what he intended the Department of Education for. You perverted this man's mission. So at this point, the Department of Education has run its course. Okay? At that time, with Jimmy Carter, maybe something like that was needed. Today, in 2025, we don't need it no more. Because what it was meant to do and what it has turned into, it's the mob. It's the mob of the TQ plus IAA square root, cube root, whatever. That's exactly what it has turned into. And that was not the intent of the original creation of the Department of Education. To educate children, not radicalize and not indoctrinate children into all kinds of gender identity, gender theory foolishness. We don't have time for this. People don't pay their taxes for you to play with their kids like that. That's some sick stuff. That is sick. That's so sick.
Staff of the 15 cabinet-level agencies, but it does have the third largest budget. Trump does not have the authority to just abolish a federal agency like this. He's going to need congressional approval. However, a source tells NBC News the White House is preparing legislation to do so. The goal is move the authority and the responsibilities to the states.
So why do you have an issue with that? Are you not an American? Can you tell me what happened if Democrats are really telling the truth? What truth? Can you be specific? Be explicit. What is the truth? What truth are they telling? So please write out what the truth is. What is the truth? So explain to us what the truth is. If whatever you write, I'll put it up. So if Democrats are really telling the truth, sir or ma'am, I don't know what's your name. Tell us what the truth is. What is that truth? So please type it. If you type it out, I'll share it. Thank you. And we can know what truth you're referring to, because what is the truth? What's the truth? That some people are non-binary. That's the truth. Like, what is the truth? That some people are intersex. What is the truth? Critical race theory. Like, what's the truth? What's the truth? Because right now, where we stand, they're saying that Trump plans to destroy the system for the wealthy. What does that look like? Tinker, can you make complete sentences, right? Like, explain to us properly what you're thinking. Trump plans to destroy the system for the wealthy. See, it's giving socialists, Marxists, and communists, right? Like, oh, it's no. Tinker, right now, we have a serious problem, my love. Okay? We have a serious problem, Tinker. These kids have horrible test scores. Maybe you're not familiar with that. I don't know. Because this is my first time seeing you here, right? So welcome, right? Maybe you don't know this, Tinker. Children are seriously failing, especially Black children. They have horrible scores, Tinker. It's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. It is not even a joke. So if they've done this, and before, I don't know if you're white, if you're Black, if you don't mind telling us also, before 1960s, Black children in America have exceptional grades. They have amazing grades to the point of like, people are even like, what the heck? How are these kids getting all these grades when their parents are extremely poor? Then Black people go into the civil rights movement. You fast forward like 20 years, 60 years. We're in 2024. Today, Black children are failing across the board. Right? Why? because the Department of Education is responsible for how Black children are being trained. No problem. The kids are failing. So 60 years, you completely obliterate Black education. I mean, you could be a socialist because people say, oh, it's to help the wealthy, it's to help the wealthy. What does that even mean? Because right now, the Department of Education, well, you could say that, but what we're going to see, right? You can say that you're not a socialist, you're not a commie, you're not a Marxist, but Tanker, when we explore your mind, we will determine for ourselves what you really are, because anybody can claim anything. You understand? But I think, hopefully, we can all agree, okay? Exactly. Melissa got some questions, okay? We can all agree, Tinker, that all children in America, irrespective of zip code, should have the best education possible. Meaning, if you are not even just American, if you are an American, and also if you are a legal resident, right? Your children, all American children, and all children who are legally resident in America, no matter their zip code, no matter their gender, no matter their skin color, right? No matter what language they even speak at home, Tinker, we should all agree that all these kids deserve the best education. So that means if I go to Baltimore, Tinker, and I take a child out of Baltimore, close my eyes, pick a child. If I go to DC, I pick a child up. If I go to Louisiana, I just pick a random child. I go to California, I pick a random baby. I go to Colorado, I pick a random baby. I go to Texas, I pick a random baby. I go to Minnesota, I pick a random baby. I don't even care. I close my eyes. These are all children, right? I have issues with white people sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, right? But children, to me, it's a whole different thing, right? Adults, I can spar with adults. Kids, it's different. All children. But wherever I go, I should be able to close my eye, pick a child, and say, okay, do this problem for me. Read this essay for me. Write me an essay. And I should be impressed. Unfortunately, this is not what's happening. Why isn't that happening? You understand me? Thank you. We should all, no matter who we are, Black, white, Palestinian, Armenian, Italian, it don't matter. Right? Doesn't matter who we are. Doesn't even matter how we identify. Democrat, Republican, in between, independent, libertarian. It doesn't matter. We should all be in an agreement that no matter where you are in America, no matter what your zip code is, no matter how much your parents make, no matter your skin color, your gender, what language you speak at home, every child in America should have the best education possible. So that when we close our eyes and we pick random children from random states, they're capable based on their grade level. If I test you based on your grade level, you should be able to impress me. Like, damn, okay, baby. Okay, I see you. I see you. Unfortunately, this is not what's happening, Tanker. So from Jimmy Carter to where we are now, why are American kids failing like that? More specifically, why are Black children in America at the bottom? When Black American kids join this integrated school system, they're at the top. They are seriously at the top. In less than 60 years, my mom is 63 years old. I'm like, in my mom's lifetime, you have destroyed people like this? In my mom's lifetime, my mom was born in 1962, right? My mom was born in 1962, right? That's her birthday, right? Yeah. So what? She's 63, right? Yeah. She's 63 years old. 63 years old. In her lifetime, what have you done to people? Mind you, schools, the majority of schools in Louisiana do not integrate until 1975. That's my sister's age. So like in less than 50 years, what have these people done to Black children? What have these people done to Black children? And that right there, we, the Black mothers who give a damn about education of America, we're asking questions. We are asking questions. They're suing people in Baltimore because in Baltimore, we have 12th graders who are reading at a 4th grade level. People can't even read. And the vast majority of white liberals are talking about gender this, gender that. Shut up. It's white privilege. Shut up. Our kids can't even read. We have 12 graders. We have 18-year-olds. No, I'm going to get to you. I'm going to get to you. Because I think you're white. You're most likely white. You're most likely white. Okay, it's telling. You're probably a white liberal, huh? You understand? And that's why we don't mess with y'all. I mean, me, Marlene, personally, I don't mess with white liberals, right? Because what y'all want is to be able to have boys in women's bathroom, tampons in boys' bathroom. That ain't our problem. Yeah, see, I knew you was white. I knew you were white liberal. Because you people never have empathy for black children. Every time we talk about black children, y'all talk about random stuff. Because if it was black children, if it was white kids who were in the 12th grade and who could not read, y'all would lose your minds. You would lose your mind. So see, you white liberals, you think you own black people. You have the sick minds of plantation owners, right? You don't see black people as a people. That's why when bad things happen to us, you don't really weep. You find a way to take advantage of bad things that happen to black people and say, how can we use that to serve our interests? You understand? You are extremely privileged. So when black children are failing, it's not a concern to y'all because you guys are successful because you're white. So that's why you can sit here and waste your time talking about gender this, gender that, because you've arrived. You have arrived. It's a privilege. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to sit here and obsess about whether am I a woman, a man, or am I non-binary? Like, what the heck? It's a privilege. It's a privilege to even want to even say that, hey, there's a third gender or whatever this is, a third gender expression, while the majority of people are trying to survive. You've made it. And that's why you have time to talk about foolishness. You understand? Me, Marlene, I'm sure you can see it. I'm a black woman. You understand? I don't give two shits about white liberals and their necessity for gender expression. I don't give a fuck. Don't give two fucks. My main concern as a black woman, and as a mother of black children, as an auntie of black children, how are black children doing? We gave you between the hours of like 7 o'clock in the morning all the way to 4 p.m. Millions of black parents give the custody of their children, okay, to these public schools that are being controlled by the Department of Education. We give y'all our kids from K through 12, 13 years. 13 years. You have custody of our children. Only God knows for how many hours that is. And when we get our kids back, they can't read. We get our children back, they can't do basic math. What have you done to our kids? What have you done to our kids? You give our kids back, they can't read, they can't write, they can't do science, they can't do math. And on top of that, they have a whole behavioral file. Oh, he has ADHD. Oh, he has autism. Oh, he has behavioral issues. What? Make it make sense? No. So we are saying you have destroyed. I don't even care what being woke is. Well, I didn't. Nobody even said the word woke. I said I don't give two shits. I had never said I'm woke or not woke. That's my problem. Okay, I told you, as a black mother who gives a lot of F's, right? I don't care about being woke. You are distracting me, white liberal. You are distracting me. Don't distract me, right? I care about what is happening to black children. I care about the education of black children. You care about your white kids going to school and playing their LGBTQ games. We don't want the same things. So therefore, it's going to come back to my state. It's going to go to your state. If you feel as though white children should be able to play with dresses and whatever and rainbows at school, let's go vote. And may the best person win. May the people that have the most voices win. Democracy, right, white people? White liberals, you people who proclaim to be the vanguards of democracy, we're going to bring it back to the states. Everybody going to take their asses to the poll. And we are going to decide what are the priorities when it comes to education, state per state per state per state. That's it. Now, if you white liberals, because in California and certain places, you are the majority, then I'm sure you're going to win and it will be what it will be. But for places like most black states, most southern states who want nothing to do with this foolishness will vote accordingly, because our children are not going to school for you people to indoctrinate the people with the foolishness. We're not doing this. We are not doing this. Okay? We are not doing this. And that's why the vast majority of Black people have to truly ask themselves, why am I locking arms with white liberals? Because what white liberals are after and what you're after, it doesn't make one. It does not make one. These people are still white. They're white nonetheless, right? They have a lot of privilege. And therefore, they want to use their privilege for their fantasy core. No power. Do what you want to do. But not with our children, not with their time, not with their life, and not with my tax dollars. It will not happen. We are taking this stuff back to the state. Trump is going to sign an executive order. I think somebody in Congress already has submitted legislation to dismantle the Department of Education. No more will white liberals hold Black children hostages. No more. No más. No more. No more. Yeah, Black people need to get away from white liberals. They are, it's a dangerous group of people. It's an extremist group of people. And that's why they are rejected by the other whites. It's a bunch of rejects. The majority of white liberals are rejected by other whites who are more centered, who are more grounded. So that's why they come to Black people. Oh, hey, you hate whites. We hate them too. Yeah, because you're a reject. You've been rejected. They're a bunch of rejects. They are rejected by the core of whiteness because they're insane. They are truly insane. The vast majority of white people don't want to mess with them. So they come to Black people and they start weaponizing the historical pains of white people to further their demonic agenda. These people are crazy. They are seriously crazy. And if you ever notice, every time you talk about Black issues, they deflect. They talk about something else because they don't even know what it is to have empathy for Black people. You see, this whole time, I'm telling him that Black children are not succeeding. And he does not even say, you know what? Oh my gosh, I feel bad. Oh my gosh, I didn't know. Oh my gosh, wow, I didn't even know. No empathy. No empathy. Right? But me, Marlene, if you told me that there are a bunch of white children who are failing schools, like they're in the 12th grade and they can't read, I would feel so bad. Like, oh my gosh, you mean to tell me they're 18 years old and they can't read? They can never express empathy for Black children, for Black people, because they look at you as hostages. We are these people's hostages. We're supposed to vote in the way that furthers their perversion. This is insanity. They are insane. I told you I don't mess with these people. I told you I don't mess with white liberals. They're oh my gosh. These people are not sane. They are not sane. They look at you as a means to an end. Like, hey, this is my agenda. I need to win. I need to have the vote. So let me use these enners so I can get what I want. That's their mindset. That is their mindset. That's their mindset. They don't look at you as a human being. Because anybody that's somewhat serious will be like, wow, it's really sad what's happening to Black education. It's really sad what is happening to Black pupils. 18-year-olds who don't know how to read. How are you a 12th grader? You don't know how to read? What? And there's no outrage for that. Oh, but what about gender protection? What about just shut up? Our kids can't read. We got bigger problems. We got bigger problems. Okay? No, we should all pay tax dollars so that their kids can go play these goofy ass games and wear skirts and wear whatever. Nah, tell your child to be okay with the way he was born. Love yourself. Love the skin you're in. Okay? Y'all always preaching that people should love themselves. Okay, then teach your kids to love themselves. They're going to be all right. They're going to be all right. Black people have had to learn to love themselves amidst all kinds of racism, all kinds of racial slurs, all kinds of abuse. Tell your children to have the mental resilience and the mental fortitude to learn to love themselves and to love the skin they're born in, because after all, God makes no mistakes. We got time for this. No, they will be funding, and it's fine. Do not fund us. We don't even want your money. And even for that, once again, I blame Dr. King, because Dr. King has you believing that Black people need y'all to breed, to live, to thrive. We don't need you people. White people, we are in 2025. You are no longer the center of the universe. You can't even keep up with Chinese people. Okay? If anything, we want the money for the Chinese. Okay? You can't even compete with the Chinese. You are no longer what you thought you was. The Chinese people have exposed y'all. You're not even as smart as you claim to be. You're not even as knowledgeable as you claim to be, always calling yourself geniuses and geniuses. You will never hear any Chinese say, oh, I'm a genius, I'm a genius. They never call themselves that because they have humility. Then you show up, the Chinese show up, and you all embarrassed. Yeah, They would rather sacrifice our children. I told you this, you guys. They realized that they could not break the black man's spirit. They could not break the black woman's spirit. They could not break the spirit of black people. So they changed their approach. Instead of fighting these people, let's pretend to be their friends. And while being their friend, we're steer them in the wrong direction. I told y'all this. I told you, as much as it pains me, to say it, I think Dr. King was an op. I think Dr. King was one of them. Because it don't make no sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Like if you can stop being emotional and just see Dr. King as a human being, like don't be like, oh my gosh, Marlene. No. See Dr. King as a person. A lot of the stuff he said and did, it doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. The stuff, it don't make no sense. It really does not make any sense. Dr. King walked his people into a burning house. It's a burning house. And what they did is that they destroyed the spirit of Black America. Like, to you guys, I swear, sometimes you sit here and you cry. Man, you said, but damn, oh my God. I said, there's something happened to people over here. Something happened to people. Something happened to the people. You compare black, you guys, I swear, I'm telling you, listen to me. One, have you known to lie to me? One, have you known me to lie to you? Listen to me. You compare Black America, pre-civil rights, after civil rights, something happened. There's something bizarre. Something bizarre, y'all. Black people, Black American people, before the civil rights, they were not the type to even wait for the government because they knew they were forsaken. So guess what? They got active. They got busy. They made things happen. They weren't waiting for nobody. The number of entrepreneurs under the civil rights, right? The number of Black American entrepreneurs before the civil rights, the number of Black doctors before civil rights, you guys, the number of Black engineers before the civil rights, these people didn't give two-ish. Like, these people were spectacular. Then you enter this whole goofy ass civil rights movement. It's like, oh, I need a white man. I need the government. Black people in America never used to wait for the government. What government? Where? Who gonna help you, boo? People were so self-reliant because they knew they were forsaken. Dr. King, he put something in people's heads that, oh, I need the government. I don't know. Where's the government? I can't think for myself. That man ain't right. Now, y'all got to think about this. Sometimes you really got to put your feelings aside and you got to compare and contrast. I told y'all this. I said, you read the story of Maya Angelou. You guys. Her grandmother, both of her grandmothers, these people stay lying on people. They're always lying on people. White liberals are always lying. They're always lying on Black people. They're always lying on Black America. You understand? And that's why, even though it is somewhat hurtful, I get it. You understand? But that's why you have to understand why when people come here as immigrants, they might say, oh, Black Americans are lazy. Because this is what they see. You know, a lot of people are not going to sit here and actually, oh, let me go study, let me go research. No, people see what they see and people judge based on what they see. You know, a lot of people don't go far. You know, a lot of people with their reflection, they don't go too far, right? You know what I'm saying? I see it once, I see it twice, I see it twice, so it must be true. Most people are quite basic, okay? That's human nature. People, they're really basic. But my point is, for me, Marlene, who has really studied this, okay? I'm telling you, you read the story of Maya Angelou. We're talking like the early 1900s, right? Both of her grandmothers. The one who was in Stamp, Arkansas. The lady owned land, you guys. And I told y'all she used to sell like donuts. Like she used to sell like the little beignets, like, you know, like beignets in New Orleans. Like she used to sell that stuff. This lady used to have no money. When I tell you the grandma, she would sell at this place. She brought her charcoal. She brought her wood. She brought her oil, her pan, her dough. She would make all the food, sell to the workers. Then she would turn everything off. Then she would run. I didn't say walk. I say run. You guys, I'm like, what the heck? What is going on? She would run to another work site with everything. I'm talking the pot. Y'all, I am talking this. You don't understand. The pot is right here. The oil is right here. The grandma is running. Hey, Goldie, she is running. I'm like, what is going on, grandma? Are you okay? She is running. She going to another work site. Start all over again. She was selling donuts, you guys. She was selling like what African people call puff puff. She was selling puff puff, donuts, beignet, call it whatever. From one work site to another, she would run, you guys. She would run because she had to get to the other work site by a certain time, y'all. She would start all over again, feed the mans. Every day. Pennies, y'all. Pennies. Listen to me, okay? And so one day she made so much money, she bought land. Y'all, the lady bought land. And she had a store, like she had a storefront. She would sell everything in there. It's like kind of like CVS or like 7-Eleven, right? Old school. Gotta think, right? Have an imagination. Use your imagination. But she had so much land, she started like renting her land to white people. I'm somewhat Nigerian, a little bit, okay? She started selling her land to white people. You understand me? The lady didn't even go to school, y'all. She was selling puff puffs, like she was selling beignets, like she was selling donuts. Then Maya Angelou, that's her dad's mother. That's her dad's mom. Her mom's mom, she's from like St. Louis, something like that. She used to be like a madame. She used to run the city. She had white people working for her. Like Maya Angelou, she's like a black elite. Like you, oh my God, you have to read her story. It is so real, but it's all in the book. I know that Cage Bird can sing, right? It's all in there. Like her grandma, like the one that's from St. Louis, I forgot. But in the city, her grandma ran everything. People were afraid of her grandma because she lived there for a while. Because her mother's rich. Her mother is a rich woman because her grandma is, both her grandmothers is rich. But they're rich in different ways. You understand? You have people out here that used to be slaves, y'all. What's his name? Thomas Downing, right? He was a slave in Chesapeake. I think he ran for, should she vote for Trump? Yes, I did. He ran out of slavery. From Chesapeake, Virginia. He left Chesapeake, Virginia. He ends up somewhere in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, he works on the ships. Somehow he gets involved with like clams and mussels. I don't even know. Then he moves to New York City, chucking clams, right? And so people start liking it. A lot of white people start liking it. The man pretty much became a millionaire. You guys, it's so many people. There's another guy. He started a newspaper. He was black. Started a newspaper with 25 cents. 25 cents. Became a multimillionaire. 25. These people used to have so much money. When I tell you the civil rights movement destroyed black wealth, it's not even a joke. It destroyed black wealth. It destroyed the spirit of entrepreneurial spirit. It destroyed the spirit of family. It destroyed black America's like self-agency. Like it just destroyed that. And what it did was you destroyed these people, and then you have them believing that the government is their savior. The government is their everything. Like, you know how like, what's that thing called again? Dorothy, the Wizard of Oz, right? You know, because she's going to see the Oz because she doesn't think she can do it, right? And then she has the lion. He doesn't have courage, right? You have the Tin Man. What is he missing? I forgot what he's missing. A head. He's missing the brain, right? And then the Scarecrow, he's missing something else, right? But you see, this is exactly what it is. Like the Wizard of Oz. When you really think about it, the Wizard of Oz is the story of Black America, where people are made to believe that they're lacking something. This lion, he thinks he's lacking courage. The Tin Man, he's lacking a brain. What's that thing? The Scarecrow, he's lacking something. Okay? You understand? He's lacking something. So therefore, their mindset is we have to go to Oz, because once we go to Oz, we'll meet the Oracle, we'll meet the wizard, and he's going to give us what we're lacking. And then we'll be brave. That's exactly what the civil rights movement is all about. Something is missing, something is lacking in you. So you need to integrate with white people. You got to be friends with white people. White people. You got to go to school with white people. Got to go to school with white people. Be around white people. Shut up. You don't need those people. What you need these people is to stop burning your shit. Stop burning my stuff. Leave me the hell alone. But Dr. King sold to Black people, we have to go to Oz. We have to meet the Oracle. We have to meet the wizard, and he's going to give us all these things. So what happens is, it's true, a consequence of the civil rights movement is Black America has this excessive dependency on the government. And that's what now, even they're sitting here fighting for a bigger government. Doesn't make any sense. It does not even make any sense. A bigger government means more taxation. And just because a government is big, it doesn't mean that the government is going to be more efficient. It's going to tax you more. It's going to cut more on your rights. It's going to cut more on stuff. It doesn't work. Big does not always mean best. You can be small and you can be nimble, right? And so today we find ourselves at this impasse where the vast majority of Black people in America believe as though they need the government. I need the government to get into a college. I need the government to get into a job. I need the government for education. I need the government for this. I need this. Where did people get this? Where? You start counting, like, I don't know, when was the first slave sold here? Like the 1600, the 1700, right? This new, like this new concept, like this new need for this government, it's quite recent. It's in the last 60 years. Before then, there is no expectation from the government, but there's expectation from self and there's expectation from the community, right? There's no expectation from the government because you have a government that doesn't even recognize these people as human beings. So there's no expectation. Oh, I need the government for this. I need the government for that. No, you don't. No, you do not. You do not. You can do it by yourself. As a matter of fact, you have done a better job by yourself. You don't need these people. You don't need these people. You do not need white people. Nobody needs white people. Nobody needs, even white people don't even need white people. That's why they're creating robots and what's called artificial intelligence, because they themselves don't even trust each other. They themselves don't want to have to rely on each other. They rather rely on a machine. They rather rely on a machine than to rely on each other. Nobody needs the government. Nobody does. Nobody needs a big government. Nobody needs an excessively big government because that means more taxation. And taxation is not good when you're trying to build your personal wealth, because what they'll do is they'll keep taxing you, right? Because the government by itself does not make a product. The government is not the private sector. The government is not a business. They don't create a product. What they do is they tax people. They tax people and they waste the money. They tax people and they waste the money because nobody audits the government. Nobody audits the government. They can do whatever they want with your money. And that's why this whole USAID stuff is such a huge scandal. Out here giving $80 million to political. For what reason? For what reason? Just wasting money because they have convinced people. They have convinced people. Yeah, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. I don't mind you being on my live, but what you will not do is disrespect me. If you don't have the intellectual bandwidth to know how to converse, I will ban you from my page. You don't get to disrespect me. You understand? You got so much to say about people's looks. Put your picture up. I can talk about you and your mother. Okay? So you can be here, but you're going to mind your mouth. Because one thing you're not going to do is talk to me like you're crazy. Your mother is a raccoon rangers. Your mother and your father, your whole bloodline. Don't talk to me this way. Okay? Nobody disrespected you. Nobody insulted you. You don't agree. You don't shut the fuck up. You don't agree. You say you don't agree. You don't insult anybody. Okay? Because if you were so proud of your looks, you put your picture up. Your mother's a raccoon. So is your grandmother. Okay? You're dumb ass. Matter of fact, you're banned. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay? Anybody else? Get off my channel. Nobody got time for this. Foolishness. And if you write some stupid stuff, you will be banned from my channel. Okay? I don't do democracy. This is my channel. This is my channel. You can say how you feel, but you will not insult me. Okay? And you'll run all kinds of stuff. Don't be an idiot and don't be a xenophobe. Do not be an idiot and don't be a xenophobe. Nigeria is a country. Africa is a continent. Every black person from Africa is not from Nigeria. You sound hella stupid. You sound hella stupid. You can ask me, where are you from? I will tell you where I'm from. But don't assume that every black person from Africa is from Nigeria. You're a xenophobe. Don't be an idiot. Do not be an idiot. Okay? Do not be an idiot, or you'll be banned from my channel. Ask me first. Stop assuming. You can ask me, right? Now, Africa is a country. Every black person you know that speaks English is not automatically from Nigeria, right? There's like over 70 countries in that place. It's not just Nigeria. Stop being stupid. If you have an issue, what I'm saying, tell me exactly what your issue is. if you disagree with something, you say, hey, Marlene, right there, I disagree. Don't be a xenophobe. Okay? Like y'all so damn, like some of y'all so damn remedial. You're so damn stupid. Like you're so freaking stupid. You're a bunch of idiots. Like you're just a bunch of idiots, right? You have to learn how to converse without resorting to xenophobia. It's disgusting. And it's so disgusting. And it's so inferior. When you heard me talk, did I say anything that's hurtful? Did I say anybody here is bad? No, I am saying something happened to people. That's all I said. Did you hear me insult anybody? Did you even hear me put your people down? No, I said something happened to people. You can say, hey, Marlene, I don't agree. I think everything is fine. That's okay. But must you resort to xenophobia? Like what the freak is wrong with you? Right? What the heck? You swear when you walk outside, you pass for white? When you walk outside, you pass for white? You're so damn stupid. You're so damn stupid. Like you're such an idiot. You don't have to be a xenophobe. If you need to know where I'm from, you ask me. I can answer that. Don't assume Nigeria is not the only country in Africa. Make it make sense. Imagine being in your feelings. Imagine being in your feelings because you don't like the fact that somebody who's African has more perception than you, and yet you're from here. That ain't my fault. That is not my fault. Read a damn book. Read a damn book. And it's not my fault. If you're from here and you're born here and you don't see that the civil rights movement did something bad to your people, it ain't my damn fault, boo. It's not my fault. The freak. You gonna take it, I'm gonna talk about where she's from because I don't like what she's saying. Did I insult you? You think you're the only one who's Black Americans who's on this chat? Get out of here with that. Like you're so damn remedial. I'm sick of y'all. Like I'm sick of you xenophobic people. You think you're the only one who's African American who's on this chat right now, right? You think you are more offended than other people. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Okay? As if everything I'm saying right now is not factual. It's not factual. You want to sit here and argue that the civil rights movement and integration did not destroy Black American wealth? Do you really want to play these games? Your dumb ass. With your dumb ass. With your stupid ass. With your stupid ass. Like, I mean, people are just so damn remedial. What, like, there's a bunch of people here who are African American. What did I say that's so offensive? Is it offensive to say that before 1960s, Black America had more money? That's offensive to say? Is it offensive to say that before 1960s, Black Americans had better scores? They had better grades. That's offensive to say? It's so offensive that you have to be a xenophobe. Did I insult people? Did I insult people? When I say things like, Maya Angelou, is she Black Americans? Did I not say that her grandmother was wealthy? Did I not say that her maternal grandmother was wealthy? What did I say that is so hurtful that you have to be a xenophobe against me? What did I say that is so mean that you must be a xenophobe against me? What have I done to you? What have I done to you? Right? I turned on my camera, right? And I said, it's not okay that Black American children are not succeeding at school. So for that, you need to insult where I'm from? Are you actually okay? Are you actually sane? Like, who raises you people? Who raises you people to be so evil like this? Who raises you people? Right? Did you see me turn on my camera and start making fun of Black American children because they're failing in school? Did you see me make fun of them? I'm like, oh, it's a problem. It's a problem. Because why are these kids not successful? And for that, you have to insult me? Is this a joke? What is wrong with people? Who raised you? Who raised you? Like, shame on you. There's shame on you. We can pull the numbers up. We can pull the numbers up. The number of Black doctors before the civil rights, there are too many to count. The number of Black dentists before the civil rights, it's too many to count. The number of Black-owned businesses, it's too many to count. So you're going to insult me. You're going to insult me because I said before the civil rights movement, Black America had more money. Is that a bad thing to say? What? Make it make sense. Is that a bad thing to say? Is that not the truth? Is that not the truth, though? Is that not the truth? Shame on you. Like, seriously, shame on you. Don't even know your history. You might as well be from Nigeria if you're going to be this damn ignorant. You might as well be from Nigeria. Make it make sense. Like, you can't even count the numbers. Was it not the students from Howard Law School that helped Thurgood Marshall go to the Supreme Court? Do you even know your history? Worried about who's from Nigeria. Go read a damn book. Instead of worried about, oh, yeah, she's from Nigeria. Shut up. Go know your damn history. Make it make sense. When Thurgood Marshall goes before the Supreme Court, his legal team, they were from Howard. And the white people who wanted to keep separate but equal, their legal team was from Harvard University. It was students from Harvard Law School who gave the right arguments against kids from Harvard. And today, they will have you believing that Harvard Law School is better than Howard Law School. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Imagine being mad because somebody is saying before the civil rights, Black America had way more money. They had way more educated people. They had way more doctors. They had way more dentists. They had way more scientists. They had way more money. Something happens with the civil rights movement. And what is that? It's Dr. King saying to people, you need the federal government. What does that have to do with you being mean towards me? What have I done? What have I done? Seriously, what have I done? I mean, I'm like, this is so wild to me. What have I done? I'm Dr. King. When you read the Have a Dream speech, does he not say, oh, Washington owes us a check? Did he not say that? That Black people should ask for money from the government? Does he not say it's actually in his speech? You're so ignorant. You are just so ignorant. Being born here, being Black American, it really doesn't mean anything if you're not going to go out of your way to really educate yourself. Okay? If you want to flex on, oh, I'm Black American, I'm African American, please, 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 make sure you educate yourself. Educate yourself, because you're right. An African should not know more about your own history than you do yourself. Go sit down somewhere with that. Go sit down somewhere with that. Like, seriously. I'm like, this is crazy to me. I'm like, we're really going to sit here and be like, oh, Marlene said something bad. Because I said that before the civil rights movement, Black Americans had so much money. They had so much money. They had so much money, right? Even on this channel, I told you guys, I said, what's her name? Madam C.J. Walker is not the first Black millionaire. She's just the first woman that could talk about it without the fear of being lynched. But she's not the first. She's just the first that could talk about it. But she was not the first. She was not the first. Because anybody who studies Harlem, anybody who has studied the Harlem Renaissance, you know that Black Americans had a thing called Black bankers. It's a real thing. Even before Black Wall Street, I'm telling you, you had these people called Black bankers. I have talked about that. And that's why I even talked about Bumpy Johnson. We talked about Bumpy Johnson, who's one, like, I guess he's a great, like, American gangster, right? Bumpy's from, like, North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, right? Bumpy goes to New York. He goes to Harlem. He meets a lady. She's a Madame Sinclair. She's from Martinique. She's kind of like me, right? Whatever, right? But at that time, you had Black bankers. A lot of Black Americans were wealthy. They just couldn't talk about it because they're going to come kill you. They're going to kill you. That's how much hatred and jealousy these white people had. Madam C.J. Walker is one of the few people that could talk about it. So when people say things like, oh, Madam C.J. Walker is the first Black millionaire, it is not true. She's just the only one that could talk about it without the fear of ending up on a tree somewhere. Him is V. That's it. Right? But what happened in Harlem, the Jewish people, the ones that come, like, I guess, like, somewhat, because there's the war, whatever, the Jewish people, they kidnapped a Black banker. They kidnapped him. And then they asked for $50,000. That's a lot of money back then. Maybe like with 200, 300,000, I don't know. Okay. Whatever it is for inflation, whatever. But when they kidnapped the Black man, they asked for 50 grand. The mistake that those Black people made, they paid the money. When they paid the money, the Jewish people said, oh my gosh, where are these enners getting this money from? Because they paid the rent. They paid the ransom right away. It was bizarre. Because at that time in Harlem, only Black people, only Black Americans knew about the lottery because they played the numbers. These banks were underground. It was a way for Black people to Black Americans to make a lot of money. Nobody knew. It was underground. So when they paid, unfortunately, I really think they should have let that man die. But when they paid the ransom, those Ashkenazi Jews said, oh, where are these enners getting the money from? So then they start descending up on Harlem and they start killing all kinds of Black Americans. They started killing the people because they wanted to know where this money came from, right? Madame Stephanie Sinclair, who's from Martinique, she's in Harlem too, huh? She's a gangster, but she's like a civil rights gangster. It's complicated. But my thing is, by doing all of this, her name comes up. At that time, she also worked with Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy Johnson was her bodyguard. He was her bodyguard. She was really afraid because these Jewish people were crazy. if we have the courage to talk about things, people are not going to like it. But a lot of real estate in New York, from Central Park to what they call Soho to the meatpacking district, a lot of these places in New York used to be Black real estate, right? The people, they took it by force because they were violent. And this is where you're going to get to a place. If you ever study Bumpy Johnson, you will see that Bumpy Johnson went to war against this. I guess he was Irish, but he's Jewish though, right? His name is Schultz. He went to war against Schultz. Schultz used to kidnap Black people. He used to kill Black people. Like, I mean, the man was a sociopath. He's like Benjamin Netanyahu. He was really crazy, right? So a lot of these Black bankers ended up giving their money to Schultz. Bumpy Johnson is one of the only people who stood up against Schultz. Even him, if you study him too, you'll see that even him and Malcolm X, they had a relationship, because before Malcolm goes to prison, Malcolm used to be outside, right? Malcolm used to be outside. So Malcolm used to know him. When Malcolm becomes a Muslim, they still keep a relationship. Up to a certain point, he was even doing security for Malcolm. He goes to prison, he comes back. Even coming back, for a moment, he was doing security for Malcolm X. But Malcolm said, it's not a good look for me to be a Muslim. And you know what you've done, you're probably still doing it. You can't do security for me. So he said, okay. So when Bumpy stepped back, that's when the murder happened. Which means, had Bumpy kept protecting him, this man wouldn't have died. Like, it's a lot. It really is a lot. But I'm telling you, New York City, there's so much real estate in New York that used to be Black American owned. But because of violence, the people gave up their land. But the meatpacking district used to be historically a Black neighborhood. The Soho used to be a historically Black neighborhood. Central Park used to be historically Black neighborhood. Today, some of the top prime real estate in New York, it used to be owned by Black Americans, right? So then you ask yourself, how do you go from land owned? Even today, they'll say, oh, we have to own land. Black Americans, we have to own land. No, people used to own land. What happened? The stuff that was taken away. But they say things that are so untrue. Like, they say things that are so untrue. Oh, we never, like, oh, Black Americans, they never owned land before. Oh, this person's the first one to ever graduate college. It's like, this is crazy. Like, it's a bunch of lies. It's a bunch of lies. And nobody ever contests the stuff they're saying, right? Nobody says, oh, that's not true, though. Like, this is crazy. You are insane. People have had land before. The people lost their lands. You know, the people lost their lands. We can even talk about Italians. And I've talked about that before. I said Italians are the people who introduced Black America to a different kind of violence. Because before the Italians and the creation of the mob, which starts with Luca Luciano, and a lot of these Italians, because these are poor people from Sicily who are coming to these cities. I'm talking New York, Baltimore, Chicago, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and any place that's connected to the water on the East Coast, any place, New Jersey also, right? Place that's connected to the water, you usually see that you have a strong Italian population. But these people, even though today they might be very sophisticated, they might have money, but the vast majority of them come from poor parts of Italy, especially Sicily. And they bring that culture here. They bring the culture of the mob. They bring the culture of gangsters. All this gang, it comes from these people. That's why when you start thinking, you realize why illegal immigration is so much more harmful to Black America, right? And I even said, when it comes to MS-13, Frente de Agua, and all these Latinos coming here and they're doing crimes, I said, these people, not only will they traumatize civilians, but they're also going to change prison culture. And I don't even believe that Black inmates can sustain the pressure from these people because they have a crazy culture. The way they do crime, it's so different, right? But we have seen what illegal immigration, unchecked immigration from poor people out of Italy, especially Sicily, has done to Black America. Look at Luciano. When he creates the mob, he is the one who brings cocaine and these drugs to people. Black people had no idea, because I told you their crime was selling a little bit of, like, they ran the numbers and it was like selling alcohol. That's about it. But even selling alcohol, they picked that up from the Irish. Because you have to remember, the vast majority of Black Americans who immigrate to the North, these are Christian people. They're from the South. They're raised in the Bible. This is what they know. It's because they go to the North. They are introduced to all these weird immigrants who are rejects. Because remember, the Irish, they come here also because of potato famine, right? They were also mistreated. You can see it for yourself. If you look at the records and the annals at Staten Island, you will see how they were treated when they came here. Many of them were sent back. Many were held in rooms because they used to like poop worms and stuff like that. It was really bad. Okay, potato famine, like you could poop worms, like they were really, really sick. And so, and even when you study like Great Britain, for example, right, you'll see that Irish people are not treated nicely by Great Britain. They're like the Mexico of Great Britain. They're not treated well. So when they come here, the vast majority of these white people here are Anglo-Saxons or they're French. Some are Germans, but they're not nice to these people. And this is why you notice that there's an overrepresentation of Irish people in law enforcement, like names like O'Leary, Fitzpatrick, you know, like those kinds of names. What's the name? O'Brien. Anytime you see an O apostrophe, it's Irish. Trump also, I think his mom is Irish, right? But O'Brien, O'Leary, Fitzpatrick, Kirkpatrick, those kinds of names, those are Irish names, right? And they were not accepted. Like they're not seen as like French or Anglo-Saxon. Like they're like the Mexicans of Great Britain. Okay. So what they do is they go into law enforcement. And I believe that one of their ways to feel whiter or one of their ways to feel like Anglo-Saxon-ish is by being mean to Black people, right? But the Kennedys are Irish. So you see, to fight, because they were not accepted. So it's either law enforcement or it's crime. So what they do, the alcohol. So even the Black people who used to sell alcohol, they picked that up from the Irish. So you see, like every wave of illegal poor immigrants introduced some kind of sin to Black America. The Irish introduced liquor. The Italians introduced the hard drugs, heroin, cocaine, the prostitution, also all kinds of foolishness, right? The MS-13, they're coming with their foolishness. Trinidad Agua, they come with their foolishness. But these people always introduce foolishness to Black people. And then they bully Black people. They bully them. Like that stuff is real. It's really real, right? But nobody wants to talk about it, right? But gangsters, the gangster, the mob, these are Italian terms. So today you have these Black children who are trying to replicate this model that's not even like inherent to their culture. It's an Italian model. You understand? Where you have soldiers, you have shooters, you have this, you know, because and the mob, there's levels to the mob. There's levels to the mob. You know what I'm saying? And so it's the same model that they try to copy. Because many of these Black people who go into a life of crime, they are foot soldiers for these Italians. And even when it came to Luca Luciano, Bumpy Johnson had to ask him for permission to be able to deal with Schultz. Like it's a real thing. It's a real thing. And people don't want to talk about that. That's why last time when that guy came, oh, Black people commit crime. I said, yeah, of course. Because the gangs, you talk about the gambling? Yeah, of course we have gangs because they learned this gang culture from Italians. The gangsters, they are Italians. And they are extremely violent. If you study like the mob, if you study the mob from Italy, sorry, they used to fly. They used to bring killers in here. Okay? Just like a lot of Mexican people, they bring killers from Mexico. They come here, they kill, and they go back to Mexico. Right? Italians will do the same thing. They will bring killers to kill people, and then they go back to Italy. Right? Because they have levels to this stuff. They have levels to this stuff. Right? So that's why I'm like, you gotta be very careful when it comes to immigration. You gotta be very, very careful when it comes to illegal immigration because it exposes Black people to foolishness. And then nobody's there to protect them. I've said this plenty of times. But it's like you have to make it your business to actually research. Like you have to educate yourself because it's not safe. It's not safe. But all this culture, you will notice that if you studied New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, New Orleans, well, I mean, anywhere you have these ports, usually, and there's like violence, there's like gang culture, people, they took that from the Italians. And I said, even Nancy Pelosi is from Baltimore. I would not be surprised if her family was connected to the mob. Because when they make enough money, they send their kids to school, to these bougie schools, and their kids become people that are important in politics. That's what they do. So the same thing with the Godfather, right? Michael, he goes to the army. I guess his dad wanted him to be a senator, right? But eventually he joins the family business. This is what they do. But the vast majority of these immigrants came here poor. They came here poor. They came here sick, highly uneducated, and extremely violent. So the only way they could really make a living was through crimes, through committing crimes. But Italians have done a lot of harm to Black people. It's a real thing. But you gotta go study that for yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But it's like, it's not random. And it's just not random. Because at the root of it all, we know that Black people are a Christian people. At the root of it all. Even if, nobody's perfect. People do foolishness. Young people will be young people, whatever. But there's a limit to their foolishness, right? But it's like when they get introduced to other cultures, right, who come here through foolishness, they slowly become enamored, seduced by a life of crime. But they've learned that from other people. They have learned that from other people, right? And even like in the 90s, that's why I talked about the crime bill. Because when Joe Biden was talking about the crime and the crime bill, it's funny how people don't see how the rise in crimes, even the rise in murders, it matches the death of like the head of the crime families. So every time a crime, like the head of a crime family will die, it's more death in the streets. But for some reason, Italians are not held accountable. The focus is mostly on Black people, right? Why? Because at that time, you have a lot of Italians who are now Italian Americans who are in Congress. And they're writing laws to be like, okay, we're going to shield our people. We're going to send Black people to prison, right? But in the 90s, like when you start coming into the 80s and 90s, a lot of couples get pop, 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 pop. Those crime syndicates, like the leaders, the I don't know, the conciliary, I don't know, the people who run them things, they start going pop, 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 pop. There's a lot of killings of those leaders in New York. Many of them get murdered. Consequently, crime goes up, right? Crime goes up. But instead of focusing on, okay, we got to lock people we got to lock up these Italians. How come the crime bill does not lock up Italian people, right? How come with the crime bill, a lot of Italians are not getting locked up? But it's predominantly Black people who are getting locked up. It don't make no sense. Doesn't make sense. But then again, it makes sense. Because by that time, they have enough people, they have enough children now who are in Congress, who are lawyers, who are judges, and things like that. So certain things don't happen to them. And if for example, even if you study Trump, if you study Donald Trump and even his dad, for them to be able to have their business, like their real estate business in New York, they had to deal with Italians. Because it gets to a point where they own cement. They started owning the cement. They started, like, anything that you needed for real estate, you had to go through the Italians. Because they would use their drug money to have legitimate business. Even like, and it's not bizarre. It is not bizarre. If you study New York City, for example, right? It's not bizarre that so many mayors in New York have been Italian. It is not bizarre that a lot of governors of New York are Italian, right? The Cuomos. Daddy was governor. What's his name? Andrew was governor, right? These are Italian people. And when his dad, when the father Cuomo is governor, right? He was known for building the most amount of prisons in New York. And he made sure that his people, they go to those prisons, but it was Black people going to those prisons. It's not random, right? Now, look at the names of most mayors in New York City. Look at the names of most governors in New York City. But these are children, or these are great children of people who came here illegally with no jobs, don't speak the language. So how y'all make all this money that you can have businesses and you can send your children to these bougie ass schools? Crimes. It's crime. It's crime. So they elevate why Black children are going to prison. So that's what I'm saying. And I know I'm not lying. Okay? But even Trump, because Frederick Trump, he's German or Irish, whatever, but like they're European. But even they too have to deal with the Italians. You have to deal with them. If you pay close attention to New York culture is Italian. The way they talk, they're very aggressive, very brash. It's extremely Italian. New York has an Italian culture to it, right? The way everything, New York is extremely Italian because they took over. And that's what happens. When people come here illegally with no education, they're usually violent. We see the same thing in Florida. Cubans who came, same thing, right? It never fails. It never fails. So that's why I don't understand why people who are pro-blackity black, who claim to be Democrat and claim to be for Black people, like Jasmine Crockett over here, are always trying to fight for illegal immigrants. Because anybody who studies history understands Black Americans will pay for this. They will pay for this. It never ends well for them. Anytime you have a max influx of illegal immigrants of any color, whatever, it's usually Black people who suffer. And when these people come here and act a fool and start committing crime, how much you want to bet that Black people will be the face of this foolishness? How much do you want to bet? Tomorrow, if in Houston, if in Texas, there's crime, if crime goes up tomorrow in Texas, how much do you want to bet that it's Black people who are going to be the face of that? It never fails. It never fails. It never fails. That's why I don't mess with this foolishness. You can ask Kevin, when it came to this DI, I said, I don't want the DI because this right here, I know exactly what it is. It's about trans people. It's about trans people. I was like, Kevin, I don't want this because I know what it is. Because if you sit here and you study this nation's history, you realize that they never do anything for Black people. So the day a white person says, "Oh, I have a program to help Black people," you need to start having anxiety. Because why do you want to be nice to me? There's something in this. This is no. Please stop. Right? Because if you love Black people, the best gift you can give Black people is to tell the truth. Tell the truth. Just do that. Just do that. That's it. Right? But like people always mean to you, and then one day they wake up and say, "Oh, you know what? I have a program for you. I want to help you out. I want to make sure that you're shining." No, I have anxiety. like you about to put me in front of like a shooting squadron? Like, what is this? I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this because I know there's something behind it, right? But it's not random. Like Father Cuomo, governor. Andrew Cuomo, governor. Chris Cuomo, CNN. It's not random. Where do y'all get this money from? And like how many generations? Can you imagine how fast that is, right? The Cuomos, when they come to America, when did their, like whoever came, when did that person come to America? So in a span of how many years like from one family, 2 people are governors. Father's governor, son is governor, son is like a big news person at CNN. And what? How'd that go so fast like this? These are not Civil War people. The Cuomos are quite recent immigrants. How does it go fast like this? Right? But I'm telling you, New York City is ran by Italians. They run New York. They really do. They really, really do. They do. Because they could, and the thing is, they got the complexion, huh? They got the complexion for the oppression. You know what I'm saying? But they do their dirt. They use Black people as soldiers, and then they get rich. They send their kids to school. They send their kids to be lawyers. They put the money behind their kids to have these position in Congress, whatever, and then they insulate themselves from the consequences of their crime activities. We saw the same thing with the Kennedys, right? Great-father is part of the selling the alcohol, whatever. But you see, he sent everybody to an Ivy League, right? All of them, the 2 who got shot, the senator, they all went to these Ivy League schools. And how did daddy pay for that? Alcohol money. Okay? This is how they get that money. But they get to have these big houses in Martha's Vineyard. Everybody's highly educated. Everybody's super, super rich, right? It's like nothing happened. But their money is extremely dirty. That's why maybe bad things always happen to them people. I don't know, right? But there's like a lot of people, a lot of immigrants who came here, and now they're so rich. The vast majority of them is crime. It's crime. They made their money from crime. You go to Louisiana, you'll see the same thing. From New Orleans all the way to Baton Rouge, there's a lot of Italians. And they too did a whole lot of crimes. And that's how they made a lot of money. Because that's all they knew how to do. They don't talk, they don't speak the language, they don't have any education. What else can you do? Right? And a lot of times too, like these Anglo-Saxon and French people don't see you the same because you're darker, whatever, right? So what's left to do but crime? So many of them lived a life of crime. But I guess organized crime, because I guess it was organized because they did make something out of it, right? So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? But my point is, and I will say it again, the civil rights movement did a lot of harm to Black America. I will always say that. I will always say that. The civil rights movement, it destroyed Black America's like self-dependency, like self-agency, like, you know what, we can do it ourselves. We don't need the federal government. I don't need the government. I don't need because he does something to people where Dr. King made it seem as though in order for you to have a better life, in order for you to be integrated, in order for you to realize the American dream, you need to rely on the government. And I disagree. I think what the government should have done for Black America was to tell white people, leave them alone. If they build their businesses, don't burn their businesses. If they build their cities, don't burn their cities. Because the way I see it, I think many Black Americans have lived the American dream without the help of the government, right? They've lived like people from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think Black Wall Street to me is the American dream. You understand, right? I think that's the American dream. I think a lot of Black people in Harlem, they were living the American dream, right? You read stuff from James Baldwin, right? A lot of the writers, people from the Harlem Renaissance, many of them, they traveled. Like they would be here, they go to Paris, they come back, you know, they felt it, they said what they felt what they said, they practiced the art, right? Duke Ellington, I think Duke Ellington was incredibly successful, but to me, I feel like a lot of Black Americans got to live it was racist, yeah, America was racist, but they were living the American dream, right? Duke Ellington for me is incredible. From performing here to like he could go anywhere he wanted to, right? Because he was that gifted. Like nobody could do what he could do. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, to me, that is the American dream, right? If you take someone like what's my banana lady? Oh my gosh, Josephine Baker, right? From being here to becoming, I guess, an icon in Paris, right? I think Josephine Baker lived the American dream, right? You understand? But this notion of if you're Black, you will never live the American dream unless you completely eradicate racism from America. I don't agree with that. And I think that is the notion that white liberals are selling to Black Americans, is that you have to eradicate racism completely for you to be able to enjoy the American dream. And I don't agree with that, right? I don't. Because I do believe that you can get to a point in your life that you're so good at what you do that whatever racism is out there, it really can't affect you because you're just that good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. To me, honestly, I've gotten to a point where I believe that Dr. King was an op. I really think that Dr. King was a CIA operative. I really do. Because I don't even know what he fought for. For me, if you ask me my personal opinion, I don't know what he fought for as far as Black people are concerned. I think what he fought for is for Black people to accept white people. I don't think he fought for white people to leave Black people alone, or he fought for white people to be like, you know what? We respect these people, we admire these people. Because when you think about integration, it's Black people integrating into a white society. So therefore, it's very hostile. You understand? It's not so much white people integrating into a Black society or even like a half and half. It's like, no, everything you know is not good enough. We now have to live with white people, go to their school, do this, do that. And I'm like, because to fully integrate in whiteness, you have to surrender something. And I do believe that what has happened is people have surrendered their sense of pride. So now there's this like fake Black pride, which I call grifting, right? Because grifters, even though they scream and shout, but they always want something from white people. To me, Black pride is saying, I don't need you. Just leave me alone. You understand, right? Like, that's how I see it. That's why I will call out these people. I will call them grifters. Because when you tell Black people, oh, we got to scream so that a white man can give me something. I don't need nothing from white people, right? White people themselves, they're lacking. So good luck to them, right? But you see, like, to me, when I look at the Chinese are not here screaming, oh, we got to be accepted by white people. They don't care. They're going to do what they want to do. Even this whole DeepSeek stuff, they were denied access to certain chips because the people, I guess, white folks were trying to sabotage their progress. So, like, okay, we're not going to sell you those chips because we don't want these people to keep up with our AI. I don't know what they did. The Chinese found a way to go around that. They found a way to get some kind of chip. And then instead of spending like 100 billion for AI, they only spend 6 million. To me, that's pride. Even if you deny me something, I know that I am intelligent enough. I am resourceful enough to find a solution. I don't need your help. And not just that, when I find a way to get what I need, I'm going to make a better product than you. You see, to me, that is Black pride. You understand? And that's how I was raised. So like the way I was raised, even as a West African person, the way I was raised, my dad always said to me, Marlene, white people don't have more chromosomes than you. But that's how my dad talks to me. Like, I think if you ever ask anybody that's like West African, they'll tell you that. My dad will always say to me, white people do not have more chromosomes than you. He's always said that to me. White people are not smarter than you. Maybe they've studied more. I don't know. But he's like, they're not smarter. They don't have more chromosomes than you. So he always said to me, never be intimidated by white people. And that really stuck with me. You understand, right? never be intimidated by white people. It breaks my heart every time I see Black people begging white people for something. Because when you do that, you stroke their ego. Because white people have a God complex. For the vast majority of them do. The vast majority of white people have a godlike complex where they need to hear you say, oh my gosh, white man, please don't forsake me, white man. Oh, white man, please give me something. Oh, white man. Oh, white man. Even this whole Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni situation. When you read some of the text messages, whether it's Justin talking to Blake or it's Justin talking to Ryan Reynolds, that Italian guy, he was so desperate for these Anglo-Saxons to accept him, right? He wanted to be friends with Ryan Reynolds so badly. He wanted to say everything right for Blake. And they felt the punk, like they could smell like, oh yeah, this little punk right here, right? The way they punked that man so badly. Like even at the grand premiere, he was in a basement. They told him his own movie that he had to be in a basement. So he was in a basement with his family, his friends. He was in a basement. And the white girl, the Anglo-Saxon, she was at the top with her Anglo-Saxon husband. I'm like, Jason, I said, what's his name? Justin, you did too much. Because you made these white people feel as though without them, your movie wouldn't have been successful. You see? And I kind of part of me felt bad for him. And part of me was like, yo, that's what you get. Right? Imagine if he had done his movie with a regular actress and he believed in himself, believe in yourself. You don't need this girl to make you somebody, right? He could have picked a regular girl, done his little movie. God knows it probably would have done so well. But he thought to himself, oh, I'm a nobody. Nobody knows me, but if Blake comes, she gonna make it bigger. You see, he saw her as bigger than him. He saw Ryan Reynolds as bigger than him. And I'm like, Justin, where did you learn to put these Anglo-Saxons on a pedestal? Right? And this is what, when you look, for the most part, when you look at white liberals, this is usually what they do to Black people. Right? Oh, white people, give us 15% of your shelf space. Oh, white people, invite us over. Oh, white people, give us a chance. Oh, always begging white people to do something for you. You know you can do for self. Right? Like, we're sitting here and you are seeing all these Black people have a manic episode because Trump is saying he's going to dismantle the Department of Education. Why do you even care? You've lived this long. Did you ever even check their website? No. Why do you care? Because white liberals have told you, oh, you're about to lose out on something. On what exactly? Like, what, I'm about to lose what? Right? For the vast majority, America has 400 years of history. Out of those 400 years, how many years were Black people, were Black mothers responsible for teaching Black children? Y'all tell me, give me a number. Y'all in the comment section, right? I'm asking you a valid question. From the moment slaves were sold on this land until today, so let's say it's 400 years. How many years would you guess have Black women, Black mothers been responsible for the training, the upbringing, the teaching of Black children? I would surmise maybe 350 years, right? Black people, for almost, especially Black women, for almost 350 years, were responsible for the upbringing of Black children. 350 years. You've only been, I don't know, taken care of by the Department of Education for maybe 50 years. Okay. God forbid it comes back to you. What's the problem? What's the problem? Why are you panicking? Once again, because you're thinking that white people can do a better job. Says who? Why do you put these people on a pedestal? It drives me insane. Exactly, Ms. V. The vast majority of Black women have been teachers. Am I lying? You sit here, even you study the history of the Black American Baptist Church. The Black American Baptist Church is, for most people, was their first form of education. That's why, to this day, the vast majority of Black American Baptist preachers are some of the most highly educated preachers. This foolishness you see out here, the Jamal Bryan, them foolish people, they're not Baptists. They're not Baptists. When you Pastor Tony Evans, he's Baptist. Do you see night and day? You see it, right? But we all should have learned that. I mean, we all should have learned that, right? You couldn't just wake up, get up one day and become a Black Baptist preacher. No, these people are extremely educated. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. You compare Black evangelical versus Black Baptist. Black Baptists, they run circles around these people, right? Because the root, like the foundation of being a Black Baptist preacher is higher education. These people are so smart. They had to read, and you read so much your brain hurts. And many of them spoke Latin. They spoke other languages on top of English. But the first schooling experience happens in these churches. Everything starts with the Black church. Everything does. Even today, I saw a video maybe a month or two ago. It was Jermaine Dupri. And Jermaine Dupri was complaining. He was like, oh, they don't make R&B singers like they used to because a lot of y'all don't want to go to church. I said, oh, you don't say, right? But once again, everything starts with the Black church. Luther Vandross, Black church. Whitney Houston, Black church. Al Green, Black church. Sam Cooke, Black church. Everybody is trained in the Black church. From reading, writing, math, singing, behavior, everything. You learn that where? You learn it in the Black church. So today, because the Black church is tired of training people vocally for them to turn around and go sing secular music and all this nasty music, right? Now these secular people have an attrition of talent. I wonder why. Because the church is no longer willing to train people on how to sing. Free lessons, huh? For you to later on go and sing all the secular foolish music. Like no more. No mas. It's over, right? But my point is, for the vast majority, for 350 years, like maybe more, Black America has been responsible for training Black children. So if we tried this for 50 years, it don't work, and then you send it back to Black people, what is the problem? Why are we panicking? I'm sitting here, I'm so confused. Have people gotten that lazy? Have people gotten that lazy that when somebody says, okay, take care of your kid, we don't want to do them, what's the problem? You shouldn't even break a sweat. Like, that's not a problem. That is my child. These are our children. These are, even me, Marlene, if I have to stop YouTube and go volunteer to be a Black teacher, then I'll be a Black math teacher and I do science. It is not a problem. Like, we should always believe that Black people, we are self-sufficient. We've always been self-sufficient. It will never stop. We got to stop believing these goofy ass lies that are meant to give you anxiety, hysteria. I have nothing to fear. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay? Leave me alone. Why? They always want you to feel some kind of fear. They did the same thing with this, right? Fear, 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 fear. If you don't do this, you're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. Oh, shut up. And now we realize that all this stuff, it was pseudoscience. To the point that even Joe Biden had to give that man a preemptive pardon. Why? If everything you said was true, why are you scared? Right? Because you know you lied to people. Right? But why is it that people are panicking because they're now being told that you're going to be responsible for how Black children learn? Thank you. I've been waiting for this moment. Thank you. Thank you. Give me back the kids. Right? So many parents are complaining about Common Core math because they make it so difficult. Like basic multiplication, they make it difficult. Basic division, they make it difficult. Why are you doing this? Because they want these Black children to be afraid of math. It's wickedness. It is pure wickedness, right? You should encourage children to solve problems in a way that is suitable for their brain because everybody's brain is different. You understand? And that's why in math, there's always more than one way to do a problem, as long as you can explain how you got to the solution. But we should encourage children not just to memorize things, but to be problem solvers, right? If I tell you like, oh, what's 100 times 20? Some people know how to, okay, just take the zeros and put the zeros behind. Some people might want to do like a whole parentheses, right? And then do like the whole PEMDA stuff, right? It's all okay, as long as you know how you got to the answer. What's the problem? Right? They are forcing certain kids to do this whole Common Core. Some kids, based on their brain, it's not a problem. Other kids, it's extremely hard because their brain can't see it. Why are you forcing people? My husband, Jimmy, I'm right-handed. Jimmy's left-handed. Do you see how torturous it would be to force Jimmy to write with his right hand? Why? What's wrong with being left-handed? It's the same thing. Our brains are just like our fingers. They're just like fingerprints. Everybody's brain is different. Me, if you ask me, no child is dumb or whatever. People just learn differently. And when it comes to math, you have to allow kids to, how does your brain register this information, right? That's why usually when you show things to kids, you say to the child, explain it back to me. And when the child explains it back to you, if you're really good, you'll start to notice like what part of their brain is moving. You'll be like, okay, you're that kind of learner. You know, you have children who learn hardcore, black and white. Their brain just picks it up because some people have a really photographic memory, so they don't have a hard time. You have other kids, they need colors. They need a lot of colors because their brain just goes to sleep. I'm one of them. I think Trisha might be one of them. My little brother, Kevin, also, he's one of them people, right? And I used to always tell him that. I said, Kevin, you don't learn like Chris does. Chris says he can see something, take a picture, it's in his head. My dad's the same way. You need to spend more time with the material, and you need a whole lot of color. And when you study, you need quiet around you because your brain is different, right? And I'm the type of person that believes that you should learn according to your brain. You know what I'm saying? But the problem with these people, they treat everybody the same, and they want everybody to learn the same. How is that fair? We're not the same. We are different. People's brains are different. And we don't even have teachers who are patient enough to say, oh, you know what, this child right here, they learn this way. You learn this way. People are different. And I had the same issue with Stefan's teacher because I was really triggered because I'm like, it felt as though they wanted him to be like everybody else. And I'm like, Stefan is not like everybody else. Leave Stefan alone. Okay, his brain works the way his brain works. He has a beautiful brain. Maybe he can slow down his brain. Yeah, I can see that, right? But stop trying to force people to be the same. And I think that's the goal of public school, is that they have cookie cutter like approach, and they want every child to come out the same, like a factory. Like everybody just comes out identical, and that to me is incredibly debilitating. And I can see why some kids don't even care anymore. I can see why some kids don't like they don't feel engaged with the material because they understand something needs to die in me for me to understand this. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. All these all these classrooms are like super, super pink. They're super, super pink. Boys are forced to think like girls. It's extremely painful. I guess at first you thought I was like being the submissive because I don't know what you thought it was, but then it got really real. Then they're like, oh yeah, she's not playing. Stefan, his brain goes really, really fast. He's really smart. We didn't pay for it. He was just born this way. Like Stefan, when he was 9 months, he was already counting. He was counting before he started walking. There was a period in his life, y'all. He used to, instead of teddy bears, he wanted calculators. You know, I don't like to talk about it too much because I don't want to seem like, oh, I'm bragging, whatever, right? But I know he's very advanced. Even me, I was like, sometimes Jimmy and I were like, Our brains was not events like that. James says, oh, Marlene, he gets it from you. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I do see myself in him, but his brain is really fast. But I'm telling you, like the whole time in New Orleans, like until he was like 3 or maybe like 4 or 5, Stefan used to sleep with calculators. They really, like he used to have like 4 or 5. Like, they just used to make him happy. He loves, you know, but you realize like people are born this way. It's not something that we paid for. You know what I'm saying? Now, Trey, I was worried that he could be dyslexic, but thank God it's gotten better. I think it's like forcing him to really study and pay attention. But last year when I was studying with him, I'm like, is my son dyslexic? You know what I mean? Because I can be slightly dyslexic at times, right? It happens, right? But I've noticed the importance of like telling kids it's okay. You have to learn how your brain learns, right? Because the job, I don't think the job of a teacher is to say, well, this is how I want you to be, so therefore you have to be this way. I don't think that is. I think the job of a teacher is like, it's like a coach, right? I'm here to help you reach your fullest potential. And the more you work with that child, you have to start seeing how the child brain works because everybody's brain is different, right? But these people, it's like McDonald's, it's like fast food. They're in such a rush. You know what I'm saying? Nobody has time to say, you know what? This child needs a different approach. And that is okay. It doesn't make you dumb. Everybody's brain is different. You know, like even me, I've had this issue because I'm like, oh, it's so funny because when things happen, my brain processes the stuff differently. So there was a time I used to be afraid of making videos, or I would do the videos, I would delete the videos because I'm like, I don't want people to think like I'm trolling, I'm trying to be offensive, right? But it's really how my brain works. You know, I'm like, I don't know, I don't see it this way, right? And it took a while because I used to delete my videos because I was like, oh, I don't want to be offensive. But then I was like, yo, like, this is really the way that my brain works. I'm not trying to trigger people. But what you see, I don't see that. I see something else, you know, and then I had to give myself permission. Like, Marlene, it's okay. Just own it. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, but I'm like, they're gonna cuss my ass out, right? But I'm like, you realize that like your brain, it looks at things differently, and it's not your fault. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like art. You can put art in front of us. Somebody gonna say, oh, it's pretty. Somebody say, it's ugly. Somebody, you know, I'm torn. I need more time. But that's the brain. And that's why I said, to me, what Monique Samuels was requiring from Chris, I said, you know what? That's torture, because Chris is never going to be a poet. Monique, you're looking for a poet. Chris cannot give you that. Okay? He's not wired this way. His brain is not wired like this. It's like all this talking you want, it overwhelms him, because that's not his brain. This thing that these women do with the talking, it's a particular part of your brain. And because, you know, like me, I'm pretty sure, whatever part of my brain I used to talk a whole lot is probably overdeveloped. If you were to open Jimmy's head, you will see that his side would not be that developed, because he doesn't talk as much as I do. I talk a lot, right? That's why the brain, it really is a muscle. Like whatever part you use the most will be more developed than the other parts of your brain. You understand? So if you are a woman and you like talking, so that side of your brain is extremely overdeveloped. Most men don't talk a lot. So you're like all your emotions, your feelings, your emotions, like what the freak? Like it's a lot. Like what the heck? This is a lot. Like what the freak? What is this? Right? But if it comes down to tackling people, that side of his brain is extremely developed. Your side is not developed. Right? That's why I said, sometimes we got to have mercy on people, because we learn differently. We process information differently. We look at things differently. And everything is not meant to offend you. You just have to understand that people's brains, it works differently. And as you talk to people, if you are the kind of person to pay close attention to stuff, you will start to realize, like, okay, I see how your brain picks up information. Right? That's why I say, I'm like, oh, wow, I wonder why your brain works this way. Right? But I'm like, I wish a lot of times people will pay close attention. Like it's that person's brain. They're not doing it on purpose. That's why we can expect an addict to behave a certain way, because their brain works a certain way because of what they've done. Right? That makes sense, you guys? So for me, I'm like, okay, education, it should not be like one form fits all, because these kids are different. Their brains are different. They're going to learn differently. But as long as they can explain to you how they came at that solution, what's the problem? You have teachers today who will take points off if you don't do the problem the way she wants you to do the problem. But that's not life. That's not life. It's so like, why are you punishing people? Right? But I'm like, to me, I really don't understand. Like, I really do not understand why there's so many Black people today, and even Black mothers, who are sitting here losing their minds over dismantling the Department of Education. Because what exactly has it done for you? What has it done for your kid? Like, how have they empowered your child? They do absolutely nothing for children. They don't even want to give kids homework, because they don't want to have to even grade the paperwork. They don't assign homework because they don't want to have to grade the homework. I'm like, so what is this, right? Why do I have to keep, why must I keep my child hostage? Because they get paid. They get paid for every child. And that's why Kamala Harris had those mothers arrested for truancy, because when the kids are not there, they're not getting paid. So pretty much your children are being held hostage. They don't intend on making your child better. No, they just want to make sure they get paid. That's it. And right now, even Baltimore is in trouble, because many kids are not coming to school, but the school's getting paid. They're like, hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, it's the brain. That's not even intentional. What the heck was wrong with these kids, right? Because the brain is just like your fingerprints. Everybody's brain is different. And it's not intentional. And sometimes you can train the brain to go a certain way, but for the vast majority of the time, it's like, this is who this person is. And maybe that's what we call personality, right? It's how the person's brain works. It gives them their personality. Right. So and a lot of teachers today, because many of them don't have kids, they're very, very young. These girls just don't have patience for a child that does not conform to what she thinks a child should be. So you got to calm down. Like, you really have to calm down. But I'm like, why do you want to hold children hostage when you have no intention on improving the product? The product is horrible. Public education is horrible. It's a horrible product. If it was not horrible, we would see it. We see it. It's horrible, right? You converse with a lot of young people, high school students. Like, what did you just say? Nobody even knows. Okay, nobody knows. These young people, they write papers as if they were writing a text message. It's crazy. They write essays as if they're writing a tweet. That's crazy, right? They don't know how to converse. They don't even know how to form an argument. They can't do it. So they get mad, right? Because they are lacking the skills. They don't even know how to write. I mean, it's really, really crazy. And I wish a lot of parents would be like, hey, show me an essay you wrote. You should see how your kids are writing in school. You might be shocked. Like, what the heck? What is this? But then it shows me, like, this, yeah, exactly. Just like they were scared during the quarantine. Because a lot of parents do not want to be responsible for their child's education. They want to be on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Real Housewives of Atlanta. You know, they want to do everything, or making their little YouTube video. They want to do everything, but hey, you know what? I have a child. I have to look at their grades. Oh, you don't say, right? They don't want to do that. So that's, I'm like, why are you tripping? It is your child. You are responsible for your child, right? And your child's first teacher should be you. And if you are your child's first teacher, you're gonna be like, okay, there's a problem. There is a problem, right? It's something like there's something really concerning going on. So I'm like, so once again, I will say this. I'm even gonna play a clip from Thomas Sowell, right? But I am so honest. Like, I am so honest when I say this. You compared the grades of Black children pre-civil rights. Astounding. Meanwhile, these are kids whose parents are washing clothes, electricians, picking up trash. Their parents don't have these glamorous jobs. But and mind you, the parents are working long. This is it. Parents are working long hours. Parents don't make that much money. Parents have these blue collar menial jobs. But these kids are coming home first of all, they wake up by themselves. They make their beds. They get themselves ready for school. They go to school. They behave in school. They don't want to bother their parents because they know mommy's working hard. But not call, she'll kill me. Okay. They come home. They do their work. They take care of their siblings, and they're still getting straight A's. Today, compared to today, right? Today, a lot of people, they're doing way better than the Black parents of yesteryears. But these kids can barely make their own breakfast. They can barely go to school and behave. They want to fight the teachers, beat up the teachers, right? They barely have good grades. They come home. They can barely take care of their siblings. There's a maturity problem too, huh? Right? So these numbers are here. It's not a lie. These numbers are here. So then you start to say, what happened? And I say the civil rights movement happened. And that right there is a problem. Hold on.
Here's early reaction that we've gathered so far.
I can't predict the future. I don't know what would be done. I don't think we are going to get rid of the Department of Education, mainly because I think too many Americans from all walks of life depend on that money, depend on what the Department of Education does. So I don't think it's going to go away. What I expect to see is changes such that the Department of Ed is going to start to try to use its influence to get schools to teach the kinds of things they want to teach and do the kinds of things they want to do. But I don't see getting rid of the Department of Ed hook, line, and sinker. I do expect there to be some cuts to the generosity of the federal student loan program. I expect that to go back probably to the system that we had perhaps in the 90s. But I don't think it's going away entirely. That's not to say there's not going to be some pain.
Last week, Trump signed another executive order, this one on expanding school choice. He's asking the Education Department to issue guidance on how they use federal funds.
And even with school choice, I'm pulling the video, right? Remember the Black woman who I think she's current. I hope maybe Trump could we should ask Trump to pardon her. But the Black mother who took her daughter from a different zip code. They live in one zip code. She took her child to a different zip code because she felt as though her daughter could get a better education. So the lady got locked up. They gave her 5 years for saying, where I live, it's not a good school district. I want my daughter to go to a better school district, right? So because she did that, they jailed her, right? That's crazy. You understand? If you live in a zip code and you feel as though that school district is horrible, why should my child go there? Hello? No. You understand? If your school district does not want to focus on giving you the best school district, that's their problem. That is their problem. Why do they want to hold my child hostage? Right? People should have the right to say, hey, I live in this zip code. Like, let's say I live in like zip code like 17555, and you want to go to zip code 56 because they have a better school district. Then your child should go there. And nobody should fear getting arrested. Right? And I think maybe that too is going to force these school districts to really fix your product. But I don't think it's fair for a child to be held hostage because of a zip code. Oh, because you live in the zip code, you have to go to this middle school. You have to go to this high school. No. No. What if that child is gifted and that school district has no gifted program, but the other school district has a gifted program? Well, that child should go to the place that has a gifted program because that's the better school for that child. They have what that child needs. This school district does not. You know what I mean? And I do believe, I even feel like this whole what's it called? I even do believe like this whole thing about the Department of Education and forcing people to stay within their zip code and within their school district, right? I think it had to do with finding a way to circumvent like school integration. Because remember how Joe Biden said, oh, if you let black children go into a white school, it's going to turn into a school, some kind of jungle, whatever he said, like a racial jungle, whatever. So I do believe that those laws were implemented because they didn't really want to integrate black children. So because they can't say to you, oh, because you're black, we don't want you here. Oh, your zip code does not allow you to come to the school district, right? Because per the law, if they tell you you can't go here because you're black, that's a lawsuit. You guys get me? You get me? Right? Because like I said, when people realize they can't break your spirit, they now change the strategy, try to be your friend, and they steer you in the wrong direction. They become your friend and they give you bad advice. You know what I'm saying? Right? Because why not? If there's this, not even like, oh, even if it's a good school district, right? It could be a good school district. However, they don't have the gifted program. This other school district has the gifted program, right? If a child is between 10 miles, so you got this school over here, no gifted program, and this school over here, gifted program, but more white students, well, the child should go there. It's the same distance, right? So the parent should say, no, he's going to go here because he's gifted, right? But the way we have is like, oh no, you have to stay in this school, even though you're gifted. We've tested you. We know you're gifted, but you're going to have to go here. Why? Why? Right? And my question is also, if Baltimore had more white students, would the quality of education in Baltimore be that bad? Right? You understand? Would the quality of education be that bad? If you had more white pupils in Baltimore public schools, do you think it'll be as bad? Or is it because it's predominantly black students because it's that bad? Right? Because if white children were failing at such an alarming rate, would they have let it be this way or would they have fixed it? Right? She said integration caused a lot of black kids to get bullied. My mom told me that the racist teacher mistreated her and other black kids back in the early 60s. They failed them as well sometimes. Yeah. And that can happen, right? And this is why people should be able to sue. People should be able to sue, right? And not to say, oh, I'm going to give up. You have to sue. And you got to get these teachers fired. You keep firing these people until you hire people who are not racist. Because the goal is to bully you that you might not want to come to school, right? That's the thing. But if you belong there, they're going to get tired. That has to be your mindset. You're going to get tired of me. Like you see, when I was in college, I had this issue with this one teacher, this white woman. And I don't know what happened because I don't know if she gave me an A minus. I don't know, she gave me a B or what. I don't know what it was, right? Because I had an A in her class. And then she said to me, oh, because it was an English class. It was English for business, right? And then we had a group project. And she put me with some like C student, B student. I mean, they were barely trying. So I got really upset. So she said, oh, during my peer review, that the kids said all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, okay, but who cares? Because they're C students. Like, imagine putting stock into what a C student said to bring my grade down. And I told her, if you don't change my grade, you and I are going to sit before the dean. And then you can explain. I had nothing but A's in her class. We're going to go before the dean. You're going to explain to the dean how one peer review from C students caused you to take my grade from an A to a B. We're going to do it. She changed the grade. I know that's right. Once again, do not be afraid of white people, right? And that's how we have to train black children. If you belong somewhere, between you and this white person, the white person must get tired. You don't get tired. They get tired. They want to be racist. They're going to get tired of being a racist because you're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. You're going to lose your job. Play with me, okay? That should be your mindset. If it comes down to you and a white person and you belong here, they're going to get tired. Like, they're mean to me. Oh, please. Oh, please. Increase your gangster. Don't let these people get to you. Because this is who I'm telling you, this is who they are. Yes. Right? And because their job is to, that's why white people are good at psychological warfare. White people are amazing at psychological warfare. They will try to break you down mentally. Do not let these people. You understand? You get me, right? Me, I've been outside with these people. I've been outside. I told y'all, been outside since 1985. Do not let these people get to your mental. Right? Between you and the white person must get tired. They're going to get tired. They're going to stop. They're not about that life. They're bullies. White people at their core are bullies. And you should know this. But that is not a reason for you not to show up. And you have to get to a point that you anticipate their bullying, that you start to laugh at it. Oh, what you going to do? Fail me? Ah, yeah, right. You understand? So you study harder. You answer stuff harder. You do everything in your power so that if they try it, you can say, oh, you see this? And you expose them for what they are. That's it. It's a people who can't take competition. And they definitely cannot take competition from people that don't look like them. And I told you saw that with Hillary and you saw that with Bill Clinton. White people like it when you're beneath them. Then they're really nice to you. When you start to show that you're just as smart, you're just as competent, they get triggered. You see, once upon a time, when the Chinese were working for 10 cents an hour, $1 an hour, they loved the Chinese. They would never call the Chinese a foreign adversary. Probably call them, oh, these are our friends, because they're cheating them. This is who they are. I keep telling y'all this. This is who they are. When they're able to cheat you and you don't even know that you're being cheated, oh, that's my friend. I have black friends. I have Chinese friends, right? But the day you open your eyes and you start to feel like, well, what is this? You know what I mean? They will hate you. But when they were paying the Chinese people 10 cents an hour, 20 cents an hour, $1 an hour, they never called these people foreign adversary because it's a jealous people. That's who they are. They're extremely jealous, right? And you have to know this. But the day when you're doing what you're doing and a white person is mean to you, you should be proud of yourself. You should be proud of yourself. I know. Like what? Yes. If you are doing something and a white man is mean to you, a white woman is mean to you, you're doing something well. You're doing something well. If you were doing a horrible job, oh, they'd be so nice to you. Oh, look at you. Oh my gosh, Mommy, I love you so much. Because you're doing something stupid. And because they want you to keep being stupid, they're pretending to like you and be for oh, really? Really? You think so? Oh, yes, of course. Because they know this is not going to end well for you, but it's going to end well for them. Right? But when you are doing something excellent, they're going to start tweaking. They're going to start having issues with everything. But if white people are mean to you because you're excellent, you're really good, you're good at what you do, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Don't stop. And that's why I say, like, when you look at Indians have learned to understand white people. You know, you see, sometimes when you look at Indians, they're very quiet, they're very docile. No, it's part of the game because they know these people. They know them very well. They know them. Indian people know these people so well. So they act very docile. They laugh at their stupid 7-Eleven jokes. They laugh at their little gas station jokes, you see. But at the end of the day, the Indian man makes more than a white man. There you go. There you go. Right? This is who they are. They're bullies. They are bullies. They are racist bullies. This is who they are. But my point is, when a white person is being mean to you, be proud of yourself. You're doing something good. Keep doing it. Okay? Because if they were indifferent or if they were nice to you, it means that you're not doing a good job. Or whatever you're doing, something bad is going to happen to you. So they are complimenting you because they want you to die. That's who they are. This is who they are. And the sooner you accept it, the better. Right? Exactly. Because you don't have mental resilience. And this is what they want. Okay? That's what they do. I don't know if you were here the day we watched the whole thing about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, right? But he was tormented by these white kids. His Catholic school, they tormented his ass. They said at night, they would just get up at night, start screaming the N-word. The boy, these people are crazy. They are crazy. They are seriously crazy. But today, where are they and where is he? You know what I'm saying? But he was tormented by these people. They will torment you. But you see, he didn't give up. Didn't give up. You do not give up with these. When they torment you, they bully you because you have something exceptional all over you. And they're triggered because the way they're raised, only they're the smart ones. Only they're supposed to have the good things. It's all like the everything should revolve around them. So they have psychiatric troubles. So when you're Black or Indian, whatever, and you're doing really well for yourself, they're truly conflicted. Because that doesn't make any sense. Because from what I told, you're beneath me, right? You're less than me. You're not a full human being. So they struggle with that. And so they act out. Because per their paradigm, the way they're trained, the way they're taught, they're told that everybody else is inferior. You're so smart. You're a genius. You're a genius, right? They're the only ones who go around here calling themselves geniuses, right? They're the only ones going around here. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. So-and-so is a genius. So-and-so is a genius. Yeah, whatever. Have you ever heard Chinese people call themselves geniuses? They don't do that. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Okay? But that's what that man said. They got to like give themselves all these like positive talks, whatever, for them to be able to go about their day, right? That's what they do. Oh, Elon's a genius. Mark Zuckerberg's a genius. The genius. She's a genius. The genius, right? I'm not sure, whatever. If you're so smart, why don't you finish school? They're so smart, but they always drop out of school. That makes no sense. Oh, I'm so smart. I am such a genius, but I have to drop out. No, you should finish faster than everybody else. You should do it, but do it faster, right? Doesn't even make no damn sense, right? But then you look at all these Chinese people who have all these great tech companies. Nobody dropped out. Have you ever seen a really smart Indian kid drop out of school? No, they finished their studies. Everybody finishes their studies, right? But once again, white people always have to be so special. So they're so smart, they have to drop out. I'm like, that never made sense to me. I'm like, if you're so smart, if you're such a genius, you should finish in 2 years. Matter of fact, 6 months. Do it. Do it fast. But you drop out. Yeah, right. Okay, quitter. Sounds like a quitter to me. Okay? Well, sounds like a quitter to me. You understand? But if you notice, especially white liberals, the vast majority of white liberals only like people who are mediocre. If you're Black and you're mediocre, they love you. If you're Asian and you're mediocre, when you're mediocre, they love you because it reinforces their paradigm. Oh, okay, you see, that's a dumb one, right? Oh, I knew y'all was stupid. So they love to be around dumb people. Like anybody of color that's dumb, stupid, begging, they love it because then it makes them feel special, right? But it's funny how you don't really see a lot of white liberals around like Black Republicans or like Black conservatives. They can't because the Black conservative, he's not going to pretend to be stupid. He's not going to do it, right? How many white liberals you going to see hang out with like a Byron Daniels, for example? Because Byron is not going to bend the knee. He's not going to act stupid. But it's like they love rappers. Anybody that is Black, stupid, degenerate, goofy, confused. White liberals love those people. Oh, let me have a farm. Let me create a farm of all the Black degenerates, right? Because it makes them feel good about themselves. They cannot stand to be in the presence of extremely intelligent Black people. How many white liberals do you see ever invite Condoleezza Rice? Okay, because they'd rather look at her as the exception rather than the rule, right? Oh, you're an exception. Barack Obama, exception. Michelle Obama, exception, right? They rather look at those people as an exception, but not the rule. The rule is you're less than me. And I do believe that this is the purpose of the Department of Education, is to create an intellectually inferior class of Black children. And then they come out on top, right? Because they need people to do menial jobs. They don't want to do it. So they know if they make you fail academically, well, you won't have a choice but to do those jobs. They don't want their kids to do those jobs because it's capitalism. Somebody has to be at the bottom. And usually the person with the worst GPA is going to be at the bottom. And they have decided that brown people have to be, Black and brown people have to be at the bottom. Oh, no. No. Thank you. No, you're insane. Not doing that.
To boost school choice programs across the country. Republican-led states, they have already freed up more money for students who are low income to use private schools or charter schools. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to cut federal
What did you say?
private
What did you say?
Republican-led states, they have
So Republican-led state, what happened? So in Republican-led states, what happened?
already freed up more money for students who are low income to
So students who are low income to do what?
use private schools or charter schools.
Oh, I thought Republicans were racist. I thought the Republicans were racist. So she's saying that in Republican-led states, right, that they have released a fund so that people who are low income can go to private schools or charter school. So who is that? Who's usually low income? Oh, it's okay, wait a minute. So what they say? What did she say? Let her say it one more time. Let her say it. See, that's why these people, man, they are always exposing their hearts. Always exposing their hearts. Say it again, ma'am.
To boost school choice programs across the country. Republican-led states, they have already freed up more money for students who are low income to use private schools or charter schools.
So if Republicans are so evil, why are they freeing up the money so that people who are low income, right? There's a lot of Black people who are low income. A lot of Latinos are low income, right? A lot of people of color are low income. So you mean to tell me in Republican states, if you're low income, you will not be able to go to a private school or a charter school? Oh my gosh, how racist. Oh my goodness, how racist. How racist. And this is why, once again, if you study Black American history, Black Americans were always what? Republicans. Oh my gosh, you don't say, Marlene. You do not say, right? Once again, if you study Black American history, Black Americans have traditionally been what? Republicans. Oh, Lord Jesus, you don't say. So who made Black Americans Democrats? Who? Who is responsible for telling Black people, oh, you know, we've always been Republicans. We've always been conservatives. But now we must align with the Democratic Party. Who's responsible for that, you guys? Please write it in the chat. Who did this? Who did this? That's why I say, when you sit here and think about it, this man had to be an op. This man had to be a CIA operative. Like this, it don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. The more you study this man, the more you start to question everything. I swear, like I'm at an age in my life, I question everything. Right? Right? Historically, Black America has always voted Republicans. So how are we here that now the vast majority are like so obsessed with being Democrat? Okay, thank you. They're so obsessed with being Democrat. They will fight anybody who's a Black who doesn't vote Democrat. They will call you a name if you're Black and you're not a Democrat. I'm like, I'm so confused. How did we get here? How did we get here? Who did this? Right? Who did this? Abraham Lincoln was what? A Republican. There you go. And if you ever studied like the abolitionist movement, like all these white people who were to end slavery, Republicans. Okay. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Right? You study American history, Black America has always, for the most part, has been Republican. This whole Democrat stuff it's a new concept of the last like 60 years. It's brand new. It's so new. It is so new. And the way people are so committed to it, you will think that this is how it was since the Genesis. No, it's new. It is so new. And in 60 years, look at how much damage it has caused people. 60 years. But I'm like, if you go another 40 years, like what the freak is going to happen? If this is what 60 years looks like, what is 100 years of this going to look like? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Right? And that's why I say, why would you start if you know that it's Republicans who are working on the civil rights bill, right? It was Republicans working on the civil rights bill. It was a Republican-led House that worked on the civil rights bill. It was Republicans who passed it through the Senate. Why would you then take the stuff and just go give it to LBJ? A known racist, a known Democrat, and maybe even a KKK member. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Right? So I say this man had to be an op. He had to be a CIA operative. There's no way. This don't make no sense. This really doesn't make any sense. But you heard this lady say that right now in Republican-led state, they're going to release funds so that people who are low income, students who are low income, can either go to private school or go to a charter school. How is that evil? How is that racist? So now, if you're poor, if your mom is poor, your dad is poor, both your parents poor, you're not going to be stuck in a horrible school district. If you're a child that's low income and you're gifted, you can go to a better school. Wow. My Lord, you don't say. Right? And you know, let me tell you this, right? When my mom, my dad, whatever, all because no, at that point when they were going to school, we didn't have that many schools in the Ivory Coast, right? I don't know how Nigeria's was, but in the Ivory Coast, they didn't have that many schools. So based on your scores, you would either go to this school or this college, this high school, because everything was based on scores. That's how they used to do it in the Ivory Coast. Everything was based on your scores. So whether you were in the village, you were in a city, it don't matter, right? Based on your score. So all the kids, based on grade level, like every child in the Ivory Coast, based on your grade levels, right? They will send you to a school. So you had to earn your way into a school. So like my dad, for example, he grew up like in the southern part of the Ivory Coast. Like, you know, his dad was a teacher. They didn't have that much money, pretty much like the village countryside, right? But my dad got to go to a really fancy school for high school. He actually went to school in the capital. So he went to school in Abidjan, a very famous high school, lycée classique, right? That's where all of the brightest went in the Ivory Coast. But it didn't matter who your mama was, who your daddy was. If you had the grades, you will go there, right? If you didn't have the grades, but your parents were rich, they can pay for you to go there, or you could go to a private school. So that's how my dad was able to have the best education, right? If the Ivory Coast worked the way America works right now, my dad would have stayed in the village. Y'all probably never would have met me, huh? Right? But the fact that he was so brilliant, my dad is a genius. I told you he's a Libra, but he's really smart. He's really, really smart. He's so smart to the point that it makes him awkward. I think Stefan is more like him than me, but whatever, right? But you know, like those people that are like really, really smart, they become weird, you know? You know what I'm saying? He's a bit off, but he's really smart though. But he's just off. He's really, really off. It's just the brain, right? So he got to go to some of the best middle school, and high school. You know, when he was in middle school too, it's so sad because my grandma, she had money, y'all. They're from the village, y'all. They're from the village. So he had to go to a different school. He was like, "Oh, Marlene, we're on the bus," and your grandma was so scared because she's like, "Oh, who's gonna take care of my kid?" So when they went to the school, she had to knock on doors, y'all. This stuff is real. This is how it used to go. Rich people, it was easier, but poor people, you just knock on doors. Say, "Hey, my child got sent to the school. Do you mind taking care of my kid?" It was really like that. Talk about community. It was really like that. So I don't know. She knocked on some doors. It's a whole different town. It's a different city, different ethnicity. They speak a different language. Knock on doors. Like you knock on doors. Who's going to take your baby? My mom, it was the same thing. But because her dad was rich, they knew rich people too. So they could go to rich families. My daddy was completely different, y'all. It was different. So then when he goes to that middle school, come to find out his cousin was there, right? His cousin was there. And he was like, "Marlene, don't like your uncle." Like he would come, he would hide, like he would save me food because my dad didn't have any money because my grandma didn't have money. But his dad was a school teacher too, huh? So his cousin, okay, his brother, he would save his lunch. And he was like, "Oh, Estache, here, eat some food," right? Like that's how they lived. That's how they did it, you know. And even with that, by himself, when that was by him, oh, it's so sad. By himself. Can you imagine a little kid? Like he's like maybe his age. You go to a different town, you know, because like if you look at that, like most African countries, right? People speak different ethnicities. So if you're from the South, they speak one language. You go to the West, they speak one language. You just go to the middle, they speak one. Like it's different people, y'all. They're like, you knock on doors, like, "Hey, would you take my child? Would you take my child?" Whatever, right? So he was like, "I can't even express." He's like, "I can't even express to you." When I saw my cousin, I said, "Oh Jesus, oh my gosh, oh my gosh." Right? And he's like, he used to always feed me. So he wouldn't eat his food. He would just save it. He's like, "Oh, baby boy, here, eat your food. Eat my food, eat my food." Like it just breaks your heart. But you see, if the Ivory Coast worked the way America works right now, my dad would have stayed in the village. But my dad is really, really smart. It's not a joke. He's really smart. He's really smart. That's why he was chosen to come here. He's really brilliant. But it does make him socially awkward, you know? And on top of that, he's a Libra. So it makes him like really awkward. Okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. You know, but his brain goes really, really fast. So from that place, he went there for middle school. And then from then he was sent to Abidjan, the capital. And his cousin also went with him. So he was there. Then he met other people. And then later on, because they were like, they kind of made up like the smartest kids in the Ivory Coast at that time. So they got to have these very prestigious jobs, right? That's how we end up in America. But he has a really smart brain. And even it got to a point, because he's so smart, my dad got into UC Berkeley, right? But because my granddad was poor, they had to go to the government and ask for a scholarship, right? So at that time too, like the way the Ivory Coast is set up, it's very ethnicity based, whatever. And then my granddad, he didn't want to join politics. He did not want to kiss ass. So they took my dad's file and they gave that to another child and they gave that boy his scholarship money. So that's why my dad did not get to come here and go to UC Berkeley. But coming to America was always his dream, and he got accepted to UC Berkeley. So what happened was the money was gone. So the next step was he had to go to France. So he went to a really famous school for engineering in France, right? But originally he's supposed to come here. Long story. But do you see how when people come, when you're a smart person, when you're really intelligent, and you come from a poor family, a lot of times your parents not having money, it can keep you trapped. And that's not fair. That is not fair. There are plenty of children who unfortunately are born into low-income families, but they are incredibly intelligent. They should not be trapped by their zip code. That is not fair. Because if that had happened to Ivory Coast, y'all, my dad would have stayed in the village. He would have stayed there. He probably would have become like a school teacher or something like that. That's about it. And all that talent, it would have just, you understand? But when children are smart, especially if they can test and prove that they're smart like that, right? No matter their zip code, they should be allowed to go to the school that is best suited for how bright they are. Because that's how everybody wins, not just Black people, whatever, but even America is going to win. When we're able to put the brightest kids in the best schools possible and not hold these kids back because you're in the zip code, your mama only makes this amount of money, your daddy only makes this amount of money. Or what happens if you're an orphan? Okay? What if you're an orphan and you're gifted? So should you be stuck in like, oh, well, I live at the shelter, so I have to go to the school that's next to the shelter. No, you're gifted. And we should make sure that kids, American children who are gifted, are able to go to the best school possible. They should not be locked into the freaking zip code. Because what if you're only here because you're in a shelter? What if you're only here because that's all your mama could afford? So you should be punished because that's all your mom could afford? No, that's foolishness. That's not fair. That is not fair. That is not fair. That to me, like that's horrible. That's horrible. That is so horrible. Like, no. If a child can take a test and a child has crazy scores on that test, we should all be like, damn, like you need to go here, and there. Right? Remember that one story I told you? Like one of my teachers, like back at Fairfax High School, I was his TA. I forgot his name, but he was Black. He's Black American, and he was teaching us. He was teaching AP Government, and I told you, his mom. I remember his mom used to wash clothes. That was her job. She was like a laundry woman. She used to wash clothes. His dad, I forgot, but it was something menial. But his mom used to wash clothes. She wasn't making a lot, like cents, like pennies, or like $1. It wasn't a lot of money per week, but she used to wash people's clothes, right? Shannon Sharp said the same thing. He said his grandma used to wash white people's clothes. Like they bring you their clothes, you wash their clothes, and then whatever, right? But his teacher, she was like, "You're too smart to be here." Because she knows, because his mom was busy, his dad was busy. They surviving. They surviving. People out here surviving. And I told you, the teacher said, you are too smart to be here. Right? And so she applied for him. She applied, not now, sorry. Okay? I told you. She applied for him to go to Philip Exeter. I didn't even know that school existed. He didn't even know the school existed. Oh, what is this, right? But Philip Exeter, it's a boarding school. And it's like, it's a shoo-in into an Ivy League. But his teacher saw that. She's like, you don't belong here. You're too smart for this place. So his teacher did his application. She applied for him. He got in. You know what? Okay. Because he was really smart. They let him in. And I told you, when his dad took him to the airport, his dad only had $20. That's all he had. Like, for real. I'm like, man, I remember crying. I'm like, what the heck? What is going on here? You know, and then you realize that even though there's racism, but even you as a Black person right now, you are still very privileged, right? But he got to Philip Exeter. These kids are so smart. And it was an adjustment for him. Like the money, the culture, they're really rich, huh? And you're like, damn, my mom, she washes clothes. Like you guys, it was real. It was really real, right? But he went there. It was not easy. He like, oh, he got a Delta Mu. I forgot what subject it was. But he had to increase his gangster because these kids were like really, really advanced. Because Philip Exeter is an amazing school. It's an amazing school, y'all. It's an amazing school, right? And the majority of these kids, when you get into Philip Exeter, you are guaranteed to you're gonna go to Harvard, Yale. It's a guarantee, because if we're being honest, education, it's a ticket. It's a ticket out of poverty. You understand, right? And so we as Black people, we really have to care about the quality of education that Black children are getting. You understand? Like even I, Marlene, you know, when I was in school, I was gonna cry. When I was in school, for example, I didn't even know I could be good at math. I used to have this fear. Oh my God. I used to be so afraid of math. Sometimes I look at Trish, I'm like, that boy's smart. I wish I had his brain when, like, maybe I wish somebody would have pushed me like that, but I am really proud of Trey because I didn't have these grades in middle school. I tell him that. I didn't have these grades. I was son, I didn't have these grades. That's crazy, bro. He almost had straight A's. I was like, damn. Go ahead, son. Go ahead, though. Right? But somehow I met a teacher in Mason who believed in me because I was going to drop out of pre-calculus. I was like, oh, heck no, this is hard. This is crazy. It's too much. It's too much, right? But I mean, she was white, though. Professor Granfield. She was such a sweetheart. She's like, Marlene, no, you're so smart. I was like, oh, me? You think so? Okay. But it felt so good. Thank God every white person is not bad. Okay. But she really encouraged me. And I really discovered myself. You know, and this whole math stuff, you guys, it was hard. It was something because it was more. It's like it was more my own mindset. Like it was more the psychological warfare that was going in my own head than the actual work. I got good grades though, but I think if I had the mindset I have now, I probably would have been like better grades and a whole lot easier. But it's okay. You live, you learn, right? But it really changed my life. You know, education, it changed my life. Being able to go to college, it changed my life. Being able to be a math major, it changed my life. I don't even think I'll be who I am today if I didn't major in math and things like that. You understand? And one point in my life, you know, I don't know, maybe I should show it to you. Because I usually I try not to show hold on. You know, but one day, you know what I'm saying? What's it called? Let me see. What is this? What's that thing called? What's that thing called? If I can pull it up, huh? Because it was so long ago, yeah. Let me see. I have to look it up to see if I can find it. It was so long ago. Oh my goodness. I have to find it. I will find it one day. If they still have it, right? But who made it this year though? Yeah, I have to go look myself up. I don't know. I have to look myself up. But once upon a time, when I was in college, right? Because I was part of the National Society of Black Engineers. You know, one year I made it. I was Woman of the Year. You guys, I was Woman of the Year. That right there, it was crazy. It was really, really crazy. It was really, I was like, what the freak? For somebody who went from like not believing to like you are, and like when we went to the convention, because it was in St. Louis, we went to the convention. I mean, it's like a whole convention. It's like full of Black people, like all kinds of Black people. And it's like, yo, like you are Woman of the Year. I'm like, oh my gosh, I represent all these people. It was so crazy. You guys, the way the National Society of Black Engineers was like good to me. When I tell you Woman of the Year, Battelle Scholarship, Golden Torch, there's not an award I didn't win from these people. I'm like, oh my gosh, my life, okay? There's not an award I didn't get from these people. But it's like, it's so impressive. I'm like, you're like, wow, like the power of education. The power of education. Like you really, really, you get to see how education, it can really change your life. It can change your life. It can expose you to other things, expose you to other people, worlds you don't know, ideas. It's insane. It really, really is insane. And for me, I'm like, it is so important for Black children to go to schools where people actually care, to go to schools where people even believe in those kids, to go to school where it's not just saying, oh, Black power. No. People actually really have to believe that. A lot of people love to say Black girl magic, Black man. Well, shut up. But then you look at the grades, it's not giving magic. It's not giving magic, right? If you really believe in Black magic, these grades have to look like Black girl magic. This don't make no damn sense. It does not make any sense. Does not make any sense, right? But I'm like, there's something awfully wrong with the way Black children are being taught in schools. And it needs to stop. It truly, truly needs to stop. It has to stop. It has to stop. But my thing is, you go there, you see. I mean, it was LL Cool J. LL Cool J gave me an award. I was like, oh my gosh, that's LL Cool J. This is so crazy. We all took pictures. It was insane. It was insane. And they paid for my hotel. I'm like, what is this? All of this because of education. Because of I got to go to Cornell. I got to go to so many places because of my grades. It was just insane. I'm like, dang. You know what I mean? The number of trips I got to go on because I was a math major, y'all, it's not even funny. Like, I went places. I was getting flued out. Okay? All of that because of education. It really matters. It really, really matters. And unfortunately, the way it is today, Black children are getting the worst type of education. They are getting the worst type of education. It's okay to say, hey, we tried it. These people failed. Give it back to us. Okay? Because you guys, it was crazy. Because that award was $7,500. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm rich. Okay? Just I missed you, bro. I was like, oh my gosh, I am rich. $7,500. The Battelle scholarship was like $5,000. Golden Torch was $1,000. I probably made like $20,000 for them people. Girl, amazing. Oh, I lived my best life. But when I think about that, you could have so many undiscovered Black geniuses, but they're trapped because of their zip code. And I don't even know if people understand, like, when you're really smart and you're not being challenged, you are dying on the inside. Oh my gosh, I'm bored. Okay. I don't know if people understand what that feels like. It's horrible. It's really, really horrible. When you're really smart, like when you're a gifted person, and then you're forced to move at the speed of a snail because that's what people your age are doing, you're dying on the inside. You understand? You are dying on the inside. Like, oh my God. Oh my gosh. Because you're craving for more. But because you're born here, that's your zip code. Oh, you're stuck. Stuck doing what? You're stuck dying. Right? Imagine a child that's like 10 years old that can do advanced math. And they have this baby doing 4 + 4 is 8. 5 + 5 is 10. You're going to kill this person. So, oh, Jesus, why am I here? Jesus, why am I here? Right? Because it's I'm bored. Right? Imagine a child that has an advanced reading level. But because you're in the 5th grade, they're making you read books for 5th graders. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord, I'm going to die. You're going to die. How would you feel? And this is what they're doing to so many kids. Not even just Black kids, huh? Even Black kids. These kids are way advanced, but they're stuck here. And what is so sad is that you even have some parents who have gifted kids, but because they're so wrapped up in their own universe, they don't even realize that your child is gifted. Your child is gifted. Right? And that's why, no matter what, Marlene, I am a supporter of Matthew Knowles. Yes. He might be a cheating husband. But like I said, Tina Knowles might be a pain in the ass. So what do I know? What do I know? But you see, Matthew Knowles, he was observant of Beyonce. He saw something in her. Even her own mother didn't see it. You see, but because he's a Black man and she's a Black woman, she gets all the praise. But honestly, what did she do? What sacrifice she do? Right? Matthew Knowles saw it in Beyonce and he quit his job for Beyonce. And when he quit his job for Beyonce, she left him because she was like, what the heck? You're crazy. She didn't even believe it. She packed her bags and she left. But today she gets all the praise. No, Matthew Knowles deserves the praise because he saw something in his daughter. Can you imagine quitting your job for a child? Like, are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? You understand? Right? So that's why Marlene, since I was a kid, I've always had admiration for Matthew Knowles. Because I'm like, it takes a lot of being observant, right? To notice that my child's actually special. She's not just crazy. She can do it. And you quit your job and then you obsess with your child. And today we have Beyonce. And I even feel as though if Matthew Knowles had remained her manager, she'd have had an even better career. I think Jay-Z, he horrified Beyonce's image. What do I know? Okay? Understand? Right? Today, I see a lot of mothers. I see a lot of Black mothers. As soon as they have a baby, oh, I got to get back to work. Oh, I got to get my money. Oh, doing the very most. Meanwhile, this baby right here could be your treasure. But because so many of them are indoctrinated in these liberal pagan ideologies, right? They see a child as a burden. The vast majority of modern Black women see children as something that holds them back. And it's sad. It's really sad because you have no idea who your baby is. Don't even know. Right? Baby's 3 months. Oh, I got to get back to work. You don't even have to, but just for, I got to be doing something. I need to be a boss. No, it's okay to be a mother. It's okay to be a mother. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to observe your child. It's okay to look at that baby like, that child got, okay. There's something special in this child, right? And so if you dedicate yourself to being the best mother you can be, that's fine. It's okay. If anything, it's commendable because you have no idea who this baby is. I wonder sometimes how many parents, especially mothers, who pray and say, God, who is this baby? Who is this child that you have given me? I think if a lot of people prayed this way, they'd be more mindful. They'd be so mindful how you talk to that child, mindful of the words you speak over that child, mindful of how you take care of this child. Because how do you know that this child is not coming to change all of our lives for the better? We have no idea, right? You could have a baby in your house. That's the child that's going to come up with the cure for cancer. Don't even know. You could have a Nobel Prize laureate in your house. You could have, I don't know, the next neurosurgeon in your house. Do you even know? Do you even know who this baby is? Just latching on to goofy ass females who are giving you goofy ass advice. That's why I can't stand the sisterhood. Foolishness. Okay? Foolishness. You don't know who the baby is? Don't even know. Your child might be the next person to write, I don't know, a book that might be like on the New York bestseller for maybe like 200 weeks. Who knows? I don't know. Anything is possible. But it's like we don't even know who these people are. Society scares these women. They go and have all these goofy ass abortions. Do you even know who you killed? Have no idea. You have no idea. Then they go through life. They're struggling. Like, oh, how come because you flushed it down the toilet. You have no idea. But latching on to goofy ass white women will always produce goofy ass results. You don't know who that baby is. You have no idea who this baby is. You know that one time, I remember the first time when I heard somebody say that every prayer is answered through a child. It really hit me like, oh shit, you're right. You're right. You're right. Whatever we need in this world is coming through the next generation. And if we don't make sure that, first of all, they're born, let's start there. They have to be born. That's number one. Number two, if we also don't make sure that these kids are not just born, but they're raised right, they're encouraged, they're nurtured, their gifts and talents are nurtured right, we're going to suffer. But if we do a good job, everybody is going to benefit from that. And that's why we should not be out here shaming mothers, shaming women who decide to be mothers and who decide to raise their kids. Because if that child reaches full potential, everybody benefits. Everybody benefits. But it's not okay to trap a child in a horrible school district just because that's where you're born, just because that's what your mom can afford, just because of what your dad can afford. No, you are an American citizen. If you have the grades, if you test and your scores are incredible, you should go to the best school possible. And everybody should do whatever it takes to make sure that you go to the best school possible, that you may become who God has called you to be. We are responsible for those kids. We're all responsible for those kids. And when we are seeing that the educational system is failing children, everybody should weep, because how can you be 18 but you read at a 4th grade level? That is sad. Because when is this person going to catch up to even read at an 8th grade level or even read at their grade level? When would they catch up? You're 18 now. Like what? When you're 24? When you're 30? When you're 40? Right? To me, that is just crazy. That's just crazy.
On the campaign trail, Trump promised to cut federal funding to schools that promoted critical race theory. All of this is happening before Trump's nominee to lead the education department, Linda McMahon, is even confirmed. McMahon was part of the first Trump White House. Then she led the Small Business Administration. She's a former World Wrestling executive and did serve on the Connecticut School Board for 1 year. She's also a promoter of charter schools and school choice. Even though Trump would need congressional approval, the administration can take other steps. They can cut staff. They can cut programs. There are 4,000 people who work for the education department. If you begin,
why do we need 4,000 people to work for the education the education stuff? So you see, then you ask yourself, are you people really fighting for kids, or you're fighting for these people to keep their jobs? But even in the age of AI, if I had to have AI design a curriculum for children versus people, who do you think be more efficient? Okay. Why does the Department of Education need 4,000 people? For what reason? Well, I'm like, today, with the help of AI, they can probably work with maybe like 300 people. Why do you need 4,000 people? Now you understand this outrage or this fear. Is it really about the students? Or is it about preserving these jobs, right? Because some people believe that when you work for the federal government, you should never lose your job. We're not here to subsidize people's jobs. But I'm sure if I asked AI, can you please design the most optimal curriculum for fourth graders that they may have the best scores in math or whatever, I'm sure AI can do a whole lot better than these people have ever done. How much you want to bet? Right? So why do we have 4,000 people? And multiply that by their salaries, their benefits, their pension. And I'm asking you a question, right? The vast majority, is it even going towards education, or is it going towards these people, their salaries, their pension, their dental, their vision, their this, their that? We are not here to subsidize your jobs. If the Department of Education has run its course, it has run its course. We need a new model. We need a new model for education that can make sure that these kids can compete with Chinese kids, Korean kids, Indian kids that are actually there back home, who do all this stuff without calculators. Okay? 4,000 people? No, that's crazy.
and to do those cutbacks, that would leave the education department a shell of how it operates.
Good job. There you go. That's what we want. Cut the fat. So if we can get down to a place that we can even just keep like 100 people or 200 people and have a better product, then we were hiring 3,800 to 39 people excessively. They never needed to have jobs, because I'm sure the vast majority of those people don't do ish, but sit there, collect money. And also, how much you want to bet that all those 3,000 people, 4,000 people, roughly 5% come into the office? How many do you want to bet even show up in the office? Right? No, you have to go. Okay, fuera. You have to go. You have to go.
Already dozens of education department employees have been put on paid leave. Democrats are promising a fight and see this as an unconstitutional overreach.
This will undermine public education in our country. I mean, the federal government does not play the lead role in education, but it plays a very important role in our national education. And by eliminating it, you are going to end up hurting students who...
How can we hurt the students? They're already failing. How can you hurt people that are already failing? You see, it's not about the students. It's about preserving those government jobs and also maybe funding the low gender foolishness, right? That's about it. That's about it, right? That is about it. But I'm like, how can you hurt people that are in the 12th grade and can't read? You've already damaged those people. Hello. So it's not about not hurting those people. It's about those jobs and funding gender this, gender that, gender whatever. And I'm telling you, the vast majority of those people don't go to work. They don't go to the office. They're not even accessible. So why are you there? If we're sitting here and out of the Department of Education, right? 4,000 employees, you guys. If only 200 are going to work every day, actually go into the office, and the rest are working remotely as executives, should we keep those people? No, we don't need them. They got to go, because the vast majority are not even coming into the office. They're working remotely. Fire them, because I'm sure AI can do the job of 3,000 people. They don't exactly, Kevin. So it's not even about the kids. It's about these jobs and funding gender, whatever. We don't have time for this. We do not have time for this.
who we want to make sure can learn the skills they need, get a great education, and help our country compete.
Okay. Do we need the federal government for that? No. Nothing you stated can't be done at the state level. Do we need 4,000 people to make sure of that? No. The states can just do it. That's it. That's it. You want them to have a great education, be employable, and be able to compete with China, for example, right? Okay. Why do we need the government for that again? I'm so confused. Like, what? The states can do that. Why? We don't need 4,000 people for that. We need to create better schools, better product, train better teachers. And I even feel like all that money wasted on the Department of Education, we could even have a program to subsidize people who want to become teachers and pay their way through school. We don't need you people. Well, you don't need 4,000 people. That is excessive. That is so exorbitant. And like I said, the vast majority, I'm sure, are working from home. They're working from home. It's not like, oh, we have 4,000 field agents where like they're actually in these schools. They are seeing the consequences of what they're asking. They're seeing the consequences of their curriculum, right? It's very different. If these 4,000 people, if the vast majority were field agents that were actually stationed at schools, like elementary school, public schools, all across the country, and they were seeing like face to face the consequences of their policies, that's very different. No, everybody's in DC for the most part, or maybe they're not, but they're all working remotely. Nobody's forced to go to a school. They never have to visit the school. They're not keeping up with the school. Hey, this is with the federal government. We're in DC. Here's the curriculum. Do it. Boom. No, go home. You're fired. No.
In the world. And so dismantling the Department of Education really is a metaphor for the Trump administration's actions, which is, they don't want people to know things, I guess, because otherwise people will be alert to what they're up to.
Signs like these are popping up in cities across the country. It's in
Why would you not resign? You're all crazy. Is he?
response to federal employees being asked whether or not they'd like to take a buyout. They have until next week to decide. The Trump administration is looking for between 5 and 10% of all federal employees to leave now. When it comes to education funding, what are the top 5 states that get the most money from the federal government? According to the National Education Policy Center, Mississippi, South Dakota, Arkansas, Montana, and Alaska.
Okay. Now, she said here are the 5 states that get the most funding. Is Mississippi producing kids that can go to Harvard? Most likely not. Okay. Is South Dakota producing kids that can compete with China? Okay. Is Arkansas producing pupils that can compete with China? No. Is Montana producing students who can compete with China? Okay. Alaska? Okay. So the states that get the most money by the federal government have probably the worst students and the worst grades. So we're giving you more money and the kids are failing. Something is off, right? Something is off, right? And it's so funny how also, I'm going to say this, right? All these people in Washington, the senators, the Congress people who have such an issue, how many of these people's kids are actually going to public schools, right? I would love to know how many of these kids' children are actually going to public school. If public school is such a great product, why do most American presidents send their children to public schools, right? Did Barack Obama send Sasha and Malaya to public school? Did Chelsea Clinton go to a public school? Did the Bush's twins go to a public schools? If public schools have such a great program, the vast majority of, oh, no, we don't want this to go away, right? If it's such an amazing program, why don't the U.S. presidents send their children to public schools, especially D.C. public schools, right? If it's such a great program, why didn't Sasha and Malaya go to a public school, right? Why didn't the Bush twins go to public school? Why didn't Chelsea Clinton go to public school? Why didn't a lot of people why don't a lot of politicians send their kids to public schools, especially DC public schools, since it's so amazing? Why do all their kids go to private school? Why? Even the people who are telling Black people you should be upset about this, their kids are going to private school. Oh my God, you don't say. Could it be that they don't want your kids to compete with their kids because they intend for their children to be elites and they intend for your children to serve their children? We are seeing right through the foolishness. Okay, we're not falling for this. We are not falling for this.
They are also considered red states that voted for Trump. The question is, will they embrace this big new change? Getting rid of
in the name of Jesus, yes, they will. Now, let me play this video from Thomas Sowell, right? Because he had to get this white woman in order. Okay, let's watch this one.
We have with us Mrs. Harriet Pilpel, who's well known to this viewers of this program. Mrs. Pilpel is an attorney with Greenbaum, Wolf and Ernst, a graduate of Vassar and of the Columbia Law School, and very active in a number of liberal and feminist movements. Mrs. Pilpel.
There are, as you said, many blacks today who are still being given totally inadequate education, cannot be expected to get very far for that reason. What would be your remedy for that?
I know.
That's very easy. I would allow their parents to have a choice of where to send them to school, whether that choice is called a voucher scheme, open enrollment, tuition tax credit, any kind of scheme of that sort that would put that power in the hands of their parents, mainly because that would mean that the schools would have to be responsive to them. As it is now, the school is a monopoly. They need not be responsive. I have relatives right here in New York whom I've had to intervene for because the schools would not even treat them decently, much less give them access to the information they wanted that they were entitled to under the law.
If you put it in the hands of the parents, and the parents are themselves uneducated and not really aware of what...
So this, and I hope you guys can perceive how racist she is. I hope you guys, this lady is extremely triggering. But once again, she's a liberal and she's a feminist. I told you they're racist. She said, how can people who are uneducated, right, make good decisions for their children? And this is how they get into the heads of Black people. I will probably play the video when Dr. Fauci knocked at the door of those Black girls, right? And they opened the door. One Black girl did not want to take because she was like, something is a bit bizarre. And he pulled rank on her. So then she got scared. Because she's like, oh, you know, yeah, maybe he is a doctor. What do I know? So she's like, okay, because she got scared. When they knocked on the Black man's door, he don't know doctor, but he's like, I got common sense. So he stood up for himself. He didn't let their titles impress him. He was like, okay, this sounds like the flu. Like, get out of my face with that, right? But the Black girl, she got scared because Dr. Fauci pulled rank on her. Oh, I'm a doctor this. So she's like, oh, you know what? Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm dumb. What do I know, right? But my thing is, just because a parent does not have what she calls education, does that mean that a parent cannot recognize private school from public school, right? Does that mean that a woman can't say, okay, people who go to that school, they get good jobs. People who go to that school, they work the trash can. People have eyes. People can notice patterns, right? Like my dad's mother, she didn't go to school. You know what I'm saying? My dad was a school teacher. His dad was a school teacher. But my grandma, she didn't go to school. But she knew that where they were sending my dad, it was a good school. Because you can see consequent action, results. I'm intrigued. Okay. No problem. Thank you, sir. Right? Does that make sense, you guys? You understand? Right? You right? Like, I don't know. When it comes to Jimmy's granddad, I don't know where his dad's dad, right? I don't know. I don't know he went to school. I don't know if he went to school. But my thing is, my father-in-law, he got to the Naval Academy. How can be? Let me tell you something, right? Stop doing this. This is what they do to get into Black people's psychology, to make you feel like you're inadequate. You can't think for yourself, right? You're not educated, right? You're not smart enough. This is what white liberals do. White liberals will cripple you intellectually. White liberals will make you second guess yourself. They're narcissists. They will make you second guess yourself. They will cripple you intellectually. They will make you feel as though what you see, you don't really see. What you think you know, you don't really know. But no, a person does not need to be educated formally to recognize that when kids go to this school, they end up having these jobs and then they have cars. And people who go to that school, they never have good jobs. They're always hurting and they keep walking. right? It might not be the most sophisticated way of understanding stuff, but it makes sense. This school, people go to that school. When they leave that school, they have jobs, they buy houses, they buy cars. What that tell us? This school makes rich people. This school, people go there, they work basic jobs, they don't have cars, and they have a bunch of kids, and they live in poverty. That's not a good school. Nobody needs to be educated. So what they told, once again, Dr. King, integration, these white people start to tell these black parents, oh, you know, since you didn't go to school, huh? Did you go to high school? Oh, well, dang. Since you're not high school educated, you didn't graduate high school. So you don't know what a good school is. Exactly. You don't know what a good school is. Let us decide where your child should go to school. See, I have a PhD in education. She has a master's degree in education. She has a bachelor's degree in education. So now the mama says, oh, wow. Okay, maybe they know better than me. The scam has commenced. You see, liberals, they're going to get to your head and they will make you feel inadequate. And if you don't know how to stand up for yourself, it is going to work. The scam will work. So that's what she's saying. How can we trust people who are not educated to make the best choices for where their kids should go to school? And my thing is, what I will also say, when somebody has experienced poverty, it's the best kind of school. You understand me? If a black woman is a maid, she better than anybody will understand how much school matters, because most women who are maids don't want their children to be maids. You hear me? If a black woman is a housekeeper, because of how hard it is, she doesn't want her children to be housekeepers, right? If a black woman washes clothes for a white family, and they're paying her 25 cents a week, she knows this is not what she wants for her kids, right? Okay, cool. There's no greater school than the school of poverty. You understand? Like I told you, my grandma, I don't think she could write. I don't know. Maybe she could. I don't know. Right? But if she went as far as she did to let my dad go to all these different towns with these different people knocking on doors, because she knew this right here, it looks good. Right? There's no greater teacher than the school of poverty. So black parents who have experienced poverty know what success looks like, because it looks nothing like this, huh? It looks nothing like this. What it look like? It looks like a place where people go, they come out and they buy houses, they buy cars. I want my child to go somewhere where one day he can go there, come out, buy a house, buy a car. He's not going to have to wash clothes, right? I want my daughter to go somewhere. She can go, come out, buy a house, buy a car. She's not going to have to cook meals for people. Amen. Right? And you hear these talking points, even with the election. You saw with Sonny Hostin. You saw with a lot of white liberals calling people uneducated this, uneducated that, uneducated this. This is how they talk to people, to make you feel as though if you don't have a certain level of formal education, you are inadequate. There's something wrong with you, right? And this is the scam. This is how the scam commences, and the spiritual warfare about to begin. Well, they're about to make you feel like you're less than because you don't have what they call formal education. I might not have formal education, but you have life experience. You went through the school of poverty, and that school of poverty is going to teach you that this is not what I want for my kids. My kids deserve better, right? So this is where Thomas Sowell gonna get this woman. She looks like them goofy ass people like in those old movies. I don't know if that's a way. What is that? Right? He gonna get her together. How about this lady right here? She's a racist. But you see, they clearly said she's a liberal and she's a feminist. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, start over.
If you put it in the hands of the parents, and the parents are themselves uneducated and not really aware of what the various potentials are, what makes you think that they would decide more intelligently than the present system?
I think, again, history. As blacks emerged from slavery, a minute percentage could read or write, and yet in half a century, over half the black population was literate. An economic historian has called that one of the most remarkable things in history. If you look back to the era prior to the Civil War, when there were free blacks, about 500,000 in the United States, they not only were not allowed in the public schools, they were in some states forbidden even to send their children to private schools and had to do so clandestinely. And yet the census of 1850 showed that most free blacks could read and write. So I don't.
Oh, that is my point. How did that happen? How did that happen? Because people had self-agency, right? Was the government involved? No. Okay. Did these people have the Department of Education? No. Okay. Right? In a time where black people were not allowed to read, right? And that's what you said, right? They were not allowed to read. Like you said, 1% knew how to read. By the time they looked up, half of them knew how to read. How did that happen? And that's what I said earlier, self-agency, because black people took charge of educating black people, even if they had to hide. They made it happen. Was the Department of Education involved? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So this is why I said, and I don't know why the brother went crazy on my ass, but whatever. That's why I said, civil rights movement taught black people, you need white people. You need government. But is it true, though? That's all I was saying. Is it true? And I said, if you compare the civil rights movement, it's giving the Wizard of Oz. I said it's giving the Wizard of Oz. And that's what I don't understand. The thing a lot of black people seem not to like about Republicans is that Republicans believe in a smaller government. They believe in a smaller government. Put the whole racist thing aside, right? If we go just on ideologies, right? The vast majority of Republicans believe in a smaller government. They believe that per the founding fathers, the government was for something very, very specific. But now this government is like broad. It's just way too broad. Okay, oh, wait a minute. You were never meant to be this big. Go back. Okay, so they believe in like cutting this baby, cut this monster up because it was never meant to be this big, right? When you hear what he said, that before this, only 1% of black people in America knew how to read. By the time they look up 1850, half of them know how to read. Oh, hold on, wait a minute, how? You don't have access to school. You are forbidden from reading. How did y'all do this? Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. No help or no government. The government saying you can't read. But what they did is it's an exploit. It's like, what the heck? How'd y'all do this? It's crazy. Because they wanted to. Where there's a will, there's a way. Right? So they themselves did not believe in the government because the government said you can't read. So now do you understand why a vast majority also of black people back then were also Republicans? Because they didn't believe in government. Because if anything, the government is working against me and my children. Okay? Right? So therefore, historically, black people have been Republicans because they themselves do not believe in the government. Like this right here is too big. It's just too big. What liberals are saying is you can't think for yourself. You don't know how to do this. You don't know how to do that. You're inadequate. You don't have formal education. You can't think for yourself. So therefore, you need the government. To brush your teeth, you need government. To apply for a job, you need the government to help you. To go to school, you need the government. To learn, you need the government. To get married, you need the government. These people, child, they want you to believe that you need the government for everything. Right? You understand? That's what liberals do. Liberals believe in a wide government, and then you use the powers of the government to just regulate everything. So people by themselves no longer have agency. They wait for the government to tell them what to do and what not to do. No. It was never meant to be this way. And that's the main thing about Republicans. Republicans want small government, low taxes. Leave me alone. Okay? Now, when they sell it to black people, they say, oh, because they're racist. And it's possible that some could be racist. But at the crust of it, that's what it is. Small government, small taxation. Because they're saying, Republicans are saying, whatever you're taxing me for, so you can have bureaucracy, I can do it myself. Or at least at the state level, let me pay taxes to the state. Then at the state level, I can decide what I want to do. That sounds reasonable, right? Why do I have to pay you taxes for you to go hire people to write laws to tell me how to do a thing? No, I don't need that. I can just do it myself. I'm good. Thank you. Because bureaucracy makes things expensive and it makes them slow and inefficient. It's a bad product. Don't want it. Do not want it. So he's going to say it again. Then you're going to ask yourself, oh, wow, that's crazy. How'd they do it? There you go. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's why I said before the civil rights, you had way more black doctors, no DEI. You had way more black dentists, no DEI. You had way more black surgeons. You had black everything. And they were impeccably amazing. No government. Amen. Amen. Today, they want you to believe that if there's not DEI policies, black people can't become doctors. They can't get hired. No, you're lying. What are you up to? Okay. What are you up to? Okay. All right. Let him say it again.
In the public schools, they were back to the era prior to the Civil War when there were free blacks about 500,000 in the United States. They not only were a minute percentage could read or write.
Let me start over.
Responsive to them. As it is now, the school is a monopoly. They need not be responsive. I have relatives right here in New York whom I've had to intervene for because the schools would not even treat them decently, much less give them access to the information they wanted that they were entitled to under the law.
If you put it in the hands of the parents, and the parents are themselves uneducated and not really aware of what the various potentials are, what makes you think that they would decide more intelligently than the present system?
I think, again, history. As blacks emerged from slavery, a minute percentage could read or write. And yet in half a century, over half the black population was literate. An economic historian has called that one of the most remarkable things in history.
So in 50 years, 50 years, half a century, right? 50 years. You go from 1% can read to half of them can read. So if you had, let's say you had like maybe 10 million. What's 1% of 10 million? 10,000 people, right? So 1,800. So you said in the 1,800, you only had 10,000 black people who knew how to read. Then in 50 years, you had what? 50% knew how to read. So that's 5 million people, right? In 50 years, okay. Take the civil rights movement. Take the civil rights movement. In 1960, how many black children could read, write at their grade level? Okay. When 2025, how many black children can read and write at their grade level? Okay. So when white people used to be super racist and evil, right? Black people's reading scores, they go up, they go up, they go up. So in 50 years, you go from 10,000 black people know how to read to 5 million people know how to read. Okay. The civil rights movement, they said was so good for people, so good for black people. Oh my gosh, the civil rights, the civil rights. People say, okay, we're going to do it. Okay. Black people are at this level. In 60 years, they're where? How can something that was meant to be so good for black people, it's causing all this calamity? Something is bizarre. Something is seriously bizarre. That's why I said, this Dr. King guy, he needs to be investigated. Something that was meant to be good. Look at all the harm it caused. Today, public school has turned into a pipeline for prison. Black people get closer to white liberals. Black people are failing, going to prison. Black people used to be away from liberals before civil rights. They used to excel. They get closer to liberals, bad things are happening. People, they're evil. They're so evil. They're just so evil. But because they name things in a way that's so fluffy, people fall for the fluff. And nobody looks at the content of the fluff. Department of Education. No, the Department of Defamation. You're not going to succeed. That's why I say, every time a white liberal gives you something, you'll be afraid. It's your demise. They're giving you your end. Like, they're giving you poison. And they're just going to give it. They're going to give it to you to drink it. You're going to kill yourself. They're just going to like bamboozle you into getting you to drink it. Nothing good is going to come out of this. Nothing good is going to come. That's why I am extremely A liberal says, Marlene, I got something for you. I'm like, oh, hell no. You about to kill me, huh? It's poison. Nothing good's going to come out of this. Nothing good is going to come out of this. People will die. People will die.
If you look back to the era prior to the Civil War, when there were free blacks, about 500,000 in the United States, they not only were not allowed in the public schools, they were in some states forbidden even to send their children to private schools and had to do so clandestinely. And yet the census of 1850 showed that most free blacks could read and write. So I don't think that the fact that people have little education means that they are in any way poorer judges than distant bureaucrats who have their own axes to grind and run the public school system.
But you yourself said that you thought one of the reasons why blacks were still in an underprivileged position, those who still are, was because they had not been given a proper education.
Yes.
And we are now talking about people who had not been given a proper education, making decisions for their children as to what is a proper education. And you're saying that they, if that was put up to them, they would make a wiser choice than the present efforts to integrate the schools.
Let me say that if they would not make a very different choice, it would be hard to understand the hysterical opposition of teachers' unions to giving them that opportunity.
Well, I have no comment on that, but I would like to know how Bill feels about improving educational opportunities.
Oh, I believe with Dr. Soul that the voucher system.
And you see how I told you all this, right? The way they name things, right? Affirmative care. We have this whole list. Where is it? Let me find the list, right? Where's this thing again? Remember this thing we did? Where is it? Reese, let me find it. Okay. Okay. Remember this? How we talked about how they named the stuff and they make it sound so fluffy: diversity, equity, inclusion, Inflation Reduction Act, marriage equality, Planned Parenthood, right? They name these things in such a fluffy way. No, oh my gosh, who would say no to that, right? Okay. Did you hear what she said? Educational opportunities. We're just trying to give these black people educational opportunities. And it's funny how educational opportunities ties you up to your zip code. Right? Educational opportunities. But if a black woman says, I don't like the zip code, I'm putting my child in a different school district, they put her in prison. And I will play this video. They put you in prison. Where is the opportunity? If you are stuck in because of your zip code, you're stuck to go to a school district, even if it's a failed school district, please tell me where the opportunity is. This is not opportunity. You are stuck. You're stuck. But she's going to call it educational opportunity. So they name it something like fuzzy and ideal. And then the policy does something completely different. Yeah, exactly. Like Gary said, magic white liberals always know the way. Exactly. Follow me, guys. Follow me, guys. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Right? But this lady said, oh, we're just trying to give educational opportunity to the Negroes. Oh, really? How come your educational opportunity forces my child to stay in the school district? So if I'm a poor person and all I can afford is to live in this housing, because that's all I can afford. So because of my finances, my baby needs to be stuck here because y'all don't want the children of poor black people to come to school with your white kids. We're not stupid. We're not stupid. Because I could understand if you said, okay, Marlene, we tested your child, but your child is not gifted, so he has to stay here, right? Or if your child is gifted, he can go somewhere else. No, not even that. They're not even making exclusions to say if the baby is testing out like beyond a grade level, or if a baby is testing for a gifted program, if the school district, if the current school district attached to the zip code does not have a gifted program, then the child should go to a different school district that has a gifted program. At least say that. No, it doesn't matter. You test, you don't test, you're gifted, not gifted, you're going to stay here because that's all your family can afford. Where is the opportunity? That's holding people hostage. That is holding people hostage. You are holding poor people hostage. So guess what? It's a vicious cycle because then poor people go to the school district and everybody's going to stay here. Nobody's going to evolve. Because it's that same school that trains everybody and going to keep training everybody to be poor, stay poor. Because like Bishop Jake said yesterday, right? Poverty is a mindset. And if you're poor and you're not exposed to rich people, you will never know to break the mental shackles of poverty. That's why education is meant to expose you to things you're not going to see at home. Okay? She's crazy. Where is she again? She's here somewhere. Let her say it again.
Of teachers' unions to giving them that opportunity.
Well, I have no comment on that, but I would like to know how Bill feels about improving educational opportunities.
I believe with Dr. Soul that the voucher system obviously encourages parents to use the same kind of selectivity that's available to parents who have enough money to send their children to private schools, and that to give a versatility of choice, a flexibility of choice to parents of poor children, the same versatility that is given to parents of wealthier children is obviously desirable.
And you think that their ability to make the decision is equal?
No, but I think it may be equal, maybe less equal, maybe more equal. I think that the phenomenon of poor and uneducated parent who seeks for his or her children what he himself has never achieved for himself is much more commonplace.
Oh God, yes.
Than the kind of sated, self-satisfied parent who typically neglects the education of his child.
I think you'd have very few blacks who finished college, including myself, if they had to have college-educated parents to send them there. There was no one in my family that went to college before me, and among the blacks that I know of my generation, I would say that's the rule rather than the exception.
My son, the doctor syndrome.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that insofar as your own experience is concerned, you are clearly an exceptional person. And it is somewhat reminiscent of what the Minister for Women's Affairs said in France when she was asked whether there was...
You see? So now she's trying to tell him the reason why, even though your parents were not educated, but you went to college because you're an exception. Right? Like I told you, to white liberals, Black children who are extremely intelligent are not the norm. They are the exception. Because to them, Black children are dumb, they're violent, they're remedial, they're this, they're that. And that's why it's usually in public schools that Black children, especially Black boys, are diagnosed with ADHD, autism, this, and that, this, and that, this, and that. Right? Even these white liberals who voted for Barack Obama, how much you want to bet they look at Barack and Michelle as the exception? Right? And not the norm. Because the vast majority of white liberals do not believe that Black people are intelligent. And that's why they conduct themselves not just as your God, but your chaperone, your political chaperone, your intellectual chaperone, your educational chaperone. They're always trying to chaperone Black people. That's why, oh my gosh, you're Black? You didn't vote for you voted for Trump? Oh, how dare you? Like as if you owe them something. They're crazy. Because they really think they're your chaperone. Like they're insane. I cuss their asses out every day. I got time for these people. They're really racist. They really think that they are your chaperone. Like, because they really, I'm telling you, the vast majority of white liberals do not think that you are. If you tell them, oh, I went to school, oh, yeah, you must be the exception because you know. Or like, oh, you're not like these other Black people I know. Because to them, you're the exception. They really do not believe that Black people are smart. And when you do find smart kids, smart Black kids, it's because they're the exception. It's not the norm, you know? That's what she's saying. So she's saying the reason why Thomas Sowell made it this far, because he's exceptional. Not because he worked hard. No, you're just different. That's why you made it. No, he worked hard. That's it. And there are many Black people that have the same story as him. But they're so blinded by their racism. It's a bigoted people. It's not a joke. And white liberals are sick. They are really sick. They are really, really sick. They collect minorities like they're collecting like infinity stones. They're insane. They don't see you as a human being. They have you around so they can say, "Well, look at me. I'm a good white person." That's it. So she's telling him, you are the exception. I'm telling you, a lot of white people believe that Oprah is the exception. What's the name? Michelle Obama is an exception. Because for them, it's all, look, these few Black, they're like pets. It's like, oh, I have a farm. They have a farm of minorities. And that's why they conduct themselves as your chaperone. They will talk to you like for Joe Biden say, oh, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. You see? You see? That's how they talk to people. They are crazy. I've been outside with these people. They're insane. They are truly insane. Let her say it again.
insofar as your own experience is concerned, you are clearly an exceptional person. And it is somewhat reminiscent of what the Minister for Women's Affairs said in France when she was asked whether there was going to continue to be a Ministry of Women's Affairs now that women had achieved such great strides forward. Her answer was, as long as the average woman does not have the same opportunities as the average man, we need to have a government office which will try to get them some sort of equal opportunity.
But it's precisely the government which is denying it in this case. It's the government which has been running these schools from which the kids graduate semi-literate. And for years, Black parents have been sending their kids, not just me, but a whole generation of Blacks, to college, to high school, whatever. If you look at the history of Black education in the United States, that has been largely, at the beginning, an effort by the Blacks themselves. It was 1916 before there were as many Blacks attending public high school as were attending private high schools.
Okay. So you see, you have to let her know, like, girl, I'm not special. You have to let her know because she's so ignorant.
So there's a very long history of Blacks trying to get their kids educated. I might say from my experience, not my own story, but at Black colleges, the parents who work nights and fathers drive cabs and mothers who scrub floors to see that their kid gets an education. If there weren't such people, you wouldn't see half as many Blacks with college degrees today.
And they're beating down the doors of Catholic parochial schools, even non-Catholic Blacks, to get in there.
Yes.
What percentage would you say of the total number of Blacks were?
Sorry, you guys, I'm eating my food. Right? But you know what he said? He said, even Black people who are not Catholic, these are Black people who are not Catholic, they're not educated, but they realize that those Catholic schools are really good. So they're knocking on the door like, oh, take my son, take my daughter. Because her premise is, if you're Black and you are uneducated, you're not going to see the value of education, right? If a person is Black and uneducated, they don't know what a good education is. They don't see the value of education. Even the white man is telling her, we know that there are Black parents who are not Catholic who are knocking on the doors of Catholic schools to say, take my child, because here's a good school. So you're full of it. You're lying. Sorry, y'all. I have to eat.
Schools, even non-Catholic Blacks, to get in there.
Yes.
What percentage would you say of the total number of Blacks were in private schools or beating down the doors of parochial schools? Would it not be a considerably less than half percentage?
That's right, because they don't have the money. And you could have made exactly the same argument against the GI Bill, that why should you have a GI Bill for people to go to college when only the rich go to college? Well, the reason the rich were the only ones going to college at that time was because there was no GI Bill. The whole point of this is to put this choice within their hands. It is hard for me to understand what harm is going to be done by allowing parents to have a choice as compared to having self-interested bureaucrats have a monopoly.
So he's telling her, you mean to tell me a bureaucrat is going to care more about my child than myself? I don't get it. Explain that to me. I just find the full video. Hold on. Hold on. I don't understand. What is the harm? What is the harm in letting parents pick for their kids? So you mean to tell me a bureaucrat in D.C. cares more about my child than I do? You're crazy. You are crazy.
You could have made exactly the same argument against the GI Bill, that why should you have a GI Bill for people to go to college when only the rich go to college? Well, the reason the rich were the only ones going to college at that time was because there was no GI Bill. The whole point of this is to put this choice within their hands. It is hard for me to understand what harm is going to be done by allowing parents to have a choice as compared to having self-interested bureaucrats have a monopoly.
Let me see if I can find the full video. Hold on. This man had time for this lady because she's really is evil. Hold on.
Middle of Harlem. Got it. So, all right, Hillary Clinton, quote, this is in response. She was asked a question by an activist from Black Lives Matter, and here's Hillary Clinton's reply. I don't believe you change hearts. I believe you change laws. You change allocation of resources. You change the way systems operate. You're not going to change every heart, but at the end of the day, we can do a whole lot to change some systems and create more opportunities for people who deserve to have them. Close quote.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Do you see what she's saying here? Right? And this is what I'm talking about, liberals and their obsession with the government. So what she's saying is, wait for the government. It's up to the government to create opportunities. Even that right there, socialism, that's anti-American. Because America is a country that believes in free markets and capitalism. Necessity will create this opportunity. People's like when people have a need, then the opportunities will create themselves. These people are saying, no, you don't do that. The government will create the opportunities for you. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's socialism. This right here, socialism, communism. It's the government to create more opportunities. And that's why people who identify with these people always want a bigger government. No, if you believe in free markets, if you believe in capitalism, it's not the government that creates opportunities. It's the same way where they say they want socialists, these Democrat people, they want to be responsible for eradicating racism, for creating equality and equity. The government cannot do that. You cannot legislate equality. You cannot legislate equity. You cannot do that. So this notion that they sell to Black people, that they can somehow through law, legislation, eradicate racism from society. No, you cannot. And you see, when you do that, in order to boost one person, you end up having to discriminate against somebody else. That's why you should not do it. That is not the role of government. Right? And unfortunately, because you have a lot of Black people who are not sophisticated, right, and their understanding of things, they truly believe that there is a way for the government to get rid of racism, to get rid of this, to get rid of... No, they cannot. Oh, the government can create more jobs. No, they really can't. They really should not. And that's why we saw with Joe Biden, when more jobs were not being created, the federal government stepped in and the federal government created jobs, subsidies, just to lie about the labor market. We saw the same thing with the stock market, 2008 with the stock market crash, right? Ben Bernanke of the Federal Reserve stepped in and started messing with the market. And they called it quantitative easing, bunch of BS. That is not the role of the Federal Reserve. And it went, and what it was meant to do, it did the complete opposite. They thought if the Fed stepped in, started buying all these bonds, that these bankers would then turn around and give mortgages. No, the bankers said, why even do mortgages? We want to start doing bonds too now. So they started getting rich. And no mortgages were being extended to people. And because these Democrats keep lying to people, oh, we can have equality, we can have this, we can have that. People don't stop for a second and see how these fake ass promises have destroyed the U.S. economy. They have destroyed the U.S. economy. It was this goofy notion of we're going to do quantitative easing that led to the Tea Party being created. And I would even say maybe a French movement of like extreme white people who could have been racist. Huh? I'm not gonna be against it. But people go so broke, people go crazy. Because I don't think I really do not believe that the Fed should have stepped in there and done this whatever quantitative easing stuff is. But nobody wants to study that. And then when white people start acting a fool, people say, oh my gosh, because they're racist. Maybe, but they're pissed off and they have reasons to be. And Obama played on this whole racist thing instead of saying, you know what, this whole QE stuff we did, it was horrible. And for those who care to remember, when Senator McCain was running against Barack Obama, he said he was going to pledge like $350 billion to help Wall Street. Barack Obama ran and said, oh, that's too much money. We should not be helping the rich. Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump. He was black. Everybody fell for that shit. Barack Obama gets in there. He has Joe Biden as his vice president. Joe Biden was responsible for the whole Wall Street thing. Joe Biden ends up asking for $850 billion. So almost twice what Senator McCain was asking for. Honestly, 2008, I think that people should have voted for Senator McCain. Obama had no idea what he was doing. He didn't know what the heck he was doing. And it makes sense. He never had a job. He never worked, never had a job, never had a career. The man was a community activist. So he didn't know what to do. So he told Joe Biden, well, you do it. And Joe Biden looked out for all his peoples. And so they had the first package was $850 billion. But you see, so many Black people are so busy worshiping Barack Obama instead of looking at what he did when he was in office. It's his horrible behavior. It's horrible work. And you realize that he was in over his head. He was too young. He had no idea what he was doing. So Joe Biden he was granted $850 billion. The vast majority of that money went to Wall Street. People lost their homes. And he knows this. That's why Obama, he really is an evil person. He's an evil person. He knows this. He knows what he did. And instead of telling Black people, these white people who are mad at me, I know why they're mad at me. Because when I ran, I said, the kind of money McCain is asking for is too much money. And when I was running, I said I ain't going to help rich people. But when I got in there, all I did was help who? Wall Street. And these people lost their homes. And that's why they're mad. Because Wall Street got bailed out. And everyday people, they call it Main Street, huh? They call it Main Street. Main Street people, they became homeless, child. They became homeless. That's why I said, with the whole COVID thing, I didn't even know that the president could write an executive order to put a stay on mortgages. Because that's what Barack should have done. If we're bailing out Wall Street with taxpayers' money, you're going to have to let these people stay in their homes. And whatever they owe you, instead of foreclosing on these people, you're going to put that at the back of the loan. You don't have to evict these people because up until now, they paid their mortgage. Right? How is it that Wall Street, they get to make all these crazy risks and then no matter what, they don't face the consequences? But imagine somebody who's paid their mortgage for 10 years or 12 years. And because now they can't pay the mortgage for 2 years, all that money they paid for 10 years down the drain. Why? Why? No. If they can't pay for 2 years, you put that money on the back of the loan because we're bailing you out. We're bailing you. It's not Barack's personal money. It's taxpayers' money. He wasn't fair. And he didn't protect people. You see, if a lot of people care to be honest, if a lot of Black people care to be honest, Barack Obama is responsible for MAGA. They love to blame Trump. But if you really think about it, Barack Obama and Joe Biden, the way they ran the government and the way they ran this Wall Street bailouts, whatever it is, and Ben Bernanke and this whole quantitative easing, if you care to be honest, they are responsible for MAGA. MAGA never would have existed had these people handled that thing accordingly. Because it's the Tea Party that turns into MAGA. Right? Disgruntled people who felt abandoned. Because when Democrats usually run, compared to Republicans, Democrats have always said that, oh, we're for the working class. We're for the working class. Wumpty-wump, working class this, working class this. We're for the middle class, and we are for the working class. When Democrats run, this is what they run on. We're for the middle class, and we are for the working class. And that's why for the vast majority of time, unions have always voted Democrats. The unions have always told their people, you're going to vote Democrat. They don't vote Republican. I can't even recall the last time unions went out there and voted for Republican. Right? Because Democrats are supposed to be the party of the working class. They are supposed to be the party of the middle class. You can go on your own time. You can play the video and you can see for yourself when Barack was running the stuff that came out of his mouth. He promised things to people. Right? And he said what John McCain is proposing, that $350 billion, we're not going to be out here rescuing rich people. We're not going to be out here saving Wall Street. We're going to save Main Street. You look it up, you'll see it for yourself. Okay? Cool. He gets in there because he has no work experience. He's never done this. Because remember, in Chicago, he is a community activist. He's knocking on door. It's not even like he was a mayor of Chicago, a governor of Chicago. Okay? Then he goes from being senator. He never has to deal with a budget. What budget? Okay? What budget? He gets in there. There's a wall. There's a stock market crash. The man is in over his head. So he tells Joe Biden, you do it. Joe said he wants $850 billion. They get $850 billion approved by Congress. the vast majority of the money goes to bankers with no stipulations. There were no stipulation. When these Lehman Brothers, A&G, all these people, when they got the money, there were no stipulations that if we're bailing you out with taxpayers' money, you cannot kick these people out of their homes. You cannot do this. He didn't say anything. I was surprised when Trump said, y'all don't have to pay your mortgage. I'm like, oh, what the heck? I was like, is that a thing? It's a thing. I started seeing Trump do things with the power of the executive branch I didn't even know you could do. I said, what? Yes. So I'm like, oh, Obama could have said the same thing. If we are bailing you people out with taxpayers' money, you cannot, hey bag, you cannot foreclose on people. He didn't do that. A lot of people lost their homes and they were angry. And maybe some of them, racism got the best of them. But my thing is, the initial anger of these people is absolutely legitimate. How would you feel if you lost your house and you saw a bunch of Wall Street bankers mess up the stock market? And not just that, they're getting $15 million bonuses, $20 million bonuses, $30 million. I mean, these bankers were out here getting all kinds of bonuses. What the heck? That's not what y'all told us. But if we care to be honest, Barack Obama is responsible for MAGA. But the sad part is, a lot of people don't care about politics. A lot of people just came outside because people said, oh, there's a local racist in town. His name is Donald Trump, so come outside. We have to hate this racist. But if people had been paying attention since Barack Obama, you would have seen this MAGA country coming, because MAGA starts off with the Tea Party. That's how it starts off. These crazy ass white people who are mad because they're losing their homes, right? That's how MAGA started. Tea Party turns into MAGA. Okay? This is how it goes. That's how it was birthed. MAGA doesn't just come out of nowhere. No. And they lashed onto Trump because Trump realized what they were upset about. Meanwhile, Democrats are here gaslighting people. Instead of saying, you know what, we're sorry, we should have done y'all better. You understand? That's how it goes, boo. That's how it goes. And Barack Obama, too, he's extremely dishonest because he also plays it to this national divide that we're currently experiencing. Take accountability and apologize. Right? The money, maybe you didn't mean for it to go so, I don't know. But my thing is, when you ran, you told the people that John McCain asking for $350,000 is too much. You're going to do less because you're not about to help Wall Street get richer. And what happened? Under you, Wall Street got a whole lot richer. And the people lost their homes. And you never apologized. Meanwhile, he leaves the White House. He has a portfolio of real estate, luxury real estate. A man who claimed he was going to run for the working class. His mama was poor. His mama a poor white woman. His mama this, his mama that. Audacity of hope, all this bullshit. Okay? So, Obama, he ain't shit. He's not a good person. And this is why, and today he has all these, thank you, Jenny. He has all these black people believing that, oh, they only hate me because they're racist. Shut the hell up. Shut up. Because Marlene, I studied this. And I'm telling you, what you see today is MAGA. It's the Tea Party. There's the Tea Party plus more people. It makes MAGA. So the powers that be and Donald Trump recognize that those people right here, people are not listening to them. So Trump, he listened. And they latched onto him. Right? They did. But I'm saying, the way I look at it, if I could do it all over again, I mean, I couldn't vote then, but 2012, even then, I would have supported Senator McCain. I really would have. Because honestly, it would have played out better. But Barack Obama, Joe Biden together, a hot ass mess. But because a lot of people are so into like, oh, he's the first black president. He's the first black this, the first black this. They can't hold this man accountable for how he divided this nation. And he knows this. And his wife knows this. And they're sitting here playing this really nasty, insidious, xenophobic, bigoted game they play. I don't like that. But this ain't right. Because people lost their homes. You people left the White House with all your student loans paid off. A $12 million house in Martha's Vineyard. An $8 million house in Hawaii. A $6 million house in D.C. $1 or $2 million house in Chicago. Luxury portfolio. But these are the people who claim to work for the fight and work for the working class, the middle class, and the poor. And yet, under your watch, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And a lot of Americans, they lost their homes. They were sleeping in their cars. The housing market crash of 2008, it was so bad. It was so horrible. So maybe if you don't have a house, you can't relate. But for those people who have houses, they were traumatized by that. And maybe, like I said, racism, hatred got the best of them, right? But me, when I saw that, even me, when I was doing my whole thing, like studying all this, those white people, even though some probably aren't racist, huh? But I felt sorry for them because I understood why they were so angry. And I'm like, knowing now what I saw Trump do with the power of the executive branch, Obama could have said, if we're going to take taxpayers' money to bail you, because honestly, they created this. They don't deserve a bailout. But if you're going to bail out Wall Street, you should also bail out Main Street. You tell the people, this bailout money is not Obama's personal money. It's taxpayers' money. And we know these rich people on Wall Street, they don't pay taxes. So it's definitely not their money. It's middle class people's money. It's working class people's money. It's poor people class money. Because Wall Street, they do everything in their power not to pay taxes. So the people who don't want to pay taxes do everything to have the most amount of tax write-off. They're going to use our taxes to save those people. At least, he should have said, there's going to be stipulation. If we bail you out, you don't come after these people's mortgages. Whatever they owe you, you take that and you put that on the back of the loan. So if they have a 30-year mortgage, make it 35. What's the big deal? If they have a 15-year mortgage, make it 20. What's the big deal? Right? And if it takes a while to get it approved through Congress, you sign the executive order first, and then you have your people introduce legislation through the House. And then you push it to the Senate, and then you sign it. We put it into law. Ain't a problem. That's what Trump is doing here. He's going to attack the Department of Education through the power of the executive branch, right? If he's going to dismantle the Department of Education, he's going to attack it through the powers of the executive branch. And then he's going to have his people pass it to the House, then the Senate, then he's going to sign it because it's going to be a law. But you don't have to wait for it to be a law because you're the president, right? You can use the powers of the executive branch to say, this is how it's going to start. I'm going to do it with executive order so like y'all know to do it. But then I'm going to have my people pass it to the House, pass it to the Senate, then you're going to sign it. That's it. That's it. Like, it took, let me tell you something. The stuff I saw Trump do during COVID, it took me all the way back to AP U.S. history and AP government. I'm like, damn, I even forgot a president could do all this. But it's true. He can. He can. So you mean to tell me Barack Obama, who went to law school at Harvard and who majored in constitutional law, he didn't know he could do that? He did. He didn't want to do it. So he ain't shit. And that's it. That's that. He ain't shit. Barack Obama he's such a piece of shit. Like, that man is, oh my God. Like, I'm like, you really ain't shit. You really ain't shit. Oh, I didn't have the House. I didn't have the Senate. I didn't have the Congress. It was, Barack, he really wanted to, but he couldn't do this because he didn't have the House. He didn't have to, shut the fuck up. He has the powers of the executive branch. When Trump did what he did at the airport that they called the Muslim ban, the Muslim ban started with the executive branch. It started with an executive order, right? The people said it's unconstitutional because they took his ass to the Supreme Court. He wrote another one. He wrote like 3 or 4 before the Supreme Court agreed with a certain version that was constitutional, which goes to say Barack could have at least tried. Even if you don't have the House or the Senate, you could at least try. And if they say that your executive order is unconstitutional, you write another one. And if that's also unconstitutional, then write another one. That's it. He never even tried. And that's the problem, right? But because so many people, a lot of people don't understand how the government works. I've come to realize that. Not only do most people don't even know that you have 3 branches of government, I think the vast majority of people don't even know what each branch of government does and cannot do. They don't know. So when they're told stuff like, he just couldn't do it, he didn't have the House. He didn't have the Congress. He didn't have this. Bullshit. He had his pen. The executive office is not, it's not a powerless office. The president has powers. They might not be as broad as Congress, but he has powers. At least try. He would have parties with basketball players, parties with Beyonce, a party with Beyonce, right? He didn't try. But when it came to that Muslim ban, Trump wrote 3 different executive orders until the Supreme Court agreed with the final version that they deemed to be constitutional. But the man didn't give up. Obama didn't even try. Didn't even try. And because the vast majority of people who vote Democrat, like I said, they're low IQ, low political sophistication, and a very low understanding of government. They ate that ish up. But look at what Trump did. Trump told these bankers, you're not going after people's houses. You're going to wait. There's a crisis. You're going to wait. They don't have to pay the mortgage. You're going to have to wait. Obama could have said the same thing. If I'm going to take taxpayers' money to bail you out, whatever they owe you, you're going to put that on the back of a loan. You will put that at the back of the mortgage. So let's say somebody's mortgage is like, let's say if somebody's mortgage is like $2,500. Cool. That's just like what, $2,500, $25,000, $30,000, right? So that's $30,000 for the year. Okay, cool. You're going to foreclose on somebody for 30 grand? Are you stupid? Meanwhile, they paid their mortgage for 10 years. They paid their mortgage on time for 10 years. Because they haven't paid your goofy ass mortgage in 1 year, you're going to take up the whole house? Your bitch ass. I wish you would. That's ridiculous. $25,000, you're going to go broke because you're missing $25,000. Shut up. Okay? You can put that on the back of the loan. You don't have to just take their house from them. That is insane. That is so insane. That's really crazy, right? He never said anything. And they came and they snatched people's homes, even though some people had paid 10 years, 5 years, 15 years of mortgage, but you don't pay your mortgage for 1 year. They take your house. Why? And people are sitting here, they're losing their house for $25,000, but you see like CEOs, $10 million bonus, $15 million bonus, $20 million. People were irresponsible with the stock market, and they are being rewarded for being irresponsible with the stock market. And you've always been responsible. It's just like this year alone, you can't make the mortgage, and they come and they snatch your house. Yeah, they're going to cuss his ass out. Then they want to sit here and gaslight people. So, because they're racist. No, they mad. And rightfully so. Everything ain't racism all the time. It sure ain't. But my point is, what she's saying here, that's not how it goes. That's socialism. Maybe even communism, I don't know. But the government is not responsible for creating more opportunities. No, thank you. Okay? No, thank you. Nobody wants that.
Quote.
Hold on.
Is there anything in there that would lead to policies that might actually improve opportunities for African Americans?
Easiest question of all, no.
Nope.
And I noticed that Hillary Clinton and many of the people who support the welfare state, who incidentally, when they want to help black people, they want to help those black people who are doing something wrong. That is, rioters, ex-convicts. They want to stop the schools from disciplining black kids, males who misbehave in school. I don't hear them concerning themselves about the blacks who are the victims of the people who are doing wrong. One of the classic examples to me of few things that are going very well in the ghettos across the country, and that's some of the charter schools that have come in, where the public schools, the kids are just wiped out. I mean, the kids in those ghetto schools often are 2 or 3 years behind the national norms and all kinds of stuff. But in some of these ghetto schools, especially those run by the KIP organization or by the Success
charter
Academy,
schools.
Yes, charter schools in the ghetto.
Right.
Their kids are scoring at levels equal to, and in some cases better than, that in affluent suburbs where the kids come from families making 200 grand a year. And you would think, my God, this is something that ought to get a lot of attention. The welfare state supporters are fighting against charter schools. The NAACP is.
So do you guys remember KIP? Are you guys still here? You all remember KIP? Because they were really big when we were growing up. Remember KIP? KIPP? You remember them? Because those charter schools, they do create amazing Black kids. But the problem is, these are amazing Black kids with poor parents. So I hope do you know how, like, remember the guy we saw, the Muslim brother we saw, and he was saying, like, there's like an agenda to dehumanize you, like desensitize you, dehumanize you, right? Do you see how they're doing? And I said, even here for Black America, there's an agenda to dehumanize and desensitize, right? One front is public school system, make you so damn dumb, you accept pretty much everything, right? I said it's also the music, all this perverted music, promiscuous music, crazy music. This is what they have in store for you, right? But to say, like, if you take poor people and then their children become exceptional, what's going to happen? The child of the poor will one day be the CEO. And then the child of the rich will work for the poor. You see, there is a vested interest by the elites, the aristocracy, to keep the rich people rich, even if their children are stupid, right? And we know there are a lot of rich kids who go to private schools. There are a lot of rich kids who go to Harvard, because their parents are rich, not because they're smart, right? Because the elite class wants to remain elite. But if you let poor people's children discover their inner genius, and then those kids become high performers, right? They will outperform the children of rich people. Because if we're being honest, right, for the most part, children of rich parents are not as motivated because life is easy. It's a lot of convenience when your people's already made it, right? When your parents are poor, there's a drive to, like, oh, hell no, I don't want to live like this. So there's a drive. But by the time the parents are already rich or like super, super rich, the kids have everything. What's the motivation to work hard? Right? So they know the richer we get, and like the longer we're rich for, our children are more likely to become lazy. And that's why you can even make the argument that a lot of rich kids, are beneficiary of a rich welfare system. What do I mean by that? Most of the time, even if a child is dumb, if your parents are rich, they'll do everything in their power to, like, get you a job, get you into a school, even though you're not deserving, but you're their child and they have the means. They're not going to watch you free fall, even though they should, right? They should let you free fall. That you may understand that your parents, they had to work hard to get there. But most people will do everything in their power to save their children from their own consequences. So you can make the argument that there is a welfare system for the children of rich people. And that welfare system keeps the kids of rich people in positions of power, even though those children are not competent. You hear me, right? Cool. If you have a fair system, if you like school choice, because that's what it's going to do. If you have a fair system, it could be that the child of a poor person is way smarter than the child of a rich person. So then what happens? If we go according to the rules of like free markets, whatever, it should be that the child of the rich person has to work for the child of the poor person. They don't want that. So they are the types that say we got to control the outcome. So to control the outcome, rich people will give their children welfare. Right? Nepotism. There you go. I guess that's the name. Right? But the way it should go is that every child should have a fair chance. So rich kid, poor kid, whoever has the best grade gets to be the CEO. Whoever has the worst grade works for the CEO. So it could be that every generation, rich people are different. So in this generation, it could be Beyonce. But in the next generation, Blue Ivy could be a worker. Right? Because most likely, somebody could, I don't know the little girl, I don't know her, right? But it could be that, okay, her mom's already rich. So is she going to work as hard? Is she going to study as hard? Is she going to do her homework as hard? Probably not. But somebody whose mom is not as rich, they might be hungry. Like, yo, I'm trying to make it. Right? So I think there's welfare for the poor and there's welfare for the rich. Welfare for the poor comes from the government. Welfare from the rich usually comes from the parents. Right? But when you have charter schools who are in urban areas, who are catering to the children of poor people, and then these kids are discovering their inner genius, so much so that they are shaming private schools who are taking care of the kids of rich people. It's a problem. Because if you're a rich person and you're paying $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year to send your child to a school, and then you find out that the daughter of a housekeeper, her child goes to a charter school, but on the national exam, that little girl beat your child by 50 points. How's that gonna make you feel? It's a problem. Because you're thinking like, well, if I'm paying 50 grand a year for my son's education, my daughter's education, she should have the better education. She should have most of the points on the exam, right? And also, if you are the I don't know, the principal of that school, like if you are the principal of the private school, and you find out that there are children in urban areas with less resources but better teacher, huh? Poor families, but these kids are whooping your kids' grades on these test scores, you're not gonna like that. You're not gonna like that, right? Because I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. As long as, let's say, like you have poor Black children, right, underperforming, the private school can say, we're good. We have a great product. Because these Black kids are still behind, right? Cool. Once you start having charter schools, okay, and now you have children of poor Black people either having the same grades or their score, like they have the same scores, or their scores are exceeding the scores of white children in expensive private schools, it's a problem. So now you better believe that not only would these people put money into politics, media, advertising to convince you that school choice is bad. Because the whole point is, as we go from generation to generation, rich people want their kids to be rich. They want their grandchildren to be rich. And for that, there must not be any competition. But one thing we know about education, if education is given fairly, right, you can't tell the future. Because the future then depends on whoever is willing to compete. And we know that most rich kids are not competitive. Because most rich kids are inhibited by their parents' wealth. Their parents have too much money. So their drive is gone. Right? You get me? Hopefully you get me. Right? That's the problem. Is that when you're too rich, sometimes it makes your kids lazy. Because you can give them anything. You can give them everything. So where are these young people supposed to like derive or like pull that willpower to say, oh, I got to work harder. I got to work smarter. I got to do more than daddy. Oh, we're already good. Right? And that's the problem. How do we make sure that our kids are growing up rich, entitled, and privileged, but they still have to stay on top, even though they're not deserving to stay on top? We have to sabotage the education of the children of poor people. And that needs to stop. That really needs to stop. Because we should live in a society where it's like, it doesn't matter if your dad was rich. It doesn't matter if your dad was poor. The future belongs to whoever is willing to work hard. And that's why for the vast majority of the time, Asian kids and South Asian kids are a problem for those people. They're a problem, right? Black people, they have figured out a way to dissuade Black people from education. They found a way because it's very easy with us, right? But with those Asian kids and those South Asian kids, it's a lot harder to dissuade those children from being excellent, okay? They're having a harder time, right? But the way you see that they are trying to convince people that it's bad for you to have school choice, it's bad for you to have access to charter school, that is crazy to me. And people are falling for that. It's like, no, you cannot fall for that. You cannot fall for that. Okay, hold on.
Fighting against charter schools. The teachers' unions give a lot of money to politicians.
Yeah.
They give money to the NAACP. Moreover, if you have people coming in with charter schools, then you don't have the local political ward heelers, as it were, controlling all these resources that they can use to reward their friends and punish their enemies. And so therefore they want control of the schools because the schools are a source of jobs. Whether or not the kids learn anything is not their concern. I think the most cynical thing you can find in American politics are those people who are making themselves big champions of blacks, and yet who are fighting against it. The one school, kind of schools that are offering a way out of poverty for millions of black kids.
Yeah.
I've already quoted Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump this past summer, quote, "The Democratic Party has failed and betrayed the African American community. Democratic crime policies, education policies, and economic policies have produced only more crime, more broken homes, and more poverty. I, Donald Trump, I am asking for the vote of every African American citizen struggling in our country today who wants a different future. Jobs, safety, opportunity, fair and equal representation. Close quote. Give that a grade.
Well, for intentions, as a summary of what has happened in the past, I would give it an A. As an indication of what will or will not be done if Donald Trump becomes president, who knows?
Who knows? Is there any place where you see hope?
I do see hope in things like the charter schools. Most people are unaware that not only do charter schools educate kids from the very same ghetto neighborhoods, in many cases, and I believe in most cases, they educate them in the same buildings.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so you'll have the, like the public school 185, and they're on the first, second floor, and up on the third floor, there'll be the kids from the charter school. Of course, they don't usually build buildings for charter schools. I mean, it's too expensive. And the kids on the first three floors, are scoring down below the 10th percentile. And the kids in the third floor are scoring above the 80th and sometimes 90th percentile. And they're in the very same building. And they were not chosen by skimming the cream. They were chosen by lottery.
Let me play this other one. Hold on.
Again, notes on the passing scene. An article from the New York Times just a couple of days ago, quote, now this is a longish quotation, but it's important to lay out the facts here. Over the last decade, the charter school movement gained significant foothold in New York. The movement hoped to set a national example. If charter schools could make it in a deep blue state like New York, they could make it anywhere. Over 100,000 students in the city's charter schools are doing well on state tests, and tens of thousands are on waiting lists. But the election of this November, suggested that the golden era of charter schools is over. The insurgent Democrats did well across New York, but especially in the state Senate, have repeatedly expressed hostility to the movement, close quote. And Tom Sowell responds to that set of facts how?
Oh, that really is one of the moral outrages that for many kids who come from a very poor background and whose parents may not have had much education, a decent education is the one thing they have to have to have a better life.
Amen.
And these schools have been absolutely spectacular.
The charter schools.
The charter schools, the successful ones. Now, there are a few that weren't. But for example, a few years ago, on the statewide, New York statewide math tests, there was an elementary school, grade 4, I believe, in Harlem, whose students passed those tests at a higher rate than any fourth grade kids anywhere in the state of New York.
Amen.
I mean, we're talking Scarsdale, Briarcliff, places like that. The Success Academy schools as a whole, their students pass both the math and the English statewide tests at a higher rate than any school district in the entire state of New York. The vast majority of the kids in the Success Academy schools are either Black or Hispanic. If you look at the 5 highest scoring school districts in the state in terms of the percentage of the students who pass the math or the English tests, their average family income ranges from four times that of the kids in the Success Academy schools to more than 9 times the family income of the kids in the Success Academy schools. And yet the mayor of New York is doing his darndest to put a stop to the expansion of schools in general, but his special ire is aimed at the Success Academy schools. Mm-hmm. And this is happening all over the country.
Because they make the teachers' unions look bad that run the public schools? What's the political motivation? Why would Mayor de Blasio have an out for the charter schools, such as Success Academy?
Well, the teachers' union...
You see? And what did I tell you about the vast majority of New York mayors? They're Italians. They are Italians. And they're a particular group of Italians. They come from a very particular place in Italy, right? de Blasio, what's his name? Ruben Giuliani. It's like it's all these Italian names. They run that place, right? So there's a school that's making Black children and Latino kids exceptional. He wants to destroy that. Now you could say it's about the teachers union and this that, but it's also because you guys, whoever has the best education will have the best jobs, and then other people will have to work for that people. Those people. So in their heads, there's no way that their kids are going to work under Black people. That's all that is. Right? Education is power. So whoever has the best education will run the country. Like, that's it. And you see it with a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews, right? They have found a way to be so good at whatever they do that they're all over the government. They're all over entertainment. They're all over banking. They're all over the place because of education. You go from like after the war, the vast majority of countries, America included, did not want to welcome Ashkenazi Jews. To today, they're all over the place. That even living here, you feel like you were living in the United States of Israel, right? Because that's how much sway they have. But how did they get there? Because of education, right? So whoever has the best education will get to run this nation. That's just how it goes. So if you have the worst education, what's going to happen? You're going to do the menial jobs. You're going to go to prison. Like all the awful stuff is going to be you. So nobody wants to be at the bottom. Nobody wants to be at the bottom. And the job of these white liberals, right, is to convince you that you want the government in charge. These people are freaking evil. I swear one day, I don't know when, but one day people will say Marlene was a prophet. I'm being serious. One day, oh Lord, one day they will see my powers. They will really see. Okay. One day people will say Marlene was a prophet because it's like, look at all these Ashkenazi Jews. They're all over the place. Israel is so far away, but this country bends to the will of Israel. Why? Because their children, these Ashkenazi Jews, are all over the place. They're all over the place. They're all over Congress. They're all over the education, banking, finance, music, entertainment. I mean, you name it. And they usually have the best jobs. Many of them are judges. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. That's why everybody's so afraid to say anything about them, because they will find you, child. It's a network. Like they're so powerful. But it's education. It's all education. Right? Immigrants of war have exceeded the children of descendants of slaves. This is crazy. I was thinking about this yesterday. I watched this one video. I might play it, depending how far we go. I was like, but damn. I was like, oh my God. He is so right. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Where's the video, child? Oh, gosh. I got to find one thing I can get rid of. Let me see. I was like, oh, my gosh. I never thought about this. This is so real. Like, yep, it's very real. Where is it? Hold on.
And over and over and over again, but somehow we get stuck back in. So the first phone call Trump makes after being elected is to Benjamin.
Let me see. Maybe it's here.
Very first episode of this podcast that we did after the election, we said there's a problem here. We said something is going on and we don't like it.
Something smells.
We said when we saw the first cabinet appointments being made.
Okay, is this?
We saw Trump pick Mike Waltz for National Security Advisor, who is a huge Zionist. We saw him pick Marco Rubio as a Secretary of State, who is a huge Zionist. We saw him tag Elise Stefanik for the ambassador to the UN, which is a huge Zionist that literally counts her days as days since October 7th. And then we saw the controversial pick, I thought, of Pete Hegseth, which people seem to love, who is literally advocating for the rebuilding of Third Temple in Jerusalem.
Pete Hegseth seems like the guy that if you were to put armor on him, he would be like a Templar Knight.
He literally has a Templar Knight tattoo on his chest.
He looks like he's ready to go into battle, and I think that type of persona and that caricature that he has, it's very manly.
And a lot of people are watching the news over the last 24 hours and going, what the hell is going on here? And the reality is, quick update of what happened yesterday, and then we'll give a quick timeline of how we got here, and then we can kind of discuss.
Can we also interject? So we have a lot of Zionist, let's say, consult to El Trumpo. So El Trumpo has a lot of consultants and coaching and guides, and people are giving him consult and advice. And you're saying is that there's a common pattern that we've noticed that he's bringing on a lot of Zionists.
Yes.
Not only that, if I can also add, he's also added in all of the technocrats, right? And all of the tech oligarchs as well. And so if we were to take that in mass, it seems like he's surrounding himself with a lot of people and individuals that I don't know if you or I voted for. So I think that context matters.
And I think we
and
literally,
a lot of the tech boys are also Ashkenazi Jews, right? But we're gonna watch this later, right? But no, Paula White is not Jewish. But this right here is a real thing. And I'm like, you think about, when was World War II? Like 1945? We're in 2025. So how long ago was that? Right? But I'm like, in such a short amount of time, the way these Europeans have found a way to position themselves all over the place, to now they're indispensable. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, you can't get rid of them. Because Biden had the same thing. Blinken, Mayorkas, you name it. I'm like, but damn. But one of the main ways they did it is through education. It's education, right? A lot of Ashkenazi Jewish people are known for being really bright in schools, right? They're really good. They're really, really good. Oh, well, there you go. Okay. But I'm like, it's a real thing. But look at what education has done for people that once upon a time were considered undesirable. When they had the Evian conference, the vast majority of these countries said, we don't want to have a Jewish immigration problem. From that moment until now, how did these people make it? I mean, it is wild. It is wild, right? Education. Education. And do the vast majority of these people send their kids to public schools? So now, why do you want to send your baby to public school? Huh? Isn't that crazy? And I'm like, wow. I watched this thing. I watched the whole thing yesterday. And I was like, wow. Oh, my Lord. This is real. This is real. But they did it through education. Education. It's like it changes your life. So it's like if Black children tend to have the worst product, it's not going to be well. I'm like, no, something is wrong. But we can get back to this one. Hold on. Make sure I go back to this. Let's finish this.
Are the major reasons. And we're talking about the money they contribute, the number of votes they contribute, and the schools, and what's happening again, not just in New York, but other parts of the country, including California, is that they have there's all kind of chicanery to prevent the charter schools from expanding. That's why you have tens of thousands on the waiting list. It's not that the charter schools are not willing to expand, but every conceivable obstacle is put in their way. Because if you let that go at the natural pace, it would be very hard for the public schools to compete. And one of the things they're doing is imposing the same kinds of restrictions on the charter schools that made the public schools so bad. For example, restrictions on being able to get rid of kids who are running amok and ruining the education of everybody else. And the charter schools don't tolerate that. The things that are tolerated in the public schools are unbelievable.
So when I asked you a moment ago, how do we bring back the standards of the Harlem in which you grew up? The answer is that's a hard thing to do, but we do know how to do one thing. We do know how to establish schools where the kids in present day Harlem have a shot. They have a chance of getting a good education.
Yeah, you don't have to bring back the past, even if you could. Because we have it in the present. We have this happening.
And so we know how to do that. And the Democratic establishment in New York wants to shut it down.
Yes. And the Republican establishment stands mute.
Stands mute.
Okay.
But drag shows are allowed
to permeate the whole place. It's okay. You can't teach the Bible, but you can teach children that America is evil and that men are able to get pregnant. Whatever it takes, conservatives must liberate America's children from the captivity of these Marxist teachers' unions. That's what they are. Where do they come from? Yeah, where do they come? We need to defend parents' rights. Think of this. I gave a talk a few days ago, and I was talking about defending parents' rights. And I just said, you know, it says parents' rights. I said, can you imagine we're even talking? We are going to defend parents' rights. Did you ever think 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that we would be fighting for parents' rights? What's more basic than parents' rights, especially parents' rights over their children? We're trying to defend parents' rights. It's so crazy. Across the country, we need to implement strict prohibitions on teaching inappropriate racial, sexual, and political material to America's school children in any form whatsoever. And if federal bureaucrats are going to push this radicalism, we should abolish the Department of Education.
Given a proper education, and we are now talking about people who had not been given a proper education, making decisions for their children as to what is a proper education. And you're saying that they, if that was put up to them, they would make a wiser choice than the present efforts to integrate the schools.
Let me say that if they would not make a very different choice, it would be hard to understand the hysterical opposition of teachers' unions to giving them that opportunity.
Well, I have no comment on that, but I would like to know how Bill feels about improving educational opportunities.
I believe with Dr. Soul that the voucher system obviously encourages parents to use the same kind of selectivity that's available to parents who have enough money to send their children to private schools, and that to give a versatility of choice, a flexibility of choice to parents of poor children, the same versatility that is given to parents of wealthier children is obviously desirable.
And you think that their ability to make the decision is equal?
No, but I think it may be equal, maybe less equal, maybe more equal. I think that the phenomenon of poor and uneducated parent who seeks for his or her children what he himself has never achieved for himself is much more commonplace.
Oh God, yes.
Than the kind of sated, self-satisfied parent who typically neglects the education of his child.
I think you'd have very few blacks who finished college, including myself, if they had to have college-educated parents to send them there. There was no one in my family that went to college before me, and among the blacks that I know of my generation, I would say that's the rule rather than the exception.
My son, the doctor syndrome.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that insofar as your own experience is concerned, you are clearly an exceptional person. And it is somewhat reminiscent of what the Minister for Women's Affairs said in France when she was asked whether there was going to continue to be a Ministry of Women's Affairs now that women had achieved such great strides forward. Her answer was, as long as the average woman does not have the same opportunities as the average man, we need to have a government office which will try to get them some sort of equal opportunity.
But it's precisely the government which is denying it in this case. It's the government which has been running these schools from which the kids graduate semi-literate. And for years, black parents have been sending their kids, not just me, but a whole generation of blacks to college, to high school, whatever. If you look at the history of black education in the United States, that has been largely, at the beginning, an effort by the blacks themselves. It was 1916 before there were as many blacks attending public high school as were attending private high schools. So there's a very long history of blacks trying to get their kids educated. I might say from my experience, again, not my own story, but at black colleges, the parents who work nights and fathers drive cabs and mothers who scrub floors to see that their kid gets an education. If there weren't such people, you wouldn't see half as many blacks with college degrees today.
And they're beating down the doors of Catholic parochial schools, even non-Catholic blacks, to get in there.
Yes.
What percentage would you say of the total number of blacks were in private schools or beating down the doors of parochial schools? Would it not be a considerably less than half percentage?
That's right, because they don't have the money. And you could have made exactly the same argument against the GI Bill. That why should you have a GI Bill for people to go to college when only the rich go to college? Well, the reason the rich were the only ones going to college at that time was because there was no GI Bill. The whole point of this is to put this choice within their hands. It is hard for me to understand what harm is going to be done by allowing parents to have a choice as compared to having self-interested bureaucrats have a monopoly.
The American education system, I think from top to bottom, including colleges, as being in terrible shape.
They are.
And why is that? Other than the standards being relaxed, that's not true in all colleges, for instance. I don't think.
Oh, you can graduate. You can graduate probably from any college in the Ivy League, or Stanford for that matter. I haven't checked the requirements, but I suspect you can graduate without having taken a single course in math, in economics, in history, or in any hard science. I think Brooke Shields created a sensation with things that she hadn't studied when she got her degree from Princeton. And that wasn't special treatment for Brooke Shields.
Really?
Anybody can graduate from Princeton as an ignoramus. Now, if they really want to learn something, they can also learn an awful lot at Princeton. But it's entirely up to them.
Well, what about elementary and secondary education?
They're disastrous as well. One of the biggest problems is one that doesn't get talked about, but which is really at the heart of it all. The people who go into teaching are really the lowest level of college students. If you look at the test scores of people who major in education compared to people who major in history, science, anything else virtually, they're at or near the bottom and have been for something like half a century.
What would you do if you were, if you had taken the post of education secretary and President Reagan came to you and said, Tom, whatever you want, I'm going to be for?
I would say, well, all right, you've broken the airline air controllers union, break the NEA, and make teaching non-union. Now that would probably do more than any other single step that you could do.
Well, what would be step number two?
Step number two would be to hire people. Step number two would be to abolish all education schools. I have argued that if we were to spend $1 million getting every professor of education to retire, and not hire anymore, it would be the most productive money we have ever spent trying to improve educational standards.
What's the matter with education professors?
Oh, you obviously don't know any, or it would be obvious.
I don't.
Yeah. Oh, the stuff is unbelievably childish. I get emails from time to time from people who are in education schools saying, I can't believe the drivel they're teaching us here. And should I complain to the dean? And so I said, no, don't complain to the dean. What you're getting is the norm in schools of education. It's one of the reasons the schools are so bad. But see, the people in schools of education pay no price for miseducating students.
Yeah.
It is not society that is.
He said there's no price to pay if you miseducate kids. Nobody holds you accountable. I like what he said. Like he said, most teachers also are not like the best, the brightest of students. That's true. It's true.
Forcing these people to do this. These people have been looking for ways of evading academic work for generations.
Who is they when
The
you say
teachers, the administrators, they love anything that is non-academic.
Yeah.
There've been studies done of kids in schools and departments of education. They love anything that's non-academic when you get into role playing and all this kind of thing. And I think it's perfectly understandable. You get the dregs of the academic world becoming teachers. You have education courses that repel able students from ever studying the subject. And so you've cut them off at the pass. Anyone who has any ability does not want to take these ridiculous courses in college. And of the few who are hardy souls.
And he's right. He said they hate teaching. Anything academic, they don't like it. So gender studies, gender affirmation, all kinds of foolishness. Like now they don't even assign homework to the kids. They don't want to teach. They don't want to teach.
Go on and take it and suffer through them and become teachers. Those with high ability are the first ones to drop out. And so within a very few years out of the class, you have the bottom half of the class now has tenure and the top half is going somewhere else. Well, the phrase is dumbing down. What's so ironic is the school is failing so miserably in what they're paid to do that they should take on this role of being social philosophers. A lot of these programs are really a substitute for hard work by the teachers. I mean, when I think of the teachers I had, they could not have cared less whether I felt good about myself. They didn't ask me, how did you get to school? Did you walk these 15 blocks from home? Or did you have money for the trolley? They couldn't have cared less. They wanted to make sure I had better have my homework when I got there, and it had better be right. The great problem with education throughout is that people are not accountable. They can run those schools to indulge themselves, whether whatever fad they like, for whatever way they like to teach. And that goes all the way through to the colleges. Teachers have been a very organized group since the 1960s, and the National Education Association is all in favor of these crazy things that have been criticized here this morning by me and by others. So that they have, and in fact, that's what choice is all about. Is it about putting the parents and the taxpayers and the general public in charge and not allowing these little groups to create their own little fiefdoms where they do what they please regardless of what the rest of us think.
Hold on. Is my video over? Oh yeah, hold on. Let's get back to this one. Where was it? So you guys, hold on. Where was that this morning? Oh, here.
The storm.
Look them in the eye. Come on, hold your face up. Look at him. Let them see you. This is him. Look at it. What's your name? Tell us your name. Give me that ID again.
Showed you the ID. I showed it to you.
So what?
I showed you the ID.
You do what?
I showed you the ID.
Could you let me see the ID again? Huh?
No.
No? Will someone else ask him for the ID? Will you ask him for it? He won't let me see it again. You didn't see it. You didn't see it. They didn't see it.
Excuse me.
Are you prepared to stand here all night if we decide to stay?
I guess, yeah.
All right, well, you just stay right there. You just stay and stay.
Why aren't you letting us go to that desk like we were able to do last year?
No, he's not. He's not a U.S. employee.
This is a public institution.
Did Elon Musk hire you?
Who
do you work for? Who do you work for?
Are you not aware of? Are you even
Who do you work for?
I'm a federal employee working for the education.
Meanwhile,
Thanks for joining us on Breaking the News. Let's talk education because the report cards are in and they are not looking great for national test scores for our K through 12 students. The scores, most of you remember us talking about it, they took a nosedive during COVID, but many in education were hoping they would bounce back by this year especially, but it's just not happening yet.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Another day, another humiliation for the Democrat Party. At this point, they are a total clown show. They're like my daily comedy. It's like a real life reality comedy show. That is what the current state of the Democrat Party is right now. Okay. This is hilarious because these people, they know that their party is dying and they are desperately trying to revive it. It's almost like watching somebody get CPR, right? The Democrat Party is getting CPR, but they're just not waking up, right? They just can't catch that breath to continue to survive, right? So they're dying, and time is almost up at this point, and they're just
Man to be the education department secretary if you're going to get rid of the education.
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job, education department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. And we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice. But in addition to that, I want the states to run schools. And I want Linda to put herself out of a job.
So do you think that's something you can do with an executive order, or are you going to ask Congress to do it?
I'd like to be able to. Look, if I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. I think.
Okay. Basically, Republicans have wanted to get rid of it. They just haven't had the stones to do it. But now this administration seems to have the stones to do it. And Democrats are freaking out. They're trying to save it.
These NAEP scores were released at a time when city schools' budget is skyrocketing. Last year, when the NAEP test was given, the school district's budget was $1.7 billion, up $400 million since 2020.
Baltimore City
They increased the budget by $400 million, and the kids are failing.
recorded the 4th lowest score in the nation among the 26 large districts tested, which is consistent with where the school system has historically ranked.
The fact that we were the 4th worst is embarrassing, and it should be embarrassing to everyone that lives here in Baltimore.
City Schools, in this release, mentions 8th grade math scores largely held steady since 2022. In fact, they were unchanged at 245. But again, what North Avenue does not mention is that that score also is the 4th lowest in the nation. In reading, City Schools tells the public, performance holds steady, which is true. 4th grade reading scores rose 1 point since 2022, while 8th grade reading scores fell 1 point. But similar to math, those results place Baltimore City among the lowest performing districts in the country, which is omitted from this press release. Instead, City Schools writes, the district's focus and investment in high-quality curriculum and instruction contributed to noteworthy results.
I got a little nauseous on that one.
Yeah. So once again, Democrats find themselves on the 20 side of a 80-20 issue in which they reflexively stand against the will of the American people. They stand.
Okay. Let me play this one. Hold on.
Reality as the latest round of state test scores are released.
Our Project Baltimore team analyzed the results, and as Chris Papps reports, there's a shocking number of city schools where not a single student is doing math at grade level.
I see the brightness of Baltimore kids.
It's now been more than a year.
We're not living up to our potential.
Since Giovanni Patterson made national headlines by suing Baltimore City Schools for failing to properly educate generations of students.
We, the taxpayer, are funding our own demise.
Patterson was born here. He has seen the failures firsthand. But what Project Baltimore just told him at first rendered him speechless.
My immediate reaction is take your kids out of these schools.
The Maryland State Department of Education has released the 2022 state test results known as MCAP, Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Baltimore City's math scores were the lowest in the state. Just 7% of 3rd through 8th graders tested proficient in math. That means 93% could not do math at grade level. But that's not all we found. Project Baltimore combed through scores at all 150 city schools where the state math test was given. We found in 23 Baltimore City schools, there were 0 students who tested proficient in math. Not a single student.
Is this why you filed your lawsuit, because of outcomes like this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It just sounds like these schools now have turned into essentially babysitters with no accountability. This is the future of our city. Like we got to change this.
Among the list of 23 schools, here's how the numbers break down. 10 of them are high schools. 8 are elementary schools. 3 are middle high schools, and 2 are elementary middle schools. Exactly 2,000 students in total took the state math test at these schools, and not one could do math at grade level.
These kids can't do math. You're not preparing them to buy groceries. You're not preparing them to do accounting, to count their own money. You're not preparing them to read contracts and negotiate salaries.
We made the largest investment in public education by any governor in our state's history.
Governor Wes Moore, last week, in his first State of the State address, made his feelings about public education clear. It's one of his top priorities.
We can no longer separate our vision for economic prosperity from the duty to make Maryland's public schools the best in the nation.
After his State of the State address, Project Baltimore reached out to Moore's office, asking to speak with him about his plan to improve education. Before becoming governor, Moore lived in Baltimore. We wanted to ask him how he plans to help city students, especially those who attend these 23 schools. Governor Moore's office did not respond, but city schools did send us a statement with steps it's taking to improve math scores, including professional development for teachers, summer learning, and an extended learning period at the end of the day. The statement said, "We're confident these instructional strategies will help us regain the momentum and progress we experienced before the pandemic."
0%. What are you preparing these kids for? Are we expecting these kids to kill off themselves? I mean, we see the number of teen shootings happening just this year. What jobs are we preparing these kids for? That's the future.
Within the state testing data, we found 3 additional Baltimore City schools with 0 students proficient in math. One is a school for incarcerated youth. The other 2 are for students with...
Sorry, guys, I'm not talking because I'm looking for the next video. Me, I watch these videos all the time, so I'm like, y'all shocked. Y'all didn't know it was this bad. Y'all know it was this bad. Oh, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. It is really bad. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's really evil. It's very, very evil. It's very evil. It's really bad. Hold on.
Disabilities. We did not include them in the list of 23 schools. It's also worth pointing out, we found an additional 20 schools that had just 1 or 2 students who were proficient in math. We have posted all of these schools on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Yeah, this is insane. This is a story that you should never hear in a country that's supposed to be the greatest country on earth, where you have public schools where zero of the students can do math at grade level. Again, what?
It's a lot. Hold on. I ain't done yet. Hold on. Let's go right here.
All right, guys. So I ran across this very, very, very sad story.
Performance.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps has learned, nearly half of high school students in Baltimore City this year earned a grade point average below a 1.
Oh, Jesus.
They take.
When Giovanni Patterson ran for Baltimore City Council president last year,
Yet, despite the amount of money they get, we don't see much change.
he ran on a platform that included accountability in education.
Our schools outspend 97% of other major school districts.
And when Project Baltimore showed him how Baltimore City students have been doing this year,
This is terrible.
here is how he reacted.
This is just further perpetuating the cycle of poverty, blight, despair.
This chart was assembled by Baltimore City Schools and obtained by Project Baltimore. It shows the average GPA for every high school grade in the city, freshman through senior. In the first 3 quarters of this past school year,
If Baltimore is not far from DC, huh? Baltimore's not far from DC. If you can be that close to the White House and those are your grades, what are we going to say about the kids in Mississippi? What are we going to say about the kids in Alabama? What are you going to say about the kids in Louisiana, right? If you're in Baltimore, if you're not from here, you wouldn't know. But Baltimore is not that far from DC and not far from the White House. If you can be so close to the White House and these are your grades, my God, then these kids in Mississippi or these kids in like South Dakota or these kids in New Orleans, like, what about their grades? What about their grades? Okay.
according to the chart, 41% of all Baltimore City high school students earned below a 1.0 grade point average. In other words, nearly half of the roughly 20,600 public high school students in Baltimore earned less than a D average.
It's heartbreaking. If almost half of our kids are failing, what options do they have after high school? This is really disheartening. And it's sad to see this, man.
On the other end of this chart, 21% of city high school students earned a GPA of 3.0 or better, a B average. About half as many who earned below a D. We can also see the district lost more than 700 high school students during the first 3 quarters of this year.
In January, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises first sounded the alarm, saying the course failure rate for students had nearly doubled during the COVID shutdowns. A few months later, in May, North Avenue announced students would not be held back for failing classes. This most recent GPA data could show us why North Avenue made that decision. During the second quarter of the 2019-2020 school year, just before COVID hit, 24% of high school students had a GPA below 1. Now, it's 41%. City schools declined an interview, but told us in a statement the COVID-19 pandemic created significant disruptions to student learning. Starting this summer and beyond, City Schools is providing students with a variety of opportunities to acquire the unfinished learning they lost.
It's not gone. It's not going anywhere.
City Council President Nick Mosby.
I'm telling you, like, if the vast majority of Black people knew the truth, like between the undereducation or miseducation of Black children versus police brutality, when I tell you the vast majority would say F police brutality, we have a real serious problem with education. That a lot of people don't know. They do not know. Because the media picks what you see. Right? The media picks what you see. And they have decided to have Black people obsessed on police brutality. Right? Meanwhile, Black kids are failing. Distraction, per usual. But I'm telling you, if the vast majority of Black people knew what was going on in these schools, it'd be a real problem. But they pick what you see. They pick what you see. They make it so they make you feel as though, oh, it's the police out here hurting you. No, it's the school system out here hurting you. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. I'm telling you, if this is happening in Baltimore, what do you think is happening in Mississippi? Like, what do you think is happening in Alabama? What do you think is happening in what do you think is happening in Louisiana? What do you think is happening in Wyoming? What do you think is happening in St. Louis? What do you think is happening in Memphis? Okay. If you can be so close to DC and this is what's happening at the school, what you gonna say about St. Louis? And my thing is, I want you all to notice how the grades of Black children go down. So do their taste in music. All this stuff is a plan. Dehumanize, desensitize. By making you dumb AF, they make you so damn stupid. So that's why today, when they have these goofy artists, these goofy rappers, and their goofy songs, these kids are latching onto that because they're not brilliant. Like, their minds are not working. Right? Think about when we went to school. We had higher standards of learning. So we were more into like R&B, brandy. Like, the music was more classy because the people were more intelligent. Right? We actually grew up when people actually writing music like, how did you get here? Okay. Like, people actually wrote music because there was a level, like there was a standard to education. Today, you have no idea what these young people are saying. Yes. Right. And they have no problem booking Sexy Red to go to a public school with a bunch of children. Right. You see, it's all a plan. Dehumanize, desensitize. That's it. That's it. It's evil.
Who defeated Patterson in the election is reportedly under investigation by the U.S.
And Patterson right here, this dude right here, this guy right here, that's Marilyn Mosby's husband. The DA who almost went to prison, the Black girl who almost went to prison, the Black DA from Baltimore, that is her husband. Okay? That's her husband.
Department of Justice concerning campaign finances, business, and tax records. Project Baltimore emailed and called Mosby's office, requesting an interview to discuss these numbers concerning student GPAs.
Okay.
We never heard back.
These people don't care, man.
And that's why Marilyn Mosby, I hope you know who she is, right? Marilyn Mosby, that's why she was so obsessed with police brutality. She's trying to arrest the people. I need to arrest the police officer. Deflection, distraction, because this is what her husband was up to. And she knew, if I keep talking about police brutality, it's going to take the smoke off my husband, and I'm going to distract these Black people because they really have Black people thinking that every police officer is out here trying to kill Black people. No. It is a lie. More white people get killed by police. More white men get murdered by police than Black people do get murdered by police. It is a lie. Okay? The numbers do not support that claim. The numbers don't support that claim. Okay? But it's not about the numbers. It's about how many times you can put that image in front of Black people and get them to believe that the police is really a problem. No, the miseducation of Black children is the problem. That's why I tell you guys, Black children deserve better. Black children truly, truly deserve better. Yeah, Krishan's from Baltimore. China's from DC. She's like from Anacostia. Because she went to that one high school. Oh my God, what is it called? She's from like Anacostia. She's from DC. Krishan's from Baltimore. Oh, I can't think of the name of the high school. I'll look it up. She's from DC. It's like Anacostia. I forgot the name of the high school. Oh my gosh.
It's they come from the same environment. You know, Nick Mosby is a product of Baltimore City Schools. Brandon Scott's a product of Baltimore City Schools, and they see what's going on. But then when you bring this to them, they don't care. They don't care at all.
But they'll be over here, police brutality. You know, this is how they scam. Oh, these people are grifters, man.
You have to raise the standard. Everyone should be speaking out about this.
Project Baltimore reached out to the other school systems in our area requesting their GPA data. We were told by all of them that it's not readily available. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
All right, guys. So, as you can see there, the people in charge, they don't really care, right? Of course they don't, because they're paid, right? They're getting their money, and their money is not tied to performance. It's not. Because if this was a company, right? This Baltimore City School System, they have a CEO, right? If this was a company, with the type of performance that they're having, that CEO will be fired.
It really does depend. It really depends, though. It really depends because, yes, some parents could be lazy. Some parents are indeed lazy, right? They don't really care. But you also have parents who buy into the whole blackity black stuff. You understand? Oh, he's a Black man. He's telling me it ain't that bad. Oh, he's telling me this. You have a lot of Black people who are not going to push back when they see other Black people tell them stuff because they believe in the church of blackity blackness. You know, because I'm telling you, Mosby, he is married to Marilyn Mosby. Like you guys have seen her. Angela Rye is always holding her hand. You see how Angela Rye is shit. You see this? But Angela Rye is going to be sitting here telling you police brutality. These people ain't shit. They ain't shit. They really ain't shit. Like they're evil. I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But you have a lot of people who are African American who are really evil. There are a lot of people who are African Americans who are really evil. They are evil. They're so evil because they are part of this weird elite. Like they just serve white liberals and they're just here to distract the shit out of you. They're slave catchers. They are evil. They are evil because anybody would know. Even if we believe that, okay, police is out here killing Black people, a sensible person would say, okay, let's pull out the data and let's see if the numbers corroborate what we think is happening. The numbers don't say that. The numbers are saying that more white men are getting killed by police. You understand? Today, as we sit here today, right? One of the biggest harm being caused to Black Americans is education. It's not police. It's not the police. And the thing is, if you pull out the numbers, you pull out the maps, you pull out the numbers, the vast majority of Black Americans live in cities that are run by either. It's like usually like blue states, blue cities, and sometimes it's even cities that are ran by other African Americans. And when cities are run by African Americans fare horribly. You understand me? But that's the discussion that a lot of people don't want to have. So what they say is, oh, racism, to deflect. And then you have many Black Americans who buy into the church of Blackness, who don't oppose to that. But if you look at the numbers, you will see, for the most part, when a city is ran by African Americans, Black people fare worse. It is not a joke. It is real. Black people usually do worse in blue states, blue city, and even worser when the city is ran by an African American. It's a real thing, right? But people don't have the courage. People don't have the courage to say it. So to not hold each other accountable, deflection, let's blame racism. But it's not the case. Here we have Baltimore is predominantly Black. New Orleans, predominantly Black. DC, Memphis, it's a lot of cities like that, right? A lot of cities in the South, predominantly Black. Even if we want to go far, right? When a warden of a prison is Black, the black inmates suffer. Black wardens will treat black prisoners worse than a white warden. It's a real thing, right? But the job of the black grifters is to say everything is racism. It's a white man evil, white man against you. No. 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 People don't have the courage to be honest. People lie. People are just despicable. People are despicable. And because a lot of people also don't care to be cogent, they're so emotional, they're so hysterical. They don't say, you know what? You keep telling me the white man is racist, but sis, it's always you. It's always you. Brother, it's always you. It's you. You hurt me more than a white man. But people don't want to be honest. Right? I lived in New Orleans. 61% black. The city is run by black people. Right? And you have a black mayor who's having sex on the clock instead of fixing the city. Right? Everybody's black. The vast majority of people who run New Orleans are black. Crime rate through the roof. Education, horrible. Right? Black people in cities ran by black people will have a bad life. It's the truth. Right? But people don't have the courage to be honest. You go to Memphis, you'll see. Even when that man was remember the guy who was being pursued by all the black officers and they beat that man like crazy? And they come to find out because he's dating one of the guys' girl, I don't know. So he's been looking for him. So he put all his boys on him. They beat his ass, right? But you see, these are black people doing that to another black person, right? Then we find out the police chief, it's a woman. She's a black woman. She has a whole special program for black people, police officers to go beat up on people who are black. I'm like, what is going on? What was going on? But that's Memphis for you. Foolishness, right? That's how it goes. That's it. And nobody says, you know what? Maybe sometimes you got to start within, huh? You got to look within. No. White people, white races. You know, that's how it goes. So it depends. Sometimes it's laziness. And then sometimes it's like the strict adherence to the church of the blackity black. So the parents don't push back. They don't push back. Oh, she's black. Oh, he's black. And he's telling me that's the way it goes. So they accept that. Because a lot of people think, oh, the black community, my black sis, my black brother, oh, they don't care about you, child. They laugh at you behind your back. They don't care. Because if they cared, your child would not have such a low GPA. So it depends. We have to ask more questions. It depends. But you usually see it never fails. Right? But mostly in blue states, blue cities, it's horrible. Horrible. Yeah. So they do all kinds of foolishness. They do all kinds. I'm telling you, I lived in New Orleans. I saw it in my own eyes. I'm like, oh, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. Right? Here, DC is Bossier, right? Chicago is ran by black people. It's black mayors and stuff. Bad things happen to people. You know? They don't care. They really do not care. They're really, really mean.
All right. Matter of fact, a whole restructuring of the company would occur because that company could not survive.
They're very mean.
But see, this is the problem when you have taxpayer funds going to schools and systems and not students. What happens is that there's no accountability.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean,
and there's not even there's no consequence. I mean, it's so many kids. It's like it's ridiculous, right? Let me play this video for you. Hold on. Let me play this one. Hold on.
You know, you don't know what's going on.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people would disagree with you, and they would say, "How could you say that?" You know, maybe you're maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace, because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army and you realized that your unit only 8 were black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek when it was like coming, it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and they were swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. The conditions have changed, but many of us have. But again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society.
Okay. Isn't this what I said earlier? Isn't this what I said earlier? And this guy was trying to go crazy on me. Isn't this what I said earlier? And people, and like one time, what he said, Byron Daniels had said something like, "Oh, Black America was doing better during Jim Crow," and then what's her name, Joy Reid, tried to gaslight him. "Oh, how dare you say that?" I'm like, Joy, shut up. You're Congolese. Your father's Congolese. Your mother's from Guyana. Who in your family lived here during Jim Crow? Shut the hell up. Be quiet. Okay, Agent of Chaos. And then people just want to, yeah, she's right. I'm like, no, she's not right. She's incorrect. He's not saying there wasn't racism. They keep saying, like, every time you try to say, oh, something good was happening to Black people, it's as if you're trying to, like, diminish what racism was. No, you can have racism and you can still be excellent. That's all we're saying, right? Because honestly, will you ever get rid of racism? Probably not. But what he's saying, during Jim Crow, Black people were doing better. Yes. Now, if you don't know, just say you don't know. But stop doing all this. Doing the very most, right? And people, oh, yeah, go ahead, Joy. No, y'all so damn stupid. Her father's from Congo. Her mom from Guyana. Were they even here during Jim Crow? What the heck? Right? And did she even read anything about Jim Crow? No, she did not. But if you speak to anybody who's African-Americans, who has lineage here, they will tell you, yeah, people were doing better under segregation than they did under integration. It is a real thing. I'm like, I don't know what's so hard about this, right? Because people had more self-agency. People were more likely to be married. People were more likely to have a 2-parent household. People were more likely to have straight A's. People were more likely to just be exceptional. It's a real thing because they knew they had nobody to rely on but themselves. Then you go into the civil rights era. You go into that machine. You come out the machine. It's all kinds of foolishness. It's like, what the heck? So you realize when you stay away from liberals, good things happen to Black people, at least Black America. You get closer to liberals, bad things happen to Black America. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Now, if you don't know, whose fault is that? Go read a book. Stop being on the Shade Room. Stop being with D.L. Hughley and all them, and Rolanda and Vanessa, right? Actually go educate yourself. And then you will see for yourself that nobody is lying. It is a real thing. During segregation, Black America is exceptional. It is real. It doesn't mean that racism was not a thing. It was a thing. But maybe it was a driving force that made people feel like, you know what? Since y'all hate me so much, I'm going to give you a reason to hate me. I'm going to give you a reason to hate me. So those people decided to be exceptional. It is a real thing. Dr. King said, oh, let's go to Washington. We're owed a check. And I said, when you read the I Have a Dream speech, yeah, it reeks socialism because he's telling the people DC owes you something, right? The government owes you something. So now you go into the machine called civil rights movement. You come out of that. Your mindset changes. Your drive changes. Your willpower changes. Oh, you know what? I don't even have to work. The government owes me something. He said that. It's in the speech, right? So now you look at people who have more of a socialist mindset. They want the government for this, government for that, government for this. That they no longer believe that they can do for self because he did something to people. He did something to people. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. And nobody is bad for saying it. It is a real thing, right? But how do you explain that when people were denied access to education? They had grades that exceeded white people. And now that they're saying, oh, let's make education for all. Let's have the federal government be responsible for educating all the children. It's only Black children who are at the bottom. Something ain't right. Something is not right. And people have the right to point that out because it is extremely bizarre. It's giving sabotage. It's giving a poison fruit. This is poison. People should have said no to this. That's why I said, when you look at Dr. King, he more and more, he starts to look like a CIA operative to me. Okay? To me. Because it doesn't make sense.
when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s. And that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How do we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write.
So was the Department of Education involved in this? No. He clearly said the white man had 4 million. Black people say, if you're going to put down 4 million, we're going to put up 4.8 million. Oh my gosh. No handout. He put 4. They put down 4.8. There you go. So they have money, huh? Okay. Because were they consumers? No. They were builders. Oh, there you go, Marlene. There you go. When you realize, when you sit there, this thing is evil. When you sit there and you realize what it is, right? Okay. Notice how today, black people are more consumers than they are owners. They consume. I even told you guys one time about this whole nail industry, right? I said before, it was black women in America who used to do like the nails, the feet, like all this pedicure, manicure. It was a predominantly black business, black women business, right? After the Vietnam War, these white liberals felt so bad for dropping napalm bombs and whatever kind of biological warfare on those Vietnamese people. They started to bring Vietnamese people in America. So white women, especially white liberal women, because they came through California, white liberal women started to put Vietnamese women into manicures and pedicures. So slowly, the business of manicures and pedicures was taken from black American women and it was given to the Vietnamese. Don't believe me? Go look it up. I'm tired. Okay? All right. Same thing with the hair business. It used to be predominantly for black Americans, and then slowly it becomes for the Koreans. Right? Same thing with the small businesses, the small restaurants, the small local restaurants, the small, like, the little food places in the neighborhood, right? They used to be predominantly black American businesses, and eventually they became Chinese or Latina, the bodegas, right? Okay, cool. So do you agree that before the civil rights movement, the vast majority of black Americans, black American neighborhoods were self-sufficient, right? They had their own businesses. They gave their own services. They didn't need to go outside. Right? They start messing with these liberal people. Slowly but surely, liberals are always pro-immigration, more immigration, this kind of immigration, bring all kinds of people. Then what happens? Slowly but surely, market share of a lot of historically black businesses are eaten up by a new class of immigrants, Asian immigrants especially. Okay? All right. We wake up today. We are in 2024. Black people are more consumers than they are providers of services or even business owners. Don't believe me? You go look it up. I'm tired. Right? They have taken the people that used to build and they have turned these people into not only people who wait for the government, but people also who are consumers. And this is why today people are saying that when black people get paid, on average, the money don't even last for more than 3 hours. The money is gone. It is gone into other communities. That's it. That's all we're saying. That's all I say. There's no need to be xenophobic. Not insulting anybody. I'm saying there is a problem. I'm not saying I'm better than or I'm less than. I'm saying, no, this is what I observed and it scares me. That's all I'm saying. That's all we're saying. Right? So I'm saying the civil rights movement, it did something to people. And the more I think about it, I think Dr. King was a CIA operative. That's it. That's my opinion. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to agree, huh? That's the way I see it. And I even said from the same module, the same programming, the same, I don't know what it is, right? The same files that they use, or same processes that they used to build Dr. King from scratch and turn him into an icon for Black people. It's the same thing they did for Barack Obama. What files, baby? What files? That's all I'm saying. Because for as long as I can remember, I always said to myself, something is wrong. Something, I just couldn't explain it. I'm like, there's something is bizarre. How do people change like this? I didn't get it. But now I'm like, it's starting to make sense in my head. No, I've never read his files. But from just where I'm sitting here, I'm just, for the past, maybe this, I don't know, maybe last year or so, but I was like, you know what? Marlene, you might have to make peace with that. You might have to make peace with the fact that part of your childhood was a lie. Understand? And it's not easy at first, because who wants to admit that to themselves? But the more you think about it, you're like, no, something is off. No, I've never read his files. Hey, dinosaur. What's up? What's up, little dinosaurs? What's up? Daddy's tired of you.
He's on something.
You like his little outfit?
Yeah.
Because something doesn't make sense. And I even told you, I'm like, when they will beat him up and arrest him, I think it was all to increase like his credibility. I think it was all staged. I think it was all staged. I think the real one was Malcolm X. You know, but like I said, they had to make it believable. So maybe that's why they beat him up. Maybe that's why they beat him up. But me, and how can you tell somebody, oh, if somebody hits you, don't hit him back? Nah, that's crazy. The more I think about it, it's just, I don't know. You guys, I don't know. A lot of things don't make sense to me anymore.
And as a consequence of that study, that in between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and Blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites.
Okay, because 1920s, you have what? You have the Harlem Renaissance. These people have money. These bankers, they have money, y'all. They have money. They have money. Like I said, there's only people like Madam Caesar Walker that could go out here and flaunt without getting killed, right? But I'm like, she's not the first Black millionaire. It is a lie. It is a lie. And white liberals love to tell those lies. She was not the first. She's probably one of the first that could talk about it openly. But the rest, they could not, because they were scared. You're going to say that you're a millionaire, and before you know it, you're going to end up on a tree somewhere. No, thank you. Got to go.
Whites, 5th grade for Blacks. Mm-hmm. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools, but every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by Blacks, not a single student could read at grade level. Or
so those Black people of today are traitors. You're traitors. Those Black people of today are traitors. They're not good people, because they work for the white elites. The Black people of before who closed the educational gap, they really worked for Black people. They really love Black people. They were trained those kids like, this is like, I'm raising my child, right? So you're going to be successful. These people today, they don't care. They want cars, mansions. They want to be invited to galas. They want to be invited to parties in DC. They don't care. And they know their job is to hold Black people back. And when Black people start asking questions, tell them it's racism. They're not good people. Today, the Black elites today are evil people. They are evil people. I repeat, they're evil people. They're not good people. Okay? They're really evil. They're seriously evil.
Perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present day challenges?
It's evil.
When under segregation, we achieved.
Yeah.
One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, Blacks were prohibited from being naval officers.
Mm-hmm.
Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train him. So they selected 16 Black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, of Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these Black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out.
Mm-hmm.
When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. And when they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually,
Unbelievable.
13 of them eventually became naval officers. They call them the Golden 13. You can
Okay. And you see, do you see how, have you ever heard of the Golden 13 in your life? Probably not, right? Because one thing I have realized myself, Marlene, one thing I have realized being Black, West African Black, being raised here also, one thing I have realized in America too, is that white liberals, when you're a smart Black, when you're a smart Black child, white liberals want you to believe that you are the exception. So it messes with your head. I'm telling you, I'm like, it messes with your head real bad. They want you to feel as though you are the exception, not the rule. So every time you have stories about a lot of Black kids being like incredibly intelligent, they're going to make sure you never hear about these people. But you're going to hear about a child who grew up in the hood, didn't have a daddy. All of them, like, what the heck? They always give you stuff you can't even relate to. But no, that's what you're going to relate to by force. I'm like, I can't relate to that, right? They always want you to feel as though you are the exception. So it messes with your head. And then this is how you start having imposter syndrome. But once, if you start, let's say you're a person and you're like, oh, Marlene, I'm having a hard time with physics. Oh, Marlene, I'm having a hard time with my math class. You know what I'm saying? Okay. When you think you're the only one to be doing this, you're more likely to be into your head. Like, oh, can I really do this? Am I smart enough? Does my head work right? Can I really do this right? Because you think you're the only one. Okay. When you find out that there were kids, Black children in the 1800s, 1900s, who could do it without a calculator, right? I'm talking like bastante, like 100, 200, maybe 1,000 Black kids, and they were doing it. They were getting A's. You're like, oh, you know what? I'm just panicking for no reason. Right? Because once you find out that there were so many Black kids who've done this and they got straight A's, what's going to happen? You're going to calm down like, oh, you know what? I'm just tripping. Like, I'm just working a nerve for nothing. Of course you are. You're panicking because you think you're the only one who've done this. So they make sure that you believe that nobody else has ever done this. No one who looks like you has done this. But it's not true, though. A lot of people who look like you have done this before. Be quiet, right? Like, I used to have moments like, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know. How am I going to do this class? Say hi, baby. Right? And I remember when I discovered Percy Julian, I was like, oh my gosh. When I was done watching his documentary, I was like, you know what? My life ain't that bad. Go study, Marlene. Because I used to really be in my head like, oh, Jesus. I mean, I tell you, every semester, I'm going to fail. Oh, this is hard. This is hard. But the day I discovered Percy Julian, like my spirit, it calmed down. I was like, damn, if he could do this in the 1900s, whatever it is, I'm like, damn, damn, that's crazy. So it calmed me down. I'm like, damn, why am I scared? Like, I have nothing to fear. But they will make sure that you never hear about these stories, right? But gang stories, people in the hood shooting up, yeah, the foolishness, right? They want you to identify with the foolishness. And that's how people start to have imposter syndrome, because you don't know enough stories about people that look like you, that did it before you, and they did it with ease. It's like they starve you of good examples. Like they starve you of role models. Foolishness. These are not good people. They're not good people.
Can you Google this?
That test, the test scores today has never been bettered.
Yeah.
So
somebody broke their record.
Again, I respond to people with evidence.
Exactly.
The incarceration rates of Blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s was under 25%.
There you go.
Incarceration was under 25%.
Under 25%.
Where we at
it
today?
Shot up to I think it was like 90,000 blacks were in jail in 1960. That went up to 900,000 over the next 30 years.
Okay. Once again, what happened? Right? Before civil rights, people are Republicans. The incarceration numbers is low. People going to the civil rights, the number shoots from 90,000 to 900,000. Okay. My Lord. My Jesus. The civil rights movement belongs on this list. Is it even on this list? It has to be on this list. Hold on. Wait a minute. There you go. Okay. There you go. Civil rights my ass. Yeah, civil rights my ass. Yeah, right. Destruction of a people. One day, I'm telling you, one day somebody's going to write this book. One day somebody will write the book about this thing, what it really was about. And I'm sure even this too, this whole civil rights thing, civil rights movement, I'm sure it's like a CIA project. I'm sure it's like if they go in there and they declassify some stuff, you're gonna see it was always a plan. Straight out the CIA lab to destroy a people. Yep. To destroy people. Wow, hold on, Maverick. Hold on. They give these things these fancy names, and then you look, it's nothing but destruction. What was that? Hold on, what's my video?
Why do you think that is? What happened? What changed?
In our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man and woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to...
Hold on. What did he say? Hold on. Listen, what he said?
To find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man and woman raising children.
Okay. When you usually hear these liberal, especially liberal black women out here, like the ones who will adhere to like the Oprah Winfrey foolishness, right? And they say, oh, black man abandoned the black mother. The black woman was alone on the plantation. The black woman was alone on the plantation. And the black man let the black woman get grape on the plantation. Since the plantation, the black woman been alone. They're saying all kinds of foolishness. And I told you, it is foolishness. That somehow the black woman was suffering more on the plantation, right? And they learn all that goofy stuff from freaking Oprah. What's her name? What is her name? Alice Walker, right? Color Purple. All them lying ass people. They're a bunch of liars. They make this stuff up. They just make this stuff up, right? They will have you believe that the black woman was there on the plantation and the white man could do whatever. And the black man said, oh, yes, do. Master, I'm so scared of you, master. Go ahead and treat her how you see fit. They just make stuff up. These people don't do any kind of research. Just make stuff up. They're sick. They are sick. They are just sick. They just make things up as they go. And they have told these lies to so many black women that when you were on the plantation, the black man didn't have your back, right? So I can tell people, oh, it was the Africans who sold you into slavery. I say, okay, do you have a purchase order? Okay, do you even have a purchase order with an invoice? But like what I'm saying, okay, I want to see a proper invoice with a proper header on that. Do you have that? No, you don't. Shut up. Just making stuff up. Just to cause confusion, making people feel abandoned, making you feel like you're on your own. Nobody loves you. You are always by the plantation. The plantation. The black man never fought for the black woman on the plantation. This is ridiculous. I'm like, what are you even talking about? And ask these people, have you ever even been to a plantation? Have you ever gone to a plantation? They haven't. They have never even set foot on a plantation, but they know so much about plantation life. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. That's what he tell you. I'm suing for defamation like the on behalf of all West African countries. If you don't have a proof of purchase, okay, If you don't have an invoice with a proper, like, logo from the brand, nah, we suing for defamation. Don't say that. But this is what they do. They'll say, oh, you were sold. It's the Africans, they sold you into slavery. Okay, where's your purchase order? Show me your invoice. I want to see the invoice, okay? All right, foolishness. I'm like, this utter foolishness. Just pure foolishness. I'm like, this is just ridiculous. Because they want people to feel like you were abandoned. Like people who look like you picked your ass up and just, oh, here you go. You know what I mean? A lot of times, even those people probably were under duress. Like, hey, if you don't do that, we're going to shoot your ass. So it was either you or me. It's sad. But they're really sitting here, oh, yeah, you were sold. Like, they went in there and they sold you. Like, hey, like, what in the world? Or they'll tell black women on the plantation that black man never loved you. He abandoned you. He let the white man do whatever. Like, come on. But this is just madness. We've been lied to so badly, y'all. We need to decolonize our minds. Like, it's just so sad. It's just sad. It's sad. Come to find out, 75% of the slaves had a man and a woman in the house. So they made a way. But let these people tell it. They're insane. They just, oh my gosh, they lie so much.
The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years.
Wow.
But all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty programs.
Okay.
Johnson.
Yes.
Oh. In the 60s, you say. In the 60s, you say. In the 60s, you say. Who brought black people to Lyndon B. Johnson? MLK. I said, this man, he's going to be exposed. He's going to be exposed. Mm-hmm.
Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Cloud and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules. We separated work from income, and as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement.
Oh, you see, the new black elites. And what I tell you, when the government takes away self-agency, that's what he means. Like they're separating work from income. You don't have to work. We'll give you a check. And you guys, what that do? It's convenience. And I told you, when things get too convenient, you die. Your motivation dies. Your creativity dies. Your sense of agency dies. Your sense of urgency dies. Convenience is horrible. It is like sometimes, yeah, it's good, but too much convenience, it makes you so dependent. It makes you so dependent. You even know how to do for self. Too much convenience. And it's like, it's going to get to all of us as American people, right? It's going to get to everybody. There's too many things that are just way too convenient. Even now, they even want you to think for yourself. Oh, go ask AI. Go ask AI. Yeah, sometimes it's good. It's convenient, but you should still try to think for yourself, right? But they want to make everything so convenient. And they said, you will own nothing and you'll be happy. They said, oh, don't buy the CDs because there's too many CDs. It's inconvenient. So you can just stream your music. Oh, don't buy too many DVDs because it's inconvenient. You can just stream the DVDs. And now, y'all, we're paying for everything. We have subscriptions to all kinds of stuff and we own nothing. You pay for this, you pay for that, you pay for this, you pay for that, you pay for this, you pay for that. You have so many subscriptions. Like it's subscription like galore. It's like, what is this? And that's why I said something about the civil rights movement. It killed something on the inside. It killed that self-agency. It killed the whole like entrepreneurial spirit, self-agency. I'm going to rely on myself. I'm not going to wait on the government. They train people to wait on the government. And that is horrible. That is so evil. That's the worst thing you can do to someone. Oh, you can fix your problems, huh? But wait for the government. No. When they going to get here? When are they going to get here? No, thank you. I got it. And that's the same thing they're trying to do in California. They're telling people, oh, they can't even pick up their trash, y'all. The people can't even go pick up the trash because you need a permit to pick up the trash. Oh, yes, ma'am. And then Karen Bass said, oh, because we want you to stay safe. It's for your safety. By safety, it's more dangerous if I don't, the longer it takes to rebuild my house, it's more dangerous for me because I'm homeless. No, you even need a permit to go pick up all the trash from your house. If you want to change your kitchen in California, if you want to remodel your kitchen, you need a permit, your own house, your own kitchen. The government has to give you a permit to change the inside of your house. A kitchen that nobody will see. From the outside, no one's going to see your kitchen. But you need a permit for that. However, if you want to put your child on hormone blockers, you don't need a permit. Right? If you want to go and cut your private part because you think now that you're a woman, you're going to go cut off your penis, you don't need a permit. You hear me? You can put children on hormone blockers. You don't have to apply for a permit. But if you want to change your kitchen, you got to go apply for a permit. You don't have the right to remodel your kitchen in California without a permit. What is this? So right now, the people are waiting for permits just to pick up the trash. And they told the people they might have to wait up to 18 months to get a permit to pick up the trash. Nobody has time for this. Oh, yeah, it was Steven Spielberg, Quincy Jones. Yep. Color Purple. Bunch of foolishness.
Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you had a combination of social policy, but policy alone wouldn't have done it. The federal government enticed welfare to blacks to go on welfare. Blacks welfare used to be stigmatized in the black community.
Yeah.
But the federal government began to interpret it as reparations.
Okay.
And as entitlements.
You see?
They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. Then millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%.
Wow.
So it is a combination of social policies plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry. And many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They ask which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is has one leg. Their value to him is their skill. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability.
Yep.
So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
Yep.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back 1940s, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother. Okay.
Right.
That increased from 4% to 40%.
Right.
Okay. And the numbers are staggering where it's at today, specifically 70% in blacks and different in, different communities. Why do you think this happened? And, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How do we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. Yeah. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me.
Yeah.
But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. Yeah. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare.
Yeah.
So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
Yeah.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches.
Right.
I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids. And it made it sound like that.
And you see, sorry, I'll show you Maverick's diaper, y'all. He pooped. But do you see what he said about the unemployment rate? That before all this civil rights foolishness, on the Black unemployment rate was only 4%. Right? Because a lot of them had their own business. Right? A lot of them had their own business. Many had trades. People were busy. People were working. Right? But then people start taking welfare. What happens? Black unemployment shoots up. And what else happens, right? A lot of Black businesses, like areas that used to be dominated by Black people as service providers, becomes for the Vietnamese. It becomes for the Koreans, the Chinese, the Indians, right? The certain enterprises that used to be Black led are not led by other kinds of quote unquote people of color, right? And then Black people become consumers. Would it be wild to say that they probably had models? Yes, even at those times. Would it be wild to say that they probably had models where they probably predicted where the Black wealth would be if these people kept going at this rate? Did we ever think about that? Because models are not new, huh? Models are new, right? Because what he's saying, Thomas Sowell was saying, right? If these people are so good at closing educational gaps, they are so good at building this, building that, it probably even had the lowest unemployment rate in the nation. Is it okay to surmise that maybe they had a model and they said to themselves, if we don't stop these people, in the next 60 years, they might be the wealthiest ethnic group in America. They might even be the wealthiest people in America. No? What do you think? Because, people will attack you based on not what you are today, but based on your potential, right? And that's why, like, for the majority of the time, when the devil comes after people, he usually comes after children, right? Because they haven't reached their potential yet, right? People will come after you based on your potential, not who you currently are. So my thing is, could it be that these people had a model and that said, you know what, if you don't stop these people, the way they love to study, the way they love to learn, right? The way they love to have these businesses, the way they probably have the lowest unemployment in the nation, in 60 years, they're going to be richer than all of us. And that right there became a problem. So it's like, so how do you take these people off the course? How do you make sure that doesn't happen? And there comes MLK, right? Think about it. And today, people are consumers and other people are builders. Okay? It's giving a case of stolen identity. Okay? Think about that. Tell me what you think.
That the poor women were the problem.
Right.
That they're just taking advantage of it. When you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting.
Another one, right? Great Society. Let me put it over here. Poverty program. Great Society. So I guess that was LBJ's like, make America great again. Okay. Great Society. All right, cool. Where are we again? Where am I at? This one? Okay.
Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. What they say with explosive, the explosive isn't the problem. It's the catalyst you put in the explosive. So always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst. And what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing, and they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior, because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch. And that's what you're saying.
Right. But I also realize that the question is, what are solutions?
Mm-hmm.
If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities, and we go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school, they're not in jail, they're not on drugs, they are confronted with the same economic circumstances, and so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right,
that's
because success leaves clues.
Success.
Yes.
So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. So Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing, but you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%. And that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our groups who have been able to survive under the worst of circumstances is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area in 2 years, 25 years ago in DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they had the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of remoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them, if you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace, by just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges from an abuse household, and saying, you are not defined by the worst of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did this self-help mindset come to you? Where did this self-help mindset come?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that served the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities, with the consequence that you can. But a witness is more powerful than an advocate, and experience will always prevail against an argument. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. I confronted his proposition with my facts, and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman who has been engaged in antisocial behavior. Supply them with a mentor that that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talents to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
Poor time to disincent people from creating jobs in Washington State that were even considering it.
From that paycheck that you earn, more of that money is going to state government. And so the effect of that is basically to exacerbate inequality.
Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or taxes. Another major theme in this policy document is education. And the wording in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats say, quote, "We must provide world-class education in every zip code to every child because education is a critical public good." They use this word zip code to represent the fact that in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates in the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts.
Make sure y'all keep up with this, right? So once again, Chicago, blue city, blue state, blue city, bunch of Democrat lovers, bunch of white liberals. Oh, yes, we want to help Black people with the Friends of Black people, right? Look what's about to happen when it comes to education. Okay, there you go. Let's go.
So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
You see? Because the other parts of the county have Black children. So these rich white liberals do not want their money to go and help the Black people they claim to love so much.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And
so you see, and this is what the lady said to Thomas Sowell, but if you're uneducated, like, how can you really know, right? We're doing this for you. Right? Dear parent, you're not that educated. We know what's best for your child. No, they're gaslighting you because they don't want your Black child in their fancy ass school. Right? This is what they do. But they'll have you believing that they're trying to help you. And I said, these people understood, like, listen, these people, we can't stop them. So what we have to do is pretend to be their friends and just give them bad advice. That's it. That's really what it is. I don't really like you, but I've realized that, you know what, you have so much willpower, I can't stop you. Since I can't stop you, I'm going to be your friend, but I'm going to give you bad advice with a smiley face. No, I'm here to help you. I really love you. Like, I think this is good for you. It's really, really good for you. You know? Okay. This is what they do. They are nobody's friends. White liberals are not your friend. They are not your friend. And if they tell you to go left, go right, go left, do the complete opposite. Because their job is to keep you in your Black space. Okay? Okay? This is what they do to people. They're really mean.
the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows.
I have to keep cutting off because it's their content, right? And you see, if you didn't know any better, the way Democrats talk to you, Democrats, progressive talk to you, you would think this was a red state. You would think that you were in a red state. Like, oh, this has to be a red state, right? the fancy school for the white kids and the horrible school with duct tape everywhere for the black children. No, 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 no. You are in a blue state, in a blue city with a Democrat mayor. Okay? All right. This is a blue state, blue city, and a Democratic mayor, right? This is what you get. This is what you get. So white children have these nice schools, and where black kids and Latino kids go to school, it's horrible. And sometimes those schools are not even more than like 10, 15 miles apart. They're not even that far apart from each other. Right? But they'll tell you, oh, it's your zip code, It's your zip code. It's your zip code. But it's so funny how only the bad schools are located within black zip codes, right? But all the good schools are in white zip codes. Make it make sense, right? They're a bunch of racists. I've told y'all this.
Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me that the states could change this. They could actually just collect all the real estate taxes and then equally distribute them. But if you look at some of our liberal strongholds, that is exactly what they are not doing. Let me be clear about something. In blue states, progress is being made, albeit slowly. For instance, a few weeks ago, California finally passed a law that gets rid of single-family zoning.
He said they finally passed the law. Yeah, he said they finally passed the law. For people who are so progressive, why are they dragging their feet? Why are they dragging their feet? Let me go to Dave real quick. Let me come back to Dave.
Close.tv.
Let me go to Dave.
And this is as of 2 hours ago. The White House is preparing an executive order to abolish the Federal Department of Education. And they say this is NBC News is where they got it from. So how about that?
Where will the kids go to get the shit kicked out of them by bullies?
Well, of course, this isn't, abolishing the Department of Education wouldn't even be abolishing public school. It would simply be kind of kicking it back to the states and not having Washington, D.C., centralize the control of education and the, what's the word that I'm looking for? The curriculum. It is, first of all, just because a few people, and I know particularly this is, I've seen some libertarians who are saying this, it is true that doing this through an executive order is not as ideal as doing this through an act of Congress. The concern being another Democrat could come right back in and then just undo all of Trump's executive orders. While that is true, it is still preferable to not doing it at all. So this is, I don't know why. I'm telling you, I'm going to have to get out of the game of making this exact point because I just make it too much that it's starting to drive me crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yes. Okay. By the way, Thomas Massie has just introduced legislation into the Congress to do this. So what the move here would be to do it through executive order immediately and then really champion codifying it into law through the Congress. But this would just be such a remarkable win for the country. I mean, just a win for education, a win for the taxpayer. There's just nothing but wasted money and totally at the expense of children's education to have this ridiculous socialist model of centralized control over the indoctrination of children. Like, why? It makes no sense. And by the way, I will go a step further and say, public school in general makes no sense. It's really funny because there's kind of like these things. Let's take it back to libertarianism 101 for a second here. But there are so many of these things that, like, because we're used to the government doing it, people just take it for granted that the government does it. And then if you're against the government doing it, they're like, well, you must be against the service.
And it's not even just. People even believe that because the government is doing it, they're doing it in the best way possible. As if the government, public sector, right, can do something better than the private sector, right? Is that usually true? No, I don't think so. That's what George said, right? The schools in Baltimore, if it was a private company and they were giving us children that had a 1.0 GPA, everybody became fired, right? Right? Because in the private sector, you are judged based on results. If you are not giving results, you are fired. We'll cancel your contract. Go somewhere else. We'll go find somebody else to do a better job. You understand me? But in the public sector, not only are they giving us children that have a 1.0 GPA, we say, oh, it's okay. Maybe we'll give another chance. And then it's like 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And they're still giving a 1.0 GPA. Nobody's fired. And the kids keep having to be subjected to failure and failure and failure and failure, right? Because in the private sector, you fail one time, you're out of here. Contract over, right? So we know the vast majority of the time, the private sector does a better job than the public sector. That's why the government is not efficient. That is why the government is not an efficient vehicle for change. No, they drag their feet. Okay. Exactly. They don't have to get real jobs because there's a bunch of racist liberal white women who are writing laws to hold Black children behind. We're not falling for this anymore. We are no longer falling for this, right? But my thing is, that makes no sense. It is not fair to the kids because if you cannot teach our kids efficiently, we need to fire you. No other child should be subjected to this. But oh my gosh, they have a 1.0 GPA. The teachers, the principal, all of y'all get the F out. But like Mr. Saul told us, we have a teachers union. There you go. We have a teachers union. So because we have a union, no matter how poorly they perform, you cannot fire these people. That's why unions are not always the best thing. Okay? They will sit here and tell you, oh, unionize. No. At the expense of who? Right? So it's not even just the Department of Education you have to get rid of. We probably have to come after teachers union. Right? Because we should be able to fire teachers as we see fit if the kids are not performing, but because we have a teachers union. So all this hoopla around the Department of Education, it is not about the children. Obviously, they're failing. It's about protecting the job of the bureaucracy and protecting the teachers union. This is what's his name? What's the man's name? Johnson is doing in Chicago. The mayor. He's out here signing all these crazy ass interest rates, these crazy loans with crazy interest rates because he is still part of the teachers union. Unions, right? We have teachers unions at the expense of the academic development of children. Oh no, ma'am. She said, bring Kumon into public schools. Unions are a problem, right? They are a problem. And do teachers in China have a union? Probably not. Do teachers in India have a union? Probably not. Do teachers in Japan and South Korea have unions? Probably not. And I wonder why these kids are so great. Because don't do your job, you'll get the hell out. Right? You're not going to hold the kids hostage. These children are being held hostage in underperforming schools with teachers who are protected by unions, no matter how badly they perform. And that right here is against the civil rights of the kids. Foolishness.
Like if there was like the Department of Shoes in DC, that we make all the shoes in the country, which, it sounds kind of goofy, but like socialist countries actually had things like this. You know what I mean? Like they had centralized, like in the Soviet Union, you could only get that one crappy car or whatever, like there were experiments like this, but so you have this Department of Shoes and they make all the shoes and all Americans have the exact same shoes. And obviously the government's making them. So it's like the crummiest pair of uncomfortable shoes. And then you were like, hey, I think we should abolish this Department of Shoes and just let the market take care of this. And then someone's like, oh, so you're against people having shoes on their feet? You think everyone should just walk around barefoot? And it's like, no, that's not exactly my claim. Now, when I use the example of shoes, nobody thinks that way because we already have it completely decentralized. And if you may notice, everybody's got shoes on their feet. Like, notice that next time you're outside. Even drive through a really poor neighborhood and people have shoes on their feet. Okay, there's some exceptions to this. Generally speaking, though, it's not a major issue of like getting shoes to people, you know, because the market takes care of it. So as with everything, the market provides a better quality product at a cheaper price that is more tailored to what the consumer actually wants. Yes.
That's what Trump said. The numbers saying America spends the most per student and we have the worst results. So the federal government spends a lot of money to educate these kids, and these kids are behind. They are severely behind. Why? Because the government is not efficient, right? And you see, it's the free markets that need to create opportunities and then find the best solution at the best price for those opportunities. Democrats, they're like, oh no, we want to create this, we want to create the opportunities, and then we want to control the outcome of those opportunities. How is that even possible? Right? Communist, Marxist, socialist. So first they want to be responsible for creating opportunities, and then they want to regulate the outcome of those opportunities. You cannot do this. It is ridiculous, right? And so they want the federal government to take the place of the free market. No. Because it could be, if we have a different model of education, right? Not only would kids be smarter, but it might actually be cheaper. It might actually be cheaper. And that's the part they don't want, because they want to keep taxing people. They want to keep taxing people.
Somehow, when it comes to education, there is this idea that the government must do it. Because, and look, I can understand on some level where people feel like, well, look, we want to make sure that every kid is provided with education. But again, you could make the same argument with shoes and say, well, we have to make sure that everyone is provided shoes. And the truth is, like, once you take an example like shoes, you realize that you're like, okay, yeah, but even if our concern is that everyone is provided with these, or that if somebody's so poor that they can't get shoes, they can't afford them, we want to make sure someone gives that to them. That you can't jump from that to therefore it must be centralized in Washington, D.C. You could just be like, yeah, we could have charities do that. We could raise money for that. You know what I mean? Like, we could have, you know, the companies themselves can do things like ask you if you want to pay $1 more when you get your shoes, because that goes toward the shoes of less fortunate people. Like, there's just lots of other options. And likewise with education, when you think about it, when you think about public education, government schools, the idea that you're going, hey, there are these like, there's poor people and they can't afford school, so the government comes in and gives it to them. That is just not what happens. That's not actually true. The truth is that in all of these neighborhoods, even in like poor communities, in poor neighborhoods, in poor towns, the people there are paying taxes. They're paying for the schools. And you could say, like, maybe these people maybe they're unemployed, or maybe they make so little money that they don't really pay any federal income taxes. But what's paying for the schools is the property taxes. And all of them are paying that, either directly or indirectly. You know, like even if you rent an apartment, you are paying for the property tax, because that has to be factored in to the rent price. You know, like if somebody is paying, you know, $500 a month, and a landlord, let's say, just to keep the numbers easy, or say they're paying $1,000 a month for their mortgage, and then another $200 a month for the property tax. Well, they've got to charge you at least $1,201 to make a profit off that. It's not a business otherwise. It's a charity. And so you're paying for the property tax. So really what the government is doing is stealing your money from you and then coming in, paying a whole bunch of bureaucrats six-figure salaries, and then with the crumbs that are remaining, giving you these government schools. And
like we saw earlier, for the Department of Education, you have 4,000 bureaucrats. So if 4,000 people are making six-figure salaries, that's just their salaries, y'all. It doesn't account for their retirement, their health care, their dental, their vision, and whatever other kind of their severance, right? All of that. We are paying for that just so they can create like a mediocre product. No. At least with the private sector, even when somebody's getting paid 6 figures and all their benefits, right? We know that they are going to give us the best product. Otherwise, we're going to go somewhere else, right? But 4,000 bureaucrats with 6-figure salaries and whatever kind of benefits they have, plus whatever kind of severance you might have to pay them if you have to fire them, right? Okay? The numbers don't make sense. The numbers do not make sense. Yeah. The numbers do not make sense. And you see, and with the whole, hey Shayla, with the whole with the way the school choice and the voucher program will work, I think parents who homeschool would be paid. You will be paid something. I think right now, if you homeschool, it's probably like you're just doing it because, hey, that's my child, that's what I want to do. But I think the money that would have gone to that school most likely will go to the parent that is doing the homeschooling. So you see, that's also fair. Because if you have a parent that's homeschooling and that does a great job, they deserve compensation. Right? If a parent's teaching all these subjects and they're doing a good job, they should have some kind of money. Right? Because if that parent is a homeschooler parent and the child has straight A's and great test scores, wow, that's amazing. We need to give the parents something because they're doing the job of 5 people and they're doing it well. So parents who are homeschooling and have great results, they should get paid. That makes perfect sense to me. Exactly, or at least a tax credit. Exactly, like you're doing a good job. Because once again, every child that is well raised, good grades, great test scores, we all benefit because that's one less child going to prison, and we're gonna have to pay for that kid, huh? Because that's a responsible child. So we're all gonna benefit. That child's gonna grow up, have a job, and pay taxes. There you go. So the parents should get something, but yet we have teachers who don't train these kids right. The kids are failing, and we're paying for that. What? No, you can't even fire them because they're part of a union. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. No, I don't think so.
Again, if your argument was that there are some people who just can't afford to educate their children, we must have the government come in and do this. Ask yourself a follow-up question. How's the government doing at that? Could you say right now that in America, we have some poor neighborhoods, we have some high crime areas, but at least they're all getting a great education in their government schools? No, they can't even read at grade level. They're graduating illiterate kids. It's just the wildest failure. It's every bit as much of a failure as that shitty Soviet car that everyone makes fun of. I can't remember the name of it. And so it's just, the whole thing, when you really think about it, it's like the task is so doable. Like, what are we really talking about when you talk about school? You're talking about what? Teaching kids reading, writing, and arithmetic. Maybe as they get older, a little bit of English and history. You know what I mean? Like, what? This is totally doable. Communities can come together and do this. This does not need to come from Washington, D.C. and have orders barked at, from.
So you see, so Shayla, if you have 2 kids, 3 kids that you're homeschooling, you should be paid. Because if they were in a school, wouldn't the teacher be paid for that? So you should be paid. I'm like, it makes perfect sense to me. If somebody thinks they can do it and they can do a better job than the school system, they should get paid. They should be paid. Exactly. They should be paid. The parent that does the homeschooling should be paid because it's a full-time job. It's a full-time job. So they should be paid, especially if the child has amazing grades and great test scores. They should be paid something. Like Lonnie said, at least get them a tax credit. Like, you know what? We appreciate you. Good job. Do a good job. You know what I'm saying? But no. But mediocre people are getting paid because they're part of a union? I don't think so.
Bureaucrats in DC, and we've had an experiment in this. The Department of Education has not been around that long. I say that, maybe that's my age speaking, but I think it was under Jimmy Carter. I want to say it's in the 70s. I think the late 70s is when the Department of Education was created. And so we've been running an experiment. We've done this for about 50 years. Does anybody here, does anyone think the country's gotten smarter over these 50 years? Does anyone think the country is better educated now than they were back then? I mean, you ever see where they'll have those old high school tests from 1920 and you're like, whoa, this is what they were asking the kids back then? we were a much smarter country before we went to this bullshit socialist indoctrination model. And so this is a great step in that direction. And again, just another signal that Donald Trump might actually mean business this time and kind of want to do some big, bold things. And again, between Doge and this move and the USAID stuff, and it's not just that he wants to do big legacy building things, but it's like he wants to do big legacy building things, and he sees the way to do that as like draining the swamp, cutting the government, exposing the corruption. Every president always wants to do big legacy building things. That's why George W. Bush wanted in 2008 at the Bucharest summit, that's why he wanted to give Ukraine a full map, a full member action program. Then he didn't end up getting that. They just made the promise that they'd bring him in, but they said that was it. Scott details it in his book, Provoked, very well. But he was just like, well, this is for my legacy. The war in Iraq didn't work out, so I got to do something big. And it was Angela Merkel who was like, this really might piss off the Russians. You maybe don't want to do this. But anyway, so this is a very, I don't know what else to say, but it's a very positive move. I could say the other thing, by the way, which is to me is the compromise position. But like Corey DeAngelos has been the guy who's really pushed this for many, many years now and had some real success in it. Now, my position would just be abolish government schools. Let people do it. People can, the unbelievable task of like teaching a kid how to read is something that human beings are actually capable of figuring out and did figure out for thousands of years before it was done in Washington, D.C. But his whole like school choice thing is it's almost impossible to argue against. Essentially what the school choice idea is that you basically just look at, so you could look at how much money say given in a state, there's a certain amount of money that they spend to educate the kids. So there's a certain number like per student per year. It's outrageously high. I think in New York City, I think it was $20,000 per student per year was the cost of educating kids.
So you have a failing school district and they receive $20,000 a year. They're not for like prison. So those kids are inmates. You get paid for these kids and you're not, and you're failed, and you're, I don't even have the time for this. My point is, if a mom wants to do it and she can do it, she should get that $20,000. Hello? She should get it. Now, she might have to, she might have to, like, the child might have to get tested like every quarter or so to make sure like she's doing her job. But if every quarter you test the kid and the kid has impeccable results, then you'd give her the money. So how many quarters are like 4 quarters, right? So yeah, so that's 5,000, right? So every quarter, if she does a good job, she gets 5,000. You don't have to pay her up front. But I'm like, you can pay her in installment. Even a dad wants to do it. If a dad thinks he can raise his child, he can train the child better. Okay, so every 3 months, here's the curriculum. Every 3 months, we see you. You come to a testing center, you take the test. If the child scores like 85 and above, you give the people the money. If the child scores like 90 and above, you might even give like an extra 500. I think that'll be amazing, right? Because then you'll have a lot of moms like, you know what? Maybe I could just stay home and raise my kids. There you go, right? But my thing is, just because the government is doing it doesn't mean they're doing it the best way possible. That's crazy to me. Imagine if the government was in charge of technology. We'd probably still be using like wheels made out of wood, okay? No, they're not that good, okay? If you had the government in charge of like transportation, do you think they would have come up with the airplane? I don't think so, okay? I don't think so. My only fear is some Black people have so much Trump derangement that I hope that they don't punish their kids. Oh, I'm against it because I hate Trump, right? I really hope that some people have mercy on their kids. Don't let your hatred for Trump blind you from what needs to be done. That's my only fear. Because some people, everything is like, oh, it's me against Trump. It's me against Trump. Oh, it's us against Trump. It's not always like that. There's a time and place for everything. But when it comes to children, if Trump is right, Trump is right. You can hate him on something else. Like me, I'm still mad about Gaza, though. I am, right? But if something is right, something is right. If this is really what's best, because I'm like, they've done it for 50, 60 years, and they're destroying these kids. They are destroying these kids. They are destroying these kids. So I hope the love of Black children can surpass their hatred for Trump, because they're so Trump deranged. Like, they're just so Trump deranged. So I have some people, I'm like, just because it's Trump, they're not going to want to do it, even though the kids actually do need it. That's my only fear. Okay. But there could be ways that you can put tests for that. There can be a way of testing for that. There's a way. Because my thing is, even if we say, oh, we're afraid, my thing is, if a child is failed, if the parents could fail the child, then it lets me know the child's already failing. Because a parent that could fail their kids probably doesn't even care already by now. They don't care right now, right? But if a parent cares, what are the odds that they're going to suddenly start failing their kids? Make sense? So you have to be an ish parent to fail your child. Like, that's wicked. But most likely you're already wicked, right? Makes sense? These are probably the kinds of parents who don't check homework, don't check grades, don't check anything. So they're already doing it. They're already doing it. But a parent that cares, you know, because we're not saying just homeschool, right? Homeschool is an option. But we're saying charter school, private school, even some public schools. Some public schools have good school districts. I think public schools that are in great school districts, they have nothing to worry about. But them goofy ass kids, those goofy ass schools in Baltimore, yeah, they need to be scared. This is mostly going to affect horrible school districts. If you have great school districts, like great public school districts, they're not going to worry about anything. But parents are still going to send their kids. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. You know? I really hope they don't do that, because that wouldn't be fair. He said the fact that Diana Ross doesn't have one Grammy and Beyonce has them all. Those Grammys, they pay them. They're bought for.
And so Corey DeAngelis and other school choice advocates just say, okay, so you're spending 20 grand per student per year. Here's what we're going to do. You're just going to give that as a voucher to the parents. Okay? They get this voucher that's worth 20 grand a year, and they can choose which school to use it at. And now you'd have a situation where you empower the parents rather than empowering the teachers union, rather than empowering DC, and you let the parents have the chips, and the schools have to compete now over getting the parents to give them their voucher, because they get 20 grand for each parent who gives them their voucher. And so you immediately would just introduce market forces back into school. And now at least the schools would have to demonstrate some value. Now the school goes, hey, everyone in our school is reading at grade level, and there's very little bullying, or there's very little violence, and there's very, you know what I mean? Like, they have the same thing that private schools do right now, right? Which is why wealthy people send their kids to private schools when they have the option to. Just introduce those market forces into school for everybody. And like, there's no reason.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? Mavi, hold on. How much do you want to bet that once you start giving the parents the money, school shootings going to go down? Because now they're going to be like, oh, we're equipped with security. We have this, we have like bulletproof doors. We have this, and that. Because you want the people's money. So now you start doing extra things to please the people. It might be like, oh, we have like this kind of gate. We have this kind of bulletproof door. We have bulletproof glass. We have bulletproof tables. We have bulletproof backpacks. We even have cameras in the classroom so you can see what your child is doing. How much you want to bet? That's what competition does. Competition, it benefits the consumer. Right now, the way the school is regulated by the government, there's no competition. There's no transparency. There's the labor union that's in control of the teachers, even the schools. There's only so much, even the federal government. There's only so much the federal government can ask from these unions. And also, for the most part, outside of Trump, for the most part, unions usually vote Democrat, right? So Democrats also count on unions to get elected. So what are the odds of a Democrat president demanding more out of those unions or going against the unions? He's not going to get their votes. You see this? So now all of this is the children that are being held hostage, right? You're more likely to get a Republican to go against a union like the teachers union, because usually unions don't vote for Republicans, because Republicans are thought to be rich people who only care about the rich. The Democrats are the one, oh, we're for the working class. We're for the working man. We're for the poor people, always the poor people, right? So what are the odds that if you have a Democratic president, he's going to go against a union? Because the vast majority of his votes are coming from unions. So now who's stuck in limbo? Your child and her future, or his future, or your children and their future. They're being held hostage. This ain't fair. But I promise you, you start doing school choice, and now every parent has 20 grand. My 20 grand. How much you want to bet? You're not going to hear about no school shooting, because now they're going to have bulletproof doors, bulletproof glass, bulletproof this, bulletproof that. They might even have better diets at school. No, we have better menus. We have more fruits. We got more vegetables, because all that are selling points. They're selling points, right? Okay. Nah, there you go. There you go. Competition is a good thing. Don't never. Okay. Competition, it's a good thing. And when people compete, not only do the price go down, but the product gets better, right? So it's like, go somewhere. Go somewhere. Yeah, you seriously. No.
Why? If you know, it's so disgusting when you think about it, that it's like the people who, you know, okay, like me, you know, the people who are able to send their kids to like the elite schools that are very expensive, they're able to do that. And yet these people are forced, they don't have the resources that some others have, and yet they're forced to pay this, and that they don't even get control of it. You know, it's like the fact that New York City is spending 20 grand per student per year. Why shouldn't you let the parent, now the parent has like real money that they can go and be in the same position. They can be as privileged as the people who get to send their kids to private school, where they.
It's funny how the Democratic Party, that's about the civil rights, your right to choose, my body, my choice, my body, my choice, right? But your education, their choice. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Of all the people, should it not be Republicans who are saying, hey, if you're poor, you're stuck at the school district? And then Democrats should say, oh, you know, poor people should have the best of the best. So wherever the best is, they should have access to that. No, instead, it's the Democrats who are saying your zip code, your school district, your zip code, your school district. And guess what? That's what's best for you, right? But yet, once again, it's the racist Republicans who are saying, hey, you know what? Here's the money. You decide where your child should go. And we wish you all the best. It's the Republicans that are giving people choices. Oh! Okay? It's not the my body, my choice people. Right? And it's funny how it's only your body, your choice when it comes to like terminating a pregnancy. Anything else, when it comes to Democrats, you don't have a choice. You have no choice, right? These people are fraudulent. They are fake. They are so fake. They need to be exposed. Oh, yes, I agree with that. She said parents should also have a day in the curriculum. All the sex ed, well, elementary school instead of STEM, reading comprehension. Exactly. The parents should also have a day to try out the school. I bet they ain't gonna do it. Because what parents will be like, oh, call me, tell the parent, oh, call me she's zim 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 zim. Like, what is this? Oh no, my 20 grand. I ain't got time for this. Okay. But I think it's also really good, because I think parents should have to experience one day. For one day, you come to the school and you go through every class that your child has to go through. How much you want to bet they ain't gonna do no foolishness. And the parents also should have to experience their kids' restroom. So if you have a daughter, you go to the girls' restroom. If you have a boy, you go to the boys' restroom, right? And then once the daddy goes in there and the daddy see that you have tampons in the boys' bathroom, they're like, nope, my child's not coming here. How much you want to bet they're going to stop their foolishness? Okay? Okay. And you know what? Let me tell you this too, right? When you really think about it, this school choice, like giving people the money, that is right on par with the American ethos of like free markets, you know, doing things for yourself, you know, American people coming up with their own solution, being like solution driven. Like this is how American people have innovated. And I do feel like the way the American people are and the spirit of the American people, there's going to be great innovation in education from K through 12 because this is what they do best. American people are great problem solvers. Stop holding these people back. Stop holding these people back. And you're going to see some schools out here that we can't even believe exist. Like, wow, that's an amazing school. Damn, right? Why? Because now you're telling the American people, may the best school win. And not anybody can go into it. And we might even have new businesses, new entrepreneurs. I don't know. Right? And they might really revolutionize the face of American education. And then we might really be able to compete with the Chinese and whatever, right? So yeah, I'm like, it makes sense to me. American people love to be entrepreneurs. So maybe the new frontier is education. Let these people have it. Let them try, right? Let them try. Me, I put my money on these people. They're going to find a way. They're going to find a way. Exactly. Democrats want consumers. Republicans want producers. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Common Core loan will have y'all running like hell. Though that stuff is awful. It's so damn evil.
They have the chips. They're the one with the money, and you have to work for them. And you have to work to keep their business. Yeah. It's such a better.
You know what? The bullying also will stop because you're gonna get expelled. And if it's a great school, your parents are not going to want you to get expelled. So everybody's going to be on their best behavior. I'm telling you, I want to tell you, innovation is amazing. Like entrepreneurship, innovation, allowing the people themselves to come up with solutions, right? It's amazing because honestly, you have way more Americans outside of the Department of Education than you have inside of that, right? And those people might be even smarter, more intelligent, more creative. They might even have better ideas. We need to let these people innovate. And if now there's real money to be made, you're going to see like top great entrepreneurs, want to tackle this whole education thing. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it. We have nothing to lose. The kids are already failing. They're already at the bottom. When you're at the bottom, the only way you can go is up. Let's do it. Let's do it. Get out of here with that.
Model than what we have right now. So there's just a lot of different things that can be done in education, even short of the ideal, which would just be to abolish government schools. But anyway, long story short, this is a very good move.
Okay.
So are you for school choice or not? We already have a choice system in education. If you are of means, you will move to a district where the schools are good and the houses are expensive, like Palo Alto, California. If you go across the street from Stanford, Palo Alto High has a performance arts center that looks like a smaller version of Stanford's. If you're really wealthy, you will send your kids to private schools. So who's stuck in failing neighborhood schools? Poor kids. A lot of them minority kids. So how can you say you're for civil rights? How can you say you're for the poor when you're condemning those children to not being able to read? By the time they're in third grade, they're never going to read. So if you want to say that school choice and vouchers and charter schools are destroying the public schools, fine. You write that editorial in the Washington Post, but then don't send your kids to Sidwell Friends. So are you for school choice or not? We already have a choice system in education. If you are of means, you will move to a district where the schools are good and the houses are expensive, like Palo Alto, California. If you go across the street from Stanford, Palo Alto High has a performance arts center that looks like a smaller version of Stanford's. If you're really wealthy, you will send your kids to private schools. So who's stuck in failing neighborhood schools? Poor kids. A lot of them minority kids. So how can you say you're for civil rights? How can you say you're for the poor when you're condemning those children to not being able to read? By the time they're in third grade, they're never going to read. So if you want to say that school choice and vouchers and charter schools are destroying the public schools, fine. You write that editorial in the Washington Post, but then don't send your kids to Sidwell Friends.
Okay? And that's a shade. That's a big shade sent towards Obama. That's where his kids went. Sidwell and Friends, y'all. Y'all seen the tuition? Hold on, let me show you their tuition real quick. Hold on. Let me show y'all their tuition. Wait a minute. Tuition, please. All right. All right. So you see, here is the tuition. So lowercase, so from pre-K to second grade, $51,410. Lower school grades, so grade 3 to 4, $53,920. Middle school, $57,150. Upper school to high school, $57,620. Right? This is where Sasha and Malaya went to school. But they all see Barack Obama over here saying, oh yeah, public school, the Department of Education. Why he sent his kids to public school? Right? But this is how much we paid because the taxpayer paid for that. We paid for Sasha and Malaya to go to school. He didn't pay for that. I think when it comes to Barron, Trump paid out of pocket. Trump paid for his son to go to private school. Obama sure did take our money to send his daughters to an expensive private school. And now they're walking out here looking like they're homeless. Okay? All this money we waste on these kids. Where is the money? Okay? Child, this is where they went. This school is crazy. Right? And even a lot of these black elites, a lot of the black elites that you will see coming out here screaming and screaming, their kids are going to private school where they pay about this much for tuition. Right? But they're going to tell the black people, oh, Trump is a racist. You need to fight for your child to go to public school. These black elites are evil. They are diabolical. To be quite honest, middle class, lower class black people have nothing in common with rich black people. Okay? All right. Anyways, let's move on. Next video.
Your book, The War Against Boys, lays out a case, focuses on across the culture, but spends a good amount of time talking about the ways in which school, as it's constructed on average, is really just designed for girls and harms boys, is not aligned. You're already saying some of the ways in which boys on average are not going to be comfortable sitting in class and being forced to just sit and listen to someone lecture at them for 45 minutes and be audible processors instead of physical ones. But lay that out and what has changed, what if anything has changed since you published the book in terms of your view of school? Has it gotten better for boys? Has it actually just gotten that much worse? What is the current state of school for boys?
Well, since the first edition of the War on Boys came, I would say things have gotten worse for boys because no one is paying attention. Even though by every metric, you can see that young men are faltering academically. They are far less likely to get good grades, less likely to go to college. And if you look at any measure of failure and the boys are the ones that are getting most of the failing grades. They're much more likely to be suspended or drop out and so forth. And this is all happening at a time where education has never been more important to a child's prospects. And right now we're doing far better job educating girls than boys. And this is true across all, class and ethnic racial lines. The girls are doing better than the boys. And when I looked at the classrooms and saw increasing intolerance, I mentioned before, for just the way little boys like to play, not making much room for it, cutting back on research, cutting back on, unrestricted play and so forth. Kids are increasingly monitored. This is harder for little boys. And even the topics in the classroom, there've been good studies in what little boys like to read. There's a lot of books with action, or a book about a monster devouring a city, or books about things. And girls like fiction and poetry more. But increasingly, the reading list is tailored to the interests of girls. And this is true through, there are wonderful stories. There are lists of books for boys that boys find irresistible. And I know this because the British have a similar problem with male underperformance, and they've gone to great lengths to find ways, especially to connect young men to the written word. Big challenge, partly because girls on average have better verbal skills, and they like school better. They're more engaged, they're more connected, and it's harder to teach boys. So why don't we have a special pedagogy in our schools of education for helping boys learn, helping them, you know.
And this is why also we need school choice. So that way, if you have boys, you take your voucher and you go to a school that has a pedagogy to just teach boys, like they want to teach the boys. If you have a school that only wants to cater to girls and believes in like everybody should be a poet, right? Your son doesn't have to go there. If you have a son that likes cars, that likes like, you know, auto stuff, you know, I don't know, physical stuff, right? Then they can be schools for that. So therefore, if you have a son, you take your voucher and you put your son into a school that really wants to teach boys, where they don't get triggered because boys are boys. They're going to say that your child has ADHD or your child is autistic, right? Because they just can't stand your boy being a boy. Like little boys should not go to school that are predominantly ran by feminists and misogynists. It is not fair. They hate men, okay? They hate men. So your child should not go there. Your child should not go to that school. It's not fair to him, right? So I'm like, you see, it makes a lot of sense. You don't want to teach boys? You shouldn't have to. You want to teach boys? Hey, here's my son, right? Just like where Luigi went. I don't know if it's a good example, but Luigi, the boy that's being accused of allegedly, I don't think he did it, but you know what I'm saying? But Luigi, he went to an all-boys school in Baltimore, right? And maybe also, it could also be better to have schools where boys are boys and girls are girls and you separate them. That way there's no sexual all this stuff. Nobody's distracted. Okay, you gonna focus. Like there's no girls, no distraction. There ain't no boys, no distraction. Because every time you introduce boys, also the girls start to get mean because they like the same boy. Now they're out here gossiping and bullying. Okay, so maybe we should keep those genders apart. What y'all think? Okay, he passed out. Yeah. I mean. So, you can boys move a lot
for identifying their talents and so forth. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
and so many boys just don't have a future in education. And I said at a time where it's never been more important.
Why is that? Why would an enterprise called this degree in education systematically ignore 50% of the population in its study and its efforts to understand how to do its job?
Very good question. And I think it is not an exaggeration to say that our schools of education have been carried away with sort of eccentric theories about the oppression of girls. And for years, there have been sort of best-selling books, not a lot of serious scholarship, but a lot of popular books about how the system is failing little girls. And most of that is built on stories or anecdotes. If you look at the real data, these girls, are much more, as I said, doing much better in school and are proceeding ahead. They're a year and a half ahead of, on average, of the boy sitting next to them in writing, and a year ahead in reading. And so if you looked at that, you would think, all right, what are we going to do for the boys? But the schools of ed have become so political that they are more likely to warn teachers that boys are the inheritor of a patriarchal system. And this young man has, had all the privileges, and now it's time to turn the table and give more attention to girls.
Equity.
Well, whatever the privileges are in the society, we can debate men and women, but these are children.
Yeah.
And a little boy in the classroom is not in more privileged than his sister. I mean, the whole thing is preposterous. But yet, if they teach anything about gender in a school of ed, it would be that girls are being shortchanged by the system. Years ago, I believed that, but then I looked for the...
You're oppressed. If you're Black, you're oppressed. If you're a woman, you're oppressed, right? So you need the government to help you make it right, because these white people will never change. These white men, they are insane.
The evidence and couldn't find it, and found things I discussed before. All the measures, and if you look at grades, If you look, who were the valedictorians? If you go to any high school graduation, who won the honors? It's girls, girls, girls. And it seems to be getting worse. So if you look at even the ambition, we have the Department of Education has data about what does a child see for themselves, and do they want to be a professional? Do they want to go to college, graduate school, and so forth? Much higher percentage of girls have.
So the Department of Education knows this and haven't done anything to rectify this. Fire them. Dismantle that department.
These ambitions.
Dismantle.
And that changed. It wasn't that way in the 50s and 60s and 70s. It started changing in the 80s and 90s. And now it's, as we mentioned before, and someone once said, it looks as if our schools are run increasingly by women for girls.
That was another striking thing that you pointed out, that prior to that I hadn't thought about in a systematic way, which is that especially K through 12 and elementary school, it's overwhelmingly going to be women at the front of the classroom. So why is that important? Why is it important, and it makes a difference? That
and you see what that says. You see why you see why it's so perverse? Because these feminists, these misandrists, okay, these Karens, right? They are so obsessed with creating a world where women are powerful, women are equal to men, women can be president, women can do this. So they want your boys in their care, so they can destroy your child, torture your boy, tell him he's a patriarch, he's evil patriarchy, he's the spawn of Satan, right? So that he can be so discouraged, so disappointed, so depressed, he's not going to be ambitious. And then eventually it will be a self-fulfilling destiny where girls are actually ruling boys. And boys are like, oh, what should we do next? What do we do next? What do we do next, right? Because this is the world that they want. Because they know women cannot really compete with men unless you wage psychological warfare on boys. So you keep telling him, you're a man, therefore you're evil. You're a boy, therefore you're evil. You're a boy, therefore you're evil. Therefore you have privilege, therefore you owe me, right? You owe me. You owe me. You have cheated me out of something. That patriarchy, right? But if they don't have these boys, if you remove boys from these toxic ass feminist misandrists of Karens, and you raise boys with other boys by teachers who want to raise boys, their psychology as men will be up. They're not going to feel bad for being competitive. They're not going to feel bad for being somewhat aggressive. Like, well, we have to compete, right? But amongst girls, like, oh, no, you're too aggressive. Oh, you're too competitive. Oh, you're trying to take everything. Oh, think about her. Oh, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, da-da-da. You know what I mean? It's like teaching a lion to walk in heels. How does that make sense, though? Right? This is what these goofy ass heifers want, because they want to create a world that looks like a Marvel movie installment. They really believe that Wonder Woman is a real thing, and their job is to make it happen, right? They want a world where men are extremely docile and men are extremely submissive to women. But that world can only happen if they are responsible for the education of boys. And this is where someone like me says, oh, hell to the no, you're a goofy ass. Okay? Right? No. Go sit down somewhere. So once again, this is why we need to have school choice, so that if you have a son, take your son away from these demons, from these witches, right? And you take your son to a private school just for boys, where all the educators are trying to teach these boys how to be the best man possible. Because a young man who's not allowed to be a man in a healthy way will harm everybody, right? You understand? And that's why the vast majority of liberal, progressive women who identify as Democrat have a tendency to prefer gay men to heterosexual men. Because in a gay men, they see a man that acts like a woman, like, you know what I'm saying? They like that kind of stuff. It gives, I can dominate him, right? You understand? But they don't like men that stand for themselves. They don't like that kind of stuff. You cannot allow these goofy ass people to train your kids. Okay. Oh, I don't even know what they're doing this. Like, seriously. but it's intentional. So that you can get to a place that where men are robbed of their sense of self and sense of courage and sense of idea. That they want these men to be empty. And then they're going to lead these men. And maybe one day we'll have a country where a woman is president. Not because she's really president, but because they broke down all these men. That now these men don't believe in themselves. These girls are crazy. They're sick as hell. They are seriously deranged. They are seriously deranged.
I don't know if it's 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10, but it's north of 7 out of 10. K through 12 teachers are female. And so the authority in the class is going to be a woman for the overwhelming majority of kids in a traditional K through 12 school. Like, why does that matter?
Right. So male teachers are just disappearing. Increasingly, it's a female environment. I even once had a superintendent of schools in the Detroit area call me and say that most of her teachers, she was talking about elementary school classrooms, but she said the classrooms are so girly and flowery, and she sort of wondered if boys feel like they don't really belong there. You know, couldn't she do something? And they were asking me about, you know, how they could change the classroom. But and I think any good teacher, you know, might have that instinct, but that's not something that will be supported in the literature. It won't be supported in the schools of education. That boys and girls, you know, might prefer. You know, it might be better if you had some rocket ships or, I don't know, dangerous.
And this is what the feminists do not want to hear, that men and women are different. Men and women are different. So therefore, for the most part, the way you teach a little girl versus how you teach a little boy, it's not going to be the same, because men and women are different. Feminists can't stand that. They just can't. That's why the vast majority are lesbians. Because they want to believe that they're equal to men. Whatever a man can do, I can do it too. Whatever this, no. Men and women are not the same. Feminists have a hard time with that. Especially white feminists, huh? But the vast majority of feminists who are liberal, who are progressive, have a hard time with conventional wisdom, which is men and women are not the same. They're not the same. Right? So if you have an educational system that tends to overwhelmingly prefer the way girls are learning, you're going to hurt the boys, because girls and boys are not the same. Right? Because somehow for socialists, Marxists, and communists, anytime there's a difference, the government has to intervene and make everybody homogenous. No, being different is not a bad thing. They claim they want diversity, but they can't stand the fact that men and women are not the same. They are so threatened about the fact that men and women are not the same. They only want the kind of diversity that can be legislated through the federal government. If the federal government legislates diversity, then they want it. But if nature is responsible, if nature is the author of diversity, they get triggered. Make it make sense, right? These people are insane. They hate God. They really do hate God.
Animals or spiders or something. But the classrooms, the content of what they read, even the way they write. There's one expert on child and how children learn to read and write and so forth, and he said that the model that in the classroom is that the model now is a confessional poet. Yeah. So increasingly, kids are given the assignment to reach down inside themselves, you know, and talk about what they felt and how, you know, and this would be torture for many boys. And I'll just tell a quick story. When this was years ago, when my son was a senior, his graduating class, high school, this was in the summer, they took a camping trip.
Yeah, they hate God.
And he really had a great time. But at one point, a visiting.
And look at Gary. Imagine telling Gary to write a poem. He's gonna be like, I hate you. Imagine telling Gary. Imagine you tell Gary to write a poem. He's gonna be like, I hate the cashews. That's it. He's done. That's it. Right? But no, Gary, go in deeper, Gary. Go in deeper and tell us more. He's like, that's it. You know, most men don't like to talk a lot, right? But this is what they want you to do. Like, go in, speak more, communicate with me. It's like, he's tired. Like, leave people the hell alone. He's exhausted. They love chaos. They love to talk about their feelings and not problem solving. They're seriously unhinged. They're crazy. And they're making people miserable. Some people are doers and some people are talkers, right? For the most part, men are doers. Women love to talk. It's okay. Gary be like Gary, write a poem. I hate the Jews. That's it. Like Gary, anything else? Nope, that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I can't stand these cashews. That's it. I'll be like MLK Kang, Big Mike. That's it. I'm like, what is this? That's just weird. I'm like, oh my gosh, Gary, you are crazy. You are crazy. He said Dr. King. Gary's insane. You're so crazy.
Creative writing teacher came, and this was in the desert, and they said, okay, go out, and she told all the students in his class, go into the distance, and it was dusk, and here's a candle and some matches and pencil and a notebook, and discover yourselves.
What the freak?
And as he described it, the girls cooperated and went out, wrote their deep feelings about the stark loneliness of the desert. I don't know. And the boys, completely bewildered by the assignment, kind of gathered in a circle over outside the teacher's view, threw all the notebooks into a pile, lit a match, and made a bonfire.
There you go.
It's exactly what I was thinking it was going to be.
And I felt sorry for the creative writing teacher, but it was a summer school, and these were not bad kids. I mean, but they were just, what are they going to do? And I thought there were so many assignments you might give, but this, and I'm not saying aren't some boys that would flourish with, such an assignment, but as it happened, the girls liked it and the boys didn't, and they got in trouble for it. And he said that one of the teachers was worried that they were like proto-arsonists, or that this was toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
so teachers are they hear a lot about that, and they might think some innocent thing that boys just will do, that used to be understood, might not readily be categorized as toxic, dangerous, and not to be tolerated. So this is what I mean when I just say the classrooms have become a little oppressive. And I remember one wonderful man in Texas actually was looking at the dropout rates of Hispanic boys, because Hispanic girls are just flourishing in school, and now an Hispanic girl is more likely to go to college than a white boy. And the question is, what do you do for the Hispanic boys? And he told me that he interviewed a boy, and he said, Hispanic boy, why did you leave school? He dropped out of high school. And the young man said, well, I just thought nobody wanted me there.
Yeah.
And I just thought about that. How many kids are we losing? Because no one takes an interest, and they're not doing that well. They don't really understand what it is expected of them. There's just this aura of disapproval.
They're doing these boys dirty. They are truly doing these boys dirty. And I'm like, imagine if we had a school system where like it was completely geared towards boys. Like, you have to go change tires. You got to play with cars. These girls would be miserable. They would be miserable. Right. And so it's like now, because we feel as though girls have been cheated, toxic masculinity, toxic patriarchy, right? So men now, all women, all of this. So we're gonna skew. We're gonna skew excessively feminine in the way that we teach these kids. But what if it was the other way around? These girls would be miserable. So how can you not see that these boys are miserable? It is way too pink. It's excessively pink. There has to be some kind of balance. And also, like you said, if you have feminist, misogynist teachers who walk around looking at these boys like, the spawn of patriarchy, okay, or toxic masculinity, right? You might not mean to, but you're going to have horrible bias against these boys. And these boys are going to feel it. And also, nobody wants to go to school and hear all day, men are bad, men are evil, choose the bear, wumpty wump wump, men so toxic, men are demons, men ain't shit. People ain't trying to hear that all day. It's excessive. Okay, it's like, okay, this is too much. I gotta go. It's excessive and it's depressing. It really is. It really is depressing. Yeah, it's a lot. It really is a lot. So it's like, you know what? I gotta go. This is too much. And maybe that's why today a lot of men also do not want to go to university, because if most of your classes are men are evil, men and ish, men are oppressive. It's always men. It's always patriarchy. It's always white men. I gotta go. I'm tired. It's too much. You know what I'm saying? Because those schools, I don't think they go to school and tell men that men are evil. I don't think in Japan they talk about like toxic masculinity or evil patriarchy in Japan. You know what I'm saying? But that is a lot. You know what I mean? That's a lot.
And we can do better. And other societies and other countries, English-speaking countries, have the same problem with boys, and they're desperately looking for solutions. The British are constantly setting up commissions and doing reports and things of trying to address the problem of male underperformance. We do nothing. There's nothing. You look in vain in the Department of Education, in any school of education. I'm just not aware. There are many individuals who care a lot and are talking about it, and but you will not find, as far as I know, things can change, but so far I'm not aware of a school of education or even a Department of Education in any state or local government that's focused on the needs of boys. You can have programs for girls, but not for boys.
It's we've had Warren Farrell on the show and talked about with him the boy crisis, in which he lays out all the ways in which, I think it's like across more than 50 metrics, boys are not simply falling behind relative to girls, but they're falling behind in absolute terms from prior generations of boys.
Right.
And so it seems like there is a zero-sum philosophy at play here, where in order for girls to succeed, they are climbing to the top of a mountain that only has so much space, and it's time for boys to fail.
Yeah, they have to fail.
Do you think that that's a fair characterization of the?
Exactly what it is, and it's the same thing with the whole DI thing, right? Because allegedly, white men have had so much benefit, they've had so much wealth. You know, we need to make sure no white man ever makes it, even if nobody's qualified, right? I mean, you are crazy. You are crazy. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Just like with the Asian kids, right? Because too many Asian kids are getting to Ivy League, so now we have to make sure that none of them get in there. Like, that is crazy. That is really, really crazy. No, you're insane.
Ideology that's at play here.
You are insane.
I don't think that most teachers think, well, I don't care if boys fail. Now it's girls' turn to shine. But I do think there are that philosophy of that it's a zero-sum game, that there's a battle between
good and bad,
Venus and Mars, and we have to be on Team Venus. And I mean, a classroom, first of all, I think you have to cater to all sorts of temperaments and learning styles. And as I said in the beginning, there are kids who defy the stereotypes of their sex, and there are girls who were bonfire builders, and there are boys who are creative writers. So a teacher should pay attention to that, to sort of masculine, feminine in the conventional sense, and work both into the classroom. Have writing assignments and reading assignments that interest kids, just, whatever their sort of area of interest and so forth may be. But I think we play very much to the more feminine side, the assignments. There was a friend of mine, Sandra Stotsky, who was an expert on content. She did content studies and social studies and literature. And she said she was looking at social studies texts in public schools and said, you would think that the West was settled by teenage girls traveling with their parents. A teenage girl traveling with their parents. It's sort of, they edited out military history. They edited out, tales, amazing stories that would interest anybody, but especially boys, about, World War II and World War II triumphs and military adventures and so forth, edited out of the system.
The challenge as a father with
this is what Tyler Perry's doing, huh? Tyler Perry's doing another movie. He's doing a movie with Kerry Washington, right? On on World War II. And so he's highlighting the contributions of Black women. But the thing is, the ladies worked the mailroom. Like they were postal workers. I'm like, okay. Oh, they had to go to Paris and somebody had to do it. The mail had to move. And I'm like, but what about the Tuskegee Airmen though? Like between distributing the mail versus flying a plane and going against Hitler, I don't know. Who do you think was more beneficial? Right? But it's like with Tyler Perry, he just can't bring himself to celebrate Black men. And I've come to realize that. I think like the vast majority of Black elites in Hollywood, right? They understand that only Black women should be celebrated and Black men should be completely ignored. But I'm like, between passing out the mail, no offense, huh? But it's not that deep. Okay, you made sure people got the mail. But is that really what deterred Hitler from taking all over Europe? Right? No. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, why don't you, Tyler Perry, make a movie about the Tuskegee Airmen? Because how dare you? You mean you gonna put brave Black men on TV? Nah. I'm not trying to see that. I'm like, this is crazy. Right? If you do one movie where you uplift Black women, do another movie where you also uplift Black men. No, never that. A Black man equals Satan. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. We need people, directors and writers and producers, right, who are going to be brave enough. Okay. I mean, I don't know. But I'm like, it should be balanced, right? I do believe you should have movies where Black women see themselves as like doing something cool. That's awesome. But we should also have movies where Black boys see themselves doing something good. Right? So I'm like, this is so crazy. But I'm like, he's out here with Kerry Washington and they are out here promoting the movie. And it's all about how these Black women went to Paris. Okay. And they helped to distribute the mail because the mail was stuck, which is cool. I got no problem. But I'm like, between that and the Tuskegee Airmen, like, I think the Black men, like those pilots, they played a bigger role. And it's okay. But it's like, no. You can never show Black men in a healthy, like positive light. Like, they did something good. And it's okay. You know what I mean? No, you don't have the right to see this. I'm like, this is insane. Do you not even also think that if more Black men if more Black men saw more positive representation of Black men, they would be inspired. Like, you know what? Maybe I can try. Everybody needs a hero. Everybody needs something to believe in. Right? But it's like, no, they're only concerned about giving Black women something to see. Like, oh, only the Black girls can dream. Only the Black girls can have positive role models. And I'm like, I don't like that. Let me show you this picture. Hold on. Because I saw things yesterday. I didn't even know. I didn't even know about these people. Let me see. Sure do. Let me show you this. I had never heard about this man. Right? But that's his name. Oliver Willis, right? Aristides. Okay. So allegedly, Oliver Lewis, a young African-American jockey with dreams as vast as the sky, making history by clinching victory at the first ever Kentucky Derby in 1875 aboard a spirited horse named Aristide. Born just after the Civil War, 1856, Oliver's triumph wasn't just about winning a race. It was a powerful statement in the world of sport, coming at a time when African-American jockeys were carving out their rightful place in horse racing history. You know what I mean? I never knew the story. That is so cool. That is so cool. Like, how many like Black boys would love to learn? Even Black girls would love to learn. They're like, wow, there were Black people who rode horses and who rode the Kentucky Derby. I never knew. Well, that's true. Yeah, you're kind of right. Right? But I was on this guy's page yesterday and I saw some pretty cool stories. I'm like, what is going on? Even this guy, he had this guy also, Moses Fleet Woodwalker. So he said before Jackie Robinson, there was Moses Fleet Woodwalker. We step up the plate and let me introduce you to one of the game's unsung legend, Moses Fleetwood Walker. Not just a solo player in the annals of baseball, but part of a dynamic duo with his brother, Wilday Walker. Back in the day, long before Jackie Robinson famously broke the color barrier, Moses was knocking it out of the park as the first African-American to play professional baseball in the 1880s. Oh my gosh. Okay, with the Toledo Blue Stockings. I'm like, I never knew about this man. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Right? But I'm like, why do you act like it is so bad to make movies where you have something positive to say about Black men? Like, if there are good stories to tell, you should tell the stories. Who's this guy? Oh, there's another one, right? Meet Edward Dudley Brown, a legend of African horse racing. Born a slave in 1850s Kentucky, Ed turned his passion for horses into an inspiring journey of liberation and accomplishment. Working as a freeman by the 1870s, Ed transformed ordinary horses into champions, scoring victories in the Kentucky Derby with Kingman, Baden, and Hindu. Okay, Kingman was a game changer, the first African-American owned horse to win the Derby. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I didn't even know about this man. Oh, that is so cool. That's pretty cool, right? Why don't you tell stories also about like Black men who did something positive? Every day, all day, negativity. There's a lot of horse people, huh? Anthony Hamilton was born in 1866 in South Carolina. He began his career in the horse industry working as a British horse trainer for William Lakeland. He was one of the few Black jockeys who had a natural talent for racing. In 1881, Anthony rode his first race at the age of 15 aboard Sligo at the Phoenix Handicap and came first. Throughout his career, Hamilton won many prestigious races. Eventually, he moved to America. He moved from America to Europe and raced across Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Russia. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I'm like, that's insane. Wow. Right? I'm like, so like, why not have like a series with like a deal with Netflix where you can make these movies like, like short films about these people, so people can see, like people can have, people can learn, positive stories about these people, right? No, always negativity. I'm like, it's as if like you just don't want Black men to see anything good like about their representation. You always want these people to see themselves doing foolishness. And I'm like, that is not healthy. It really is not healthy. I'm like, this is really, really evil. Like, it really is not healthy.
Of a son is that we only have so much that we can do for them, but we put them into school. And then as they get older, they go out into the culture through media, through their friends, and they're just bombarded by messages. And I've done everything in my power to try to protect my son's belief in himself as someone that is good, as opposed to a problem. And that has often involved pulling him out of schools. Like, again, when I was reading your book, I had pulled him out of a school where he would routinely be told that boys are bad. Like, quite literally to his, like, oh, the boys are a problem. That they would have guest speakers that would talk about toxic masculinity.
Right.
And there's a kind of like the guilt of the father is befallen on the son thing that seems to be going on. It's like, my son's
think about it. So you have many boys, by the way, growing up without fathers, who then go to school, no male teachers. And you would think that the educational system would say, well, boys need positive male role models. What better way than to have more male teachers? And there would be a national campaign to attract more men into teaching. And when we saw disparities in the sciences, massive efforts to get more women into sciences.
And maybe also with the school choice, you'll have more men now who want to teach boys.
And effective. I mean, many more girls and young women are going into the sciences. Why didn't we do that? Or why don't we do that for young men to interest them in teaching? And then there's a further problem. Some boys have serious psychological problems. Not the majority. The majority of males are not mentally imbalanced, but some boys are. They need psychological or psychiatric help. Increasingly, the world of psychology is female.
Mm-hmm.
So if you need help and you go to a therapist and you're a little boy, you know, you're at home with a mother, there's no father. Often there are boys that grow up without a father, certainly don't see him very much. Then you're in a school, and then you're a psychologist as a woman. And these theories about male toxicity and having to overcome this patriarchal oppressive culture, these have penetrated the American Psychological Association, psychology programs.
Mm.
And so this, if you had to seek help for a little boy, not only do you have to be careful that your teacher, you have to make sure she likes boys,
Mm-hmm.
and typically it will be a she, and a psychologist would be the same. I would ask a lot of questions and make sure they're not captive to some angry theory about
Angry theory. Amen.
pathological masculinity. And by the way, there is such a thing as pathological masculinity. Tiny percentage of males are dangerously violent and predatory, but that's not normal masculinity. The normal man is quite the opposite. They don't prey on weaker people, they protect them. They don't tear down and destroy things, they build them. And so there's a positive model of masculinity, but I think increasingly we take the fairly rare cases comparatively of toxicity and make that the norm and take that out on little boys in the classroom, sometimes in the home, and now even in the psychologist's office.
How do you explain the fact that there seems to have been this tremendous lag that we're still living in, where the facts laid out in The Boy Crisis and in your work and writings about how boys have fallen behind, how college graduation rates are now 60-40 female to male, workforce participation, life expectancy, incarceration, overall
Suicide.
health, it's indisputable that boys are heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And have been for a long time. And yet, if you go into a classroom today, and if you hear like the various this month, that day, this day, girls STEM day, the whole culture and education system still seems to be acting as if girls are behind and need to be propped up and need to be encouraged and that the system, the culture, it's still an uphill battle for girls. You hear this all the time, like, oh, it's so hard for girls. And that just doesn't seem to have any bearing to reality to me. So is there any truth in that? Obviously women face certain things that are very distinct, like the risk of sexual violence. That men don't worry about. I've learned this from my wife. She has said, you don't have to worry about certain things when you go into a parking lot that I worry about. And I think that's like a thing that we all have to confront.
But sorry, your wife is full of shit. I'm not trying to be funny, but we're not living in like some crazy ass third world country where every time you go to a parking lot, you're afraid of being sexually assaulted. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Like, that is ridiculous. I went to Walmart today. Sexual assault was not going through my head. I am so sorry, but I'm like, no, I felt very safe. Now, if it's like nighttime in a sketchy ass area, girl, don't get out your car, go home, right? Like, you shouldn't be pumping gas at midnight at some sketchy ass gas station. Like, that's crazy. Like, during the holidays, yeah, you might want to be careful where you park, right? Usually try to park closer to the main entrance, like trying to park close to the light. You know what I mean? Like, if you live on a college dorm, yeah, maybe at night it might be scared to go to your car, but then don't go to the car or ask somebody to go with you. But to make it seem like every time you go to the parking lot, you are thinking about being sexually assaulted. No. Stop. People got to stop. Like, no. Even now, I think I can go outside right now. I'll feel pretty safe. Right. So, and you seem like you have money. So I don't think she lives like a crazy neighborhood. So this whole like sexual assault thing too, I think sometimes people overdo it. Unless you're like in an extremely sketchy area, unless you live there, that's one thing. If you're driving through, get out of the way, like go fast. But I'm like, even going to Walmart at night, I feel like if you park up front and you're close, like you should be okay. But do most people go to the parking lot and think about being sexually assaulted? I don't think so. I really don't think so.
As men, that we don't even think about that.
Yeah.
But Walk me through
Right.
your work about this gap between.
Well, I think that if you looked at the average male, female in the United States and looked at the deficits and benefits of the sex, what are
That's the case, like, like catch and release, these are their policies. So see, they're making it unsafe, right? So if anything, liberals are making where they live unsafe because they don't believe in law and order, and they don't believe in punishment, and they don't believe in punishing criminals. So if it's unsafe, then that's their fault. But I'm like, outside of that, like if you live in a red state, because they don't believe in this foolishness, right? But if you live in a red state and you go to the store at night at a reasonable time, and not like 1 o'clock in the morning, but a reasonable time, like 8:30, 9:30, are you really saying, oh my gosh, like going to my cars, it might be it. I might get assaulted today. I don't think most people think like that. But if you're in New York, though, hey, be careful. But at the same time, they vote for that kind of stuff too, though, huh? So they vote for the foolishness.
the advantages to being a man? What are the disadvantages? It turns out that it's just a complicated mix of blessings and burdens. There are ways in which men are privileged and ways in which women are. And it's impossible to say who's better off at this point. And it also depends on the complex set of advantages and burdens, and it varies by social class and so forth. But it's absurd to simply say the women are so much worse off and the men are. I mean, I think it's a central fallacy in feminism. They fail to notice, and well, let me put it this way. I think too much of the feminist movement focuses on men and women at the very top in professions, like how many CEOs of Fortune 500.
Yeah.
And it's true, there are far more men than women, and it would be, I would like to see more men who are, senators and just at the top of their profession. But what happens when you look further down in society and people who are not, in the top 10% in terms of education and elite degrees and so forth? It's a different picture. If you look at working class men and women, it's, both have burdens and challenges. And one of the special burdens that a working class young man has is he's likely to be less educated. And he's entering an information economy where, as I keep saying, education has never been more important, and literacy has never been more important. And we have a large cohort of young men coming along who are not going to find a place for themselves in this economy. And so the fact that we have a women's movement that has only looked and primarily focused on some imbalances at the very pinnacle of society and not looked at just the reality of the lives. And to be more specific, if you look at, they'll talk about the wage gap, and that's true. There's a gap and we want to close it, but I think we have to be honest about it. It's not as extreme as they say, and most of it's explained by the different jobs men and women do, or how many hours you work per week, things like that. But also men do most of the dangerous jobs. There's a huge gap in mortality in the workplace. Like, I don't know, something like 5,000 Americans die in the workplace every year. 94% of them are men. So that, that's, and then it goes for, that's mortality. Also, it's true for injuries. And
it's funny how these women never ask for equality when it comes to dangerous jobs. Like longshoremen, they never want equality over there. You got to hire more women. They always want equality for loftier jobs, safer jobs with higher pay. So they want to take on less risk. They don't want to die, but they want to make the most money. Like, girl, you're crazy, right? Because they're agents of chaos. Yeah, they're agents of chaos. They only want to we need to be equal where there's more money, less danger of dying, it's loftier, it's safer. Then that's when they want to go crazy. But when it's extremely dangerous, they don't want to do those jobs. They never scream for equality when it's dangerous. Oh, no, the man can do it. Girl, shut up.
I mean, men do most of the dangerous, gritty jobs, the jobs where you're outside or pitching tar or on top of roofs or construction. These are largely male undertakings, and that has to be factored in when you're doing this calculus of well-being. And but we don't do that. We just don't do it. And I'm still a feminist. I believe in equality, but that means you care about men and women. And you don't see, as you mentioned before, you don't see it as a competition where you have to be on one team. Because I think that also if men are in trouble or boys are in trouble, so are women. We're in this together. So what we're doing now is so perverse, because by not attending to the education of young men, there's going to be a mismatch. People typically marry someone with a similar education. What's going to happen? I mean, we know what's happening right now. A lot of people aren't finding each other. There's a lot of loneliness. And I just don't think the solution is to focus on one sex and not the other.
I want to.
Yeah. Because, because if you have a lot of girls who go to college and they want to marry somebody who go to college, and most men not going to college, well, it's not going to happen. There's a mismatch. There's going to be a mismatch. Okay. My next video. Hold on.
There is a reason why in my club room, I have a big painting called Dead Mentors. That's got 8 people in it. And he is one of them.
Public schools should not be in a monopoly position. They should have to compete with private schools. Why should a parent be restricted to using his tax money simply in those schools that are run by the government?
By the way, I should mention to you that in Palo Alto, where I am a member of the school board, voted in a policy that all graduates of Palo Alto high schools will be proficient in foreign languages. That will be a requirement for graduation. There's no private school in the country, to our knowledge, that sets that kind of standard.
Why should there be? Why should you be able to tell John and Jay that they necessarily have to be proficient in a foreign language? Maybe they'd rather be proficient in music or in mathematics or in something else. I don't see that that's anything for you to boast about. It's just a demonstration of your willingness to replace their judgment by yours.
Oh, Milton Friedman. Do yourself a favor and go study this man. There is a reason why in my club room, I have a big painting called Dead Mentors. That's got 8 people in it. And he is one of them.
Public schools should not be in a monopoly position. They should have to compete with private schools. Why should a parent be restricted to using his tax money simply in those schools that are run by the government?
By the way, I should mention to you that in Palo Alto, where I am a member of the school board, voted in a policy that all graduates of Palo Alto high schools will be proficient in foreign languages. That will be a requirement for graduation. There's no private school in the country, to our knowledge, that sets that kind of standard.
Why should there be? Why should you be able to tell John and Jay that they necessarily have to be proficient in a foreign language? Maybe they'd rather be proficient in music or in mathematics or in something else. I don't see that that's anything for you to boast about. It's just a demonstration of your willingness to replace their judgment by yours.
Oh, Milton Friedman. Do yourself a favor and go study this man. There is a reason why in my club room, I have a big painting called Dead Mentors. That's got 8 people.
Department that appears to be on the chopping block is the Department of Education. Just earlier today, Democratic members of Congress were blocked from entering the department's headquarters. Democratic lawmakers had met outside to protest Donald Trump and Elon Musk's plan to abolish the department entirely, as well as attempting to seek a meeting with the department's senior leadership. Lawmakers were not only blocked by security holding the front door, but also by Department of Homeland Security police seen in multiple videos from members of Congress. Lawmakers were told by security guards stationed outside that nobody had accepted a meeting and that they needed an escort in the building in order to enter the building.
The door, he says he's a federal employee. He won't tell us who gave him permission to do this. All he knows is he's going to stand here and tell the members of Congress who are elected, who vote for the funding for all of them in this building, and for the student loans, and for the Title I families. He's going to tell us that we can't come in and talk with anybody. Is that right?
Joining me now is one of the lawmakers who tried to enter the Department of Education today, Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, Democrat of Connecticut, and a 2016 National Teacher of the Year. It's a great pleasure, Congresswoman. And, let's just get right to the bottom. Who tried to stop you, and under what authority were they acting to block members of Congress? That's the part I have to wrap my head around. who fund the very department that they're standing there blocking members from coming into the building?
Well, thank you, Michael, and it's great to be here. And that's a great question. We did not get an answer to that. The man who came out, he met us at the door. The door was locked, and then he came out and met us and said we were not allowed entry to the building. We had to be on a guest list. And when I said, well, what is your name? What is your title? All he would say is, I work for the Department of Education. Never said who he was, kept pulling out a badge and pulling it back quickly. But we said,
why do they want to go into the building? To do what?
We're members of Congress. We can come into
people don't want to go to they don't want to come to work, but they want to go into the building. Go sit down.
The building. We can request a meeting, would not even let us inside the building.
But why do
amazing? It's just amazing. Well, it also kind of begs the question, what do you do next? I mean, this is the fourth time or so that members of Congress have been denied access to federal property. It's not a question of what do Democrats do, what do Republicans, what do members of Congress do when something like this happens? What do you think should happen next?
Well, I think that's really important. I think part of the problem is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has ceded all of our Article 1 powers to the president. And in this case, the Speaker of the House should be saying we need to respect the separation of powers. But I know that is not going to happen. So we are bracing for.
I would love to ask her, where do her kids go to school? Her and the other guy, I would love to ask them, like, where do your kids go to school? Do your kids go to public school or they go to private school? Because you want to go in the building for what? What does it matter? Kids are failing. Does she have the same energy for Black kids who are failing? Like all these Black caucus people, these goofy people, right? Because the vast majority of the Black caucus, they send their kids to private school, right? So I'm like, she probably is in DC. Do her kids go to public school in DC or they go to private school in DC? Right? Where was this energy for the Black children who are failing in Baltimore? I am so confused.
Lawsuits. We've sent letters to the department requesting a meeting. 96 members of Congress signed on to this meeting. Outside groups are gearing up to file lawsuits because we read.
What are you filing lawsuits for? Black children have a 1.0 GPA in Baltimore. Are you suing anybody? These people are idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. I'm really going to do my little political channel. This is ridiculous. Did you sue anybody when these kids have 1.0 GPA?
Project 2025. We know what's next. We know what's coming. And Elon Musk and Donald Trump, this whole administration is going play by play in what we saw in this Project 2025. But one thing I don't think people understand. For me, it was important to go to the department because and request this meeting because I'm open to, if you want to audit the department, if you want to make reforms, let's talk about it. Let's work together and see what we need to do.
If your children were in Baltimore public school and they had a 1.0 GPA, would you be open to talking about it? Or you're like, no, you're getting fired? Talking about what? Kids have been failing for over 20 years. Ma'am, why did you not request a meeting then? You make no sense. You really make no sense.
They don't want to do that. They want to tear everything down, just like they talked about in your last segment.
Yeah.
And I hope people understand what that means.
Yeah.
A lot of the things that Republicans are complaining about that they don't like about the department with curriculum and things that happen in the school, those are local issues, not decided by the Department of Education.
So therefore, we're saying we're sending it back to the states. What is the problem? What is the problem? And even this guy, I would love to know where he sent his kids to school. What's his name? We should ask him, like, where do his kids go to school?
Department does handle is the $1.6 trillion in student loan funds, special education, making sure that students aren't discriminated against.
So you mean at the state level where people from the state could vote, people would vote for the kids to be discriminated against? Girl, you make no sense.
Data and statistics from school, preparing educators to teach our students, running Title I programs for our lowest income communities. All of those things will be affected. And people need to understand if those programs are cut, one of two things are going to happen. If the department is cut, one of two things are going to happen. Either those programs are going to go away or their taxes are going to go up to fund their local school systems.
Okay, so their taxes are going to go to fund their local school systems? So why would people be against their own taxes funding their local schools? Ma'am, you sound stupid. You sound hella stupid. Bunch of idiots. You guys, I wish I could be on TV, huh? I really do wish I could be on TV and cuss these people out. You sound hella stupid. Oh, if we cut this out, your tax money is going to go to funding local schools. Like, you mean like where I live? Okay. What's the big deal? So right now, my tax dollars are not funding my local schools. So where are they going? If I live in Virginia, why should my money go fund schools in Wichita, Kansas? I don't live there. I don't live there. I don't live there. Make it make sense.
Our children deserve better.
Shut up.
49 million children attend public school in this country. And for Elon Musk to come in with no planning, no forethought, and just plow through these agencies with no plan to rebuild them or what's going to...
You don't need to rebuild them. No. You're mediocre. You're so mediocre. I cannot wait for the day when a lot of Black people no longer see themselves through Black skin, because then you people are all going to be useless, right? Bunch of idiots. Bunch of idiots. These kids in Baltimore are in the 12th grade, can't even read. You don't have this energy. Elon, do what you do.
Going to happen to the people that are affected is just completely wrong. And the members of Congress are going to stand up to that.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's appears that Elon Musk, Vice President Elon Musk, I guess, I don't know, he's got some role, some official role, thinks that the Department of Education is already dead. In response to Congressman Maxwell Frost's post about the DOE, he said, quote, "No such department exists in the federal government." You're an educator, a former teacher of the year, someone who knows education better than most. You talked just a moment ago about the programs that are impacted both at the federal and state level. What does this ultimately mean for parents out there and school systems across the country that now will have to scramble, to your point, to figure out where those federal dollars come? Because a block grant is not going to cut it. And we know how block...
Look at them. Look at them trying to scare Black people. Oh, they're going to have to scramble. Scramble for what? Scramble for what? Oh, because it just ain't going to cut it, huh? Fear. I rebuke you fools.
Grants ultimately work, right?
Yes.
Bunch of demons.
And that's just it. Elon Musk's children don't need public schools. They're not relying on the services that are provided in public school.
The vast majority of Americans don't even need public schools. It's a horrible product. People don't want to send their kids to school to be indoctrinated in gender studies. And do you think you're a woman? Do you think you're a man? People don't want that for their kids. It's a bad product. It is a bad product.
Donald Trump's children don't need public schools. It's my friends and neighbors. It's the kids that I taught. 7.5.
Nobody needs public schools, ma'am. Nobody does. Before public schools existed, people were not getting educated in America. You sound hella stupid.
Million children receive special education services, wraparound services, accommodations, IEPs, the things that they need in order to learn and meet their educational goals. So many of our rural communities that don't have charter schools, that wouldn't be able to take advantage of some of these voucher programs.
People used to walk to school like 10 miles to go to school, and they had straight A's. So what are we talking about? Fear, 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 fear. I think that's the job of like most Black elites today, is to convince other Black people that you need the federal government, No, people don't. People don't. You about to lose your job, ma'am. You about to lose your job.
Programs. People need to think about that. All of those children will be denied a public education.
Good.
When we had our committee hearing yesterday, the chairman said 1 million students access vouchers for private charter schools. They want to take all this money from the Department of Education and put it into voucher programs.
Yep.
There are not enough spaces for all of the children.
Yep.
What are we going to do with all of these kids?
They will go to private schools. They're not coming to your school. We're done with y'all. We're done. You're relics of the past. We're done with your asses. We are done.
And people really need to think about that. A nation that doesn't invest in their children, that doesn't prepare them.
If we don't want to give you goofy teachers money, then we're not investing in our kids. Ma'am, you're crazy.
To be global citizens, to meet.
You got my nerves. Be quiet. Anyways, play this video.
No risk at all. You keep the present school system.
and you give parents the opportunity to shift from the schools their children are now in to other schools if they wish.
Amen.
That's done parent by parent. It's not a massive operation. It's a parent by parent, child by child operation. It's hard for me to see what the risk is. I don't know why public schools complain about that. If indeed the public schools do a good job, then few parents will choose to shift their children out of public schools into private schools. Where's the risk come from?
These youngsters are beginning another day at one of America's public schools, Hyde Park High School in Boston. What happens when they pass through those doors is a vivid illustration of some of the problems facing America's schools.
Metal detectors? Why?
They're faced by security guards looking for hidden weapons. They're watched over by armed police.
Oh my God.
Isn't that awful? What a way for kids to have to go to school through metal detectors and to be searched. What can they conceivably learn under such circumstances? Nobody is happy with this kind of education. The taxpayers surely aren't. This isn't cheap education. After all, those uniformed policemen, those metal detectors have to be paid for. And what about the broken windows and the torn school books and the smashed school equipment? The teachers who teach here don't like this kind of situation. The students don't like to come here to go to school.
Are you guys still here? God Stop It channel. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of schools in South Africa, like during the apartheid. This is how Black children have to go to school. You would think you were in South Africa. This is crazy.
And most of all, the parents. They are the ones who get the worst deal. They pay taxes like the rest of us, and they are just as concerned about the kind of education that their kids get as the rest of us are. They know their kids are getting a bad education, but they feel trapped. Many of them can see no alternative but to continue sending their kids to schools like this.
I think so.
Of course, if you're well off, you do have a choice. You can send your child to a private school, or you can move to an area where the public schools are excellent, as the parents of many of these students have done.
Fully's probably not here. She's probably asleep. I'm like, this reminds me of schools in South Africa. Like, you would think you were in South Africa, like Johannesburg somewhere. Like, no, this is America. Like, this is crazy.
Until we change the way we run our public schools, far too many children will end up without being able to read, write, or do arithmetic. That's not what any of us wants. The system is not working, and it is not working because it lacks a vital ingredient. The experts mean well, but a centralized system cannot possibly have that degree of personal concern for each individual child that we have as parents. The centralization produces deadening uniformity. It destroys the experimentation that is a fundamental source of progress. What we need to do is to enable parents, by vouchers or other means, to have more say about the school which their child goes to, a public school or a private school, whichever meets the need of the child best. That will inevitably give them also more say about what their children are taught and how they are taught. Market competition is the surest way to improve the quality and promote innovation in education as in every other field.
I think it's very foolish to throw out something that you've got and that has some shortcomings, but is very, very good in order to try out someone's pet ideas.
Well, before we ask Milton to reply to that, let's get other views on that same quotation. Market competition is the surest way to improve the quality and promote innovation in education.
Yes.
John Coons.
Well, of course, there's enormous evidence that that is exactly right. We see it in the a case in California that I observe every day of low-income children whose families are making great sacrifices to go to schools that operate at a third of the cost of public education and are turning out kids who are performing and are learning and achieving at very high levels. On the other hand, I wouldn't want to suggest that that unlimited competition is the answer to every problem. And indeed, the whole definition of competition is very ambiguous. It seems to me that if one is truly interested in liberty, which I think is the ultimate value that Milton Friedman talks about, one has to be very careful how he structures the kinds of subsidies that are proposed for education so that you do not wind up with the poor in one kind of school and the rich all in the other, and very little liberty for low-income people left over, which is what I think he has in mind. That is, I don't think he has that result in mind. He has the hope in mind of liberty, but that it's going to need a certain kind of tailoring before it works that way.
I think your remarks about free competition are very unfair for a very simple reason. You cannot have free competition where one group of schools must accept every single student who comes along, no matter what his physical or emotional handicaps or other problems. Whereas the very essence of a private school and your voucher school is that they're going to be able to keep out the students, and the finest schools that you saw in that film were schools that deliberately kept out the most difficult students. Of course, you can have a wonderful school if you pick students whose parents whose parents are so highly motivated that they're willing to spend more money and willing to go out of their way to do something like that. Now, the public schools have to take the handicap, must provide bilingual education, must engage in busing or other programs in terms of integration, must do all of these things, whereas the private school can come along and say, well, if your child has no problems, you know what we can do? We can offer you a school where you don't have to sit next to a child with these other problems. We're going to put you next to other children who are advantaged.
I think in the real world, there is no competition between private schools and public schools, because private schools, especially parochial schools, do not have to comply with federal and state mandates and constitutional limitations and things of that sort.
Dr. Andrig.
I think the role of public education in a democracy is not akin to that of the marketplace. The purpose for the common school is not the same as the purpose for the marketplace. We are trying in our public schools to create a democracy, to create an educated electorate. If you're going to do that, you have to have the common school.
The one unsurprising thing about these comments is that all of the opposition to allowing the market work comes from people who have a very strong vested interest in the present public school system. I am not proposing, we are not proposing to destroy the public school system. We are only asking that the public school system should be free to compete, should be open to competition. If it is really as good as you people make it out to be, it has nothing to worry about. I think there is nobody who can question the declining SAT scores, the declining scores on exams, the declining performance in the schools, the fact that there is widespread dissatisfaction. That
imagine what was this? What was this video? Like, what was this? So this was posted 11 years ago, right? 11 years ago. And I'm like, and only God knows when they made this video. But my point is the fact that people were still having bad grades back then. And we're in 2025 and kids are still having bad grades. It's like, this is not a good product.
many schools, not all schools, some schools in urban areas are more accurately described as centers to keep people off the street than as educational institutions.
When you have a free market, there are dangers that go along with that market. Now, we know that there are people in our society who buy consumers reports, and there are people who do a great deal of research before they buy something, and there are other people who are taken in by the crass commercials and an instant appeal to give them some sort of a gimmick with a thing. And I think that the evidence is pretty clear that if you take middle class and wealthier families, they're going to do a good deal of research. They may very well be able to invest some additional money of their own to take some inconvenience. And if you have an open system of this sort, it may very well be that the poorest parents are going to have to take what is most convenient for them, what is going to fit in with their own work schedules, what is not going to require additional sums of money. And there is no doubt in my mind that you set up a system of free choice of this sort, you're going to end up with the poor in one set of schools of their own on the basis of a good deal of gimmicks that will be offered.
Excuse me, Mr. Shanker, I want to ask you one question. How do you explain the fact that there is no area of the free market, no area of the private market, in which the poor people who live in the
ghettos of our major cities are as disadvantaged as they are with respect to the kind of schooling they can get. I want you to name me any aspect of the private market. They're not as disadvantaged in the kind of supermarkets they can go to. They're not as disadvantaged even in the kind of housing they can occupy as they are in respect of the kind of schooling their children can go to.
What's your evidence for that? I don't think you have any evidence for that.
They're trying to get out. They're trying desperately to get out. Families who have very low incomes are trying to get into the parochial schools that you're talking about.
And they're trying to get out of the slums. And they're trying to get into different neighborhoods.
They're trying to do all sorts of things. Better on that. They're doing better on that. And instead, in a free choice system, you would have more heterogeneous schools, in my opinion. Far less segregation by social and economic class than you now have. Because
now what's
Dr. Henry? Yeah. A bunch of racists. You heard what he's saying, right? He's like, and it's funny how in the free markets, poor people can go to any grocery store. If they can walk there, they can take the bus there. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Because with the free markets, when you're poor, you're not stuck to, you can go wherever you want. And it's true, right? Because money's green. But you're saying, hey, free market has done a good job allowing poor people to have access to different, oh my gosh, supermarkets, right? Free markets has helped the poor people have access to different forms of transportation. Free markets has helped the poor people have access to different kind of accommodation. But when it comes to education, you're saying, oh, because these people are poor, they shouldn't engage with the free markets when it comes to education. He's like, no, you're crazy. I'm like, good job. Well, my Milton Freedom he's a goat, huh? Good job. This man right here is a racist. He's a racist. He's such a racist. He wants to keep these black students in their black place. A racist. He's a racist. And I've come to realize anybody who recommends government-based solutions as opposed to free market-based solution to a people that has been historically discriminated against based on their race, you're racist. Because if a person goes with the free markets, they can greatly increase their odds. It's just like investing in the stock market. Whether you're poor or rich, if you know what stock to invest in, right, your life can change. Your life can change, right? Yeah, your life can change. Like, think about that, right? Anybody, because $500 in the stock market, if you put $500 in Google, whether you're poor or you're rich, if you invested in Google, you're going to get your money, right? So it makes more sense to say to poor people, believe in the free markets. Because if you compare America to Russia, America to the USSR or China, right? For example, why has America been able to get so many people out of poverty compared to China? China had to go through a severe famine to realize that communism was not the way. The USSR also had to go through severe famines, like with Stalin and Lenin. They went through really dark times to realize, like, you know what? Maybe communism ain't the way, right? America chose capitalism. America chose the free markets. And this is why, even though there is slavery and free labor, but for the most part, America has been able to get a lot of people out of poverty because they embrace the free markets. They embrace free trade. They embrace capitalism, right? And today, China is not as much communism as it used to be. It's more capitalist, right? The USSR has fallen. Instead of being the USSR, it's more so Russia. And they too have embraced capitalism, right? So we understand that empirical evidence suggests that if you engage in the free market, even as a poor person, you can change your life, right? But he's saying, no, your education, when you're poor, trust the government. But how can we trust the government that has been historically racist to create a school system that will indeed change the outcome of the life of a child whose family has been systemically oppressed by the same government? Doesn't make any sense. And I think the role of a lot of Black elites today is to sell Black people to the idea that free markets are bad, government subsidies are good. So where you are no longer responsible for trying your best chance within the free markets, but you just trust the government, that's their job. And the better these Black elites are able to sell you on that, the more benefits they have. And then guess what? They don't go for subsidies. They go and try their luck with the free markets. That's why most of their kids do not go to public schools, But most of the kids of these rich black people go to private schools because even they themselves do not believe in the product. That's why I say that lady and that man, I would love to ask her, where do her kids go to school? And that man, where do his kids go to school? And I'm pretty sure they didn't go to public school. Okay? I'm pretty sure they did not go to public school.
It just doesn't hold up by the very examples you've used. Excuse me, it so happens that right now, the parochial schools are the only alternative really available to low-income people.
Do they take all the children who want to get in?
The reason for that is that it's very hard to sell something when other people are giving it away. Anybody who wants to send his child to a non-public school has to pay twice for it, once in the form of taxes and once in the form of tuition. Under the kind of voucher scheme that Jack Coons and I would support, that difficulty would be eliminated. You would now have a situation in which the low-income people would have the kind of bargaining power, the kind of possibility of choice that those of us who are in the upper income groups have had all along.
I am concerned that voucher systems will lead towards havens for white flight, will lead towards a dual school system in the sense that you have one school system operating under one set of rules, the other school system, the public school system, operating under carefully articulated educational policy.
And we have the white flight, right, which is the redlining. Like he showed you earlier, we saw in Chicago, right? So blue state, blue city, blue mayor, right? And there's still white flight, where white people have, these white liberals did what they did. So all their tax money goes right back to them and only funds their school district. So I'm like, it's already happening. It's already happening. So if white people want to flee, let them flee. They're already fleeing. Yeah, I'm like, it's already happening, right? But they're already doing that. The gerrymandering and stuff like that, that's what that is. They're already doing that. So I'm like,
in any given state.
With all respect, Professor, the problems that you see in the urban schools of this country are not problems of the schools. They're problems of poverty. And they're problems of what do you do when, for demographic and sociological and economic reasons in a country like ours, you begin to concentrate those people who are poor in the inner and older parts of the cities of our country. That's
but yet, were they not poor during the civil rights? Like during the Civil War, were these people not poor? But somehow they had better grades than y'all. So poverty is not the issue. What else have you done to these people? Right? Oh, they're poor. They're poor. So therefore what? Because somebody's poor, he can't be intelligent. Because somebody's poor, he can't work hard. No. I'm like, these people are really fake.
When the problem comes, and it's not just a problem of schools, it's a problem of housing, of jobs, of medical care, of social services, and the same problems crop up. And to say that the answer to that is take one part of that element and say, just set up a competitive marketplace is not dealing with the problem. The problem.
So if people have better education, somehow they're not going to have better healthcare, better jobs, better everything. It makes no sense. These people are racist. White liberals are racist.
It's the problem of poverty. Do not underestimate the role which bad schooling provided by our present governmental mechanism has played in creating poverty.
Exactly.
It's been a major source.
Exactly.
Particularly among black and white teenagers coming up to the slums, it's been a major source of their difficulties of getting out of the trap of poverty.
Yeah. I need to find a longer video of this one. Yeah. This systemic poverty that we have for black people has been created by the government. They are responsible for this. They are responsible for this. And this is why they had that man, and I told you that man is an operative. About this one, listen. You better not be emotional.
My name is Matthew Mead. I'm a member of the faculty of Medgar College of the City University of New York. And I'd like to question you on your...
This is 1978. So even back then, they knew it was a problem. 1978, that is crazy. That's almost like 50 years ago. Wow, this is really a bad product.
Voucher system. It seems to me that fundamentally it assumes perfect competition, meaning, of course, that you have a homogeneous product that's being offered to consumers.
Not at all.
I'll continue. That, in fact, there are large numbers of sellers and buyers and those kinds of things. And additionally, it seems to me that what is not considered, at least you gave very short shrift to, the fact that racism, which of course is an aspect that economic theory has not developed a well-developed theory in order to handle, is sort of like assumed away in your model. Let me suggest that at the higher level, we have, in fact, a voucher system, as you said earlier in your speech. That is that anyone can choose any of the private universities and or state colleges and to go to. However, in this society where racism does exist, what happens is that individuals whose abilities are retarded by environmental racism, et cetera, do not have the same choice and ability to go to, for example, the Harvards and Yales and Columbia, as for example.
He's an idiot. He really is an idiot. You know, sometimes people like this, he's types because he's a grifter, he's an idiot. Sometimes I wonder if people like this are not paid by white liberals to be agitators. I really do. I really do. Because anybody who knows the history of Harvard knows that there have been black students who went to Harvard when racism was worse than whatever it was in 1978. So how did they get in there? Like, how did W. Du Bois get into Harvard twice, undergrad and grad school? How did Percy Julian get into Harvard? It's been a lot of black, maybe not as many white people, sure, because you have the literacy problem. But how did all of these black people in the 1800s, 1900s, before people ever knew about affirmative action, how did all these black people get in there? So racism did not exist. I think like these people like this, I think they're paid for this. They are paid so that black people can see a black face, hear a black voice. Oh yeah, I need to be afraid, huh? Oh yeah, racism. We have to be honest. As long as white people exist, can you truly say that you can there will be a day when you can completely get rid of racism? No. The problem, the way I see it, that's just me, huh? The way that I see it, the goal should not be to eradicate racism. Everybody needs motivation. Hear me, right? The goal to me is like knowing how to prevail, knowing how to succeed, even in the face of racism. But I think, once again, post-1960s, civil rights, whatever, right? I think so many black people now are so obsessed with racism, they act as if because there's racism, therefore I can't succeed. You are insane. You are insane, right? If you're mediocre, just say that. If you're lazy, just say that. There was a point in this nation where just in a summary way, people could just come to your door, just grab you up and just take you and just burn you somewhere. The KKK is a real thing. Summary executions were real. Lynchings were real, right? There were days out here that were like that kind of real. People could just come pick you up and there's nothing anybody can do. They're going to snatch you up and burn you up. We're not living in those times. And it seems as though today, so many black people are intellectually crippled by this idea of, oh my gosh, there's racism. There's racism. Oh, shut the fuck up. It might be a whole bunch of white people who don't like you. Who cares? How many white people do you even see on a day-to-day basis? Seriously, right? But this is why, this is what these new black grifters have done to a lot of black people. It's to make people believe because you're black and there's racism, the system is racist, right? Therefore, you can never succeed. You need laws. You need help. You need the federal government. You're like, what are we even talking about? What are we talking about? If you're lazy, just say that. If you're mediocre, say that. If you don't know how to study, say that. If you don't know how to compete, just say that. But to me, it's very foolish to believe that you'll have a world that one day will get rid of racism. Why? Why? Even God didn't get rid of the devil. If God is God and he knows that the devil causes so much pain, why not just kill him? Right? But I'm saying God himself doesn't kill the devil. So obviously there is a need for some type of evil. There's a need for evil, right? What government can legislate its way through like eradicating racism? What is that? What? And then what else? They have to legislate their way through like we need to eradicate misogyny. Then we have to eradicate what else? What patriarchy? Like what the freak? What the freak? Right? And this is what they've done is that they have created the environment where people feel as though if there's any kind of opposition, I cannot thrive. be it racism, patriarchy, misogyny, you name it. These people don't know how to survive. I'm like, they're so fucking weak. Like, you're just weak as fuck. That makes no sense to me. There will never be a world where there's no racism. It will always happen. Now, is it going to be as bad? Maybe not. I don't think racism is as bad as it used to be, right? Are you ever going to live in a world that has no misogyny? I don't think so. Because as long as people can notice differences, somebody's going to try to take advantage. That's all that is. As long as people can notice, unless you blind people, maybe, then you have a way of like change, like making everybody's voice sound the same, maybe. But as long as we have observable, even like audible differences, you have some people who will try to take advantage. But I don't think the goal should be, oh, we have to completely use the federal government to eradicate racism. You never will. I don't think so. I don't think it's learned helplessness through ancestral trauma, unless your ancestors are from the 1960s, right? If your ancestry markers start in the 60s, then I guess, because those are weak people waiting on the government. If your ancestors start in like the days of slavery, these people were brave. They were really brave. When you know you can get killed and you're running for freedom anyways, you ain't no coward. Like me, Marlene, growing up, I remember studying Frederick Douglass, how many times he used to get beat up because he ran a couple times and they snatched him up a couple times. He did it again. Oh my gosh, this man is crazy. Okay, so who are your ancestors, right? Who are the ancestors? You see, and that's why I say, like, a lot of people don't even know their own history. So when you don't know your history, people just say all kinds of foolishness. Who are your ancestors? So if your ancestors start in the 1960s, then I understand. Those people gave up. They wanted checks from the government. So I get it. Now, if you say my ancestors is the slavery people, nothing should stop you. Right? Because I told you, I don't know if you used to follow me back then, but I said, when I was in New Orleans, I used to run by the banks of the Mississippi River, right? And I'm like, damn, slavery had to be so bad. Why would a person jump in this water? I mean, the water's so deep. But I'm like, whatever slavery was, shit, it had to be frightening. Because even I'm not jumping in this shit. With a baby? Oh, hell no. You are crazy. So we got to decide, who are your ancestors? Are your ancestors like civil rights movement people? Then I get that. If your ancestors are slavery people, they didn't give up. Frederick Douglass, he ran one time. They caught his ass. They tied the man up. They beat his ass. He said, I'm going to do it again. Once my wounds heal, I'm going to do it again. I'm like, you are crazy. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. Have you ever studied his history? You should look into it. He got caught. He ran. Frederick Douglass was not allowed to read. They caught him with a book. They beat his ass. He said, I'm going to do it again. When I feel better, I'm going to go read again. Like, you are crazy. You are insane. Because even the most evil of white men, the most evil plantation owner, can't stop you from reading if you really want to read, right? The most evil of evil plantation owner, he can't stop you from running if you want to run away. That's why Harriet Tubman said, if she could have freed more people, she would, but they didn't even believe themselves. So people got to decide, who are your ancestors, right? Because once you decide who your ancestors are, then you're going to know, then you're going to decide what your mindset is going to be. Understand? I said, me, for example, when I was in the math department, I said, oh crap, this is so hard. And then one day, the Lord had me find Julian Piercy. When I watched the documentaries, like part 1, part 2, I said, dang, I don't have a reason to complain. I wiped my tears. I went back and I studied. There you go. Because why are you crying for? Understand me? When you understand, like someone like Piercy Julian, his daddy was illiterate. His mother was illiterate. Right? Nobody was allowed to read, but his dad said, you're going to read. His dad didn't make too much money. But a little bit of money he had, he made sure to buy him books. He had to hide in the bushes to read because you couldn't read. On his way to school, you would see dead people. I said, oh, shit. So when we get to the part where he gets into Harvard and he majors in chemistry. I said, oh, Marlene, you don't have a reason to cry. So I wiped my tears. I went back to study. So people gotta say, but I, Marlene, I reject this notion that my ancestors were quitters. I don't accept that. I reject this notion of my ancestors gave up. That's what the white man wants you to believe. It's up to you. But the evidence proves the contrary. Right? Because slaves that got caught, they did it again. I'm going to leave this place. Harriet Tubman, she left. So, you know what? I'm going to go back. I'm like, girl, you're crazy. She went back multiple times. So which ancestors are we talking about? Right? So ancestral trauma, I think is bullshit. To me, it's ancestral resilience. When you're Black, you don't give up. You don't sit here and ask for the perfect environment. It will probably never happen. Nor do I care for it to happen. Because once you make up your mind that you're going to be successful, greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. And I think also the reason why a lot of Black people today, they struggle with self-esteem, self-belief, self-confidence. Everywhere they go, they have imposter syndrome because a lot of Black people today have walked away from God. They identify with all kinds of stupidity. Oh, I'm an atheist. Oh, I'm this. All kinds of goofy shit. Right? Many Black people also have turned their backs from God. But if you're raised in the word is clear. Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. If the Lord be for you, who shall be against you? Racism? You're crazy. Because even in the Bible, everybody faced adversity. Everybody did. Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, I mean, you name it. Joseph, Gideon, Nehemiah, Jesus, Jonah, Paul, Peter, David, Solomon. Everybody went through some bullshit. And the Bible says, many are the afflictions of the righteous, and racism could be one of them. Because even the story of Daniel goes through that because it's not his land. He's a little Hebrew boy in Babylon. He never gave up, right? So it could be when you start embracing liberal ideas, goofy ass, demonic ass, pagan ass, liberal ideas, you will be emotionally weak, right? You'll be emotionally weak. Liberalism creates weak ass people. They're weak as fuck. That's why, for the most part, you compare a conservative to a liberal. It's usually liberals who always want to take their life and do all this kind of self-deletion. Because liberal ideas create weakness of the mind. That's what Lonnie said. They talk a lot, but they have no solutions because they're weak as hell. Opine. Okay, solution? No, they don't have it because they're weak as hell. Right? The slightest hurdle, they crumble. Oh my God, it's racism. Oh my God, it's misogyny. Oh, shut the fuck up. Nobody promised you life will be easy. They can't take it because they're weak as hell. So you have to decide, like from the Bible, like whether it's slavery, whether it's like people like it's slavery, you have to decide who are your ancestors. Who are those people, right? If you take the Bible, nobody's a quitter. Even Jesus, he thought about quitting, but then he said, let not my will be done, but your will be done. Let's go. Let's do it. Right? You don't give up. There will never be a perfect world. There will never be a perfect day. There'll never be the most conducive environment to your, doesn't exist. What you have to do, gotta have the mindset. I will succeed. I don't know how many times it's gonna take, trials, but you have to say to yourself, I'm going to be successful. And you have to want it so bad. When you want success, when you want to be somebody so bad, no one is going to stop you from that. But a lot of liberal people, right? A lot of liberal people are always focused on what is not going right. Who doesn't like me? Who the fuck cares? It's an audience. Blow these people away. Oh, but what about this, Marlene? What about? Always focus on what I don't have, what I'm lacking. You got to change your mindset. You got to recalibrate your mind. Focus on what you have. Focus on what you don't have. I think even for a lot of these Black people, even if they were not wealthy or the most educated, one thing they knew they had, maybe it was my parents loved me, and that right there is enough. That's enough. Oh, I don't want to make my mom sad. That was enough. Oh, I want to make my mom proud. That's enough. You don't need a lot. You just need to have like one, one compelling reason to give it your all. Just one. Don't even have to be a big reason, but just one compelling reason. I will not die poor. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I will not be, you know what I mean, the person that doesn't make it. I want to make my mom proud. It don't have to be something, oh my gosh, I gotta have to like, God has to, give me something crazy. Like, no, it could be something small. But to you, it's compelling enough. And so, you know what? Because of this, I'm going to try hard. I'm never going to give up. Success belongs to people who don't give up. If you don't give up, one day, everything will come to pass. I don't know how long it takes, huh? But if you don't give up, you're going to have the life you want to have. Right? And we see it all the time. We even see a bunch of young Black. Look at Kai Cenat. There's racism. How come Kai Cenat is a multimillionaire? DDG. I said, wow. One day I sat here. I looked at his videos. I'm like, but damn. From Pontiac, Michigan. That little boy made himself a millionaire. Hello. Right? But what these people are doing is diabolical. Oh, there's racism. Oh, there's always been racism. And maybe there will always be racism. Therefore, what? We need to just stop, just sit down and start crying. Woe is me. There are white people who don't like me. Who cares? Do you like yourself? And my thing is, do you like yourself enough to try? Do you like yourself enough to believe in yourself? Well, there you go. That's all you need. Do you believe in yourself? That's it. But this obsession with like, there's racism and racism and racism. Who the fuck cares? There's racism and all these Black people are basketball players and making all this money. There's racism and Beyonce has the most Grammys ever. No, it's a weakness of the mind. And I think it has a lot to do with people are not competent. That's what it is. They don't really believe in themselves. So they're looking for something. I need to blame someone or something. That's it. There's an inherent lack of self-confidence. People don't believe in themselves. Because when you believe in yourself, all this right here is for the birds. Like, feed it to the migrants. Right? Like, I have seen even like FloJo grew up super poor. What's that place called? In Compton, right? Like 9 kids. Her mom had like 9 kids. What the freak? 9 children. She ran one time. She had silver, right? She got the silver medal. She had to even drop out of school. Life was hard. She had to quit school, work at the bank, do hair, do nails, because she didn't have no money. But she never stopped training. And then one day everything worked out. She went back to school. She went to the Olympics. She won gold. There was still racism. They were like, oh, maybe she's doping, Even when she died, they wanted her body. They wanted to do all kinds of special autopsy on her. Her husband said, no, not doing that. But it's like, why are we pretending as if we are not more than blessed to have countless examples of Black people who never gave up? Right? That's crazy to me. That, like, across so many industries, like so many fields, you name it, there are countless of Black people who never gave up. Serena and Venus, they grew up poor. They grew up in Compton. Right? Serena and Venus. Their daddy, Mr. Richard, I guess he used to watch tennis on TV. He never even played tennis. I guess I can't. He would watch what he saw, whatever he thought he knew, he was teaching the girls. Right? He did as much as he could. Then one day they got a better coach. But how can you just watch tennis and be like, you know what? I think I can teach my girls how to play tennis. That is crazy. Because usually people think of tennis and rich white people. No, he's like, I think I can. Let's try it. Venus, Serena, let's go. Okay. Like, what the heck? What is this? And I guess they tagged, okay, daddy, let's do it. He did the best he can, but he would just watch the games on TV. Then he tried to teach, okay, do it like this, do it like this. What the heck? The man he's not a tennis coach. No formal training. Just watching it on TV. And he's okay. I'm gonna do it with my girls. First, Venus comes out super great, then Serena. But look how, I mean, look at Serena Williams. That is crazy. This is crazy. I'm like, this is really, really crazy. Right? And I remember, like, because when I think we lived in Burkina Faso then, right? Yeah. But my dad used to say, Marlene, look at that. Because they used to have like the braids and stuff and like the little beads. Like it was everything, right? Oh, they're so pretty. But dad was like, their daddy watched TV. And that's how he taught him how to play tennis. Because my dad made me play tennis too. I used to play tennis in Burkina Faso. I used to be so trained. What the heck? Right? But my dad was so in love with their story. Like these girls, their daddy just watched the tennis. He would just watch tennis games. And then he would just teach these girls how to play tennis. So my dad signed me up for tennis. Right? So I'm like, to me, it's just bullshit. Like it's a bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. And once again, it's like putting white people on a pedestal. Oh, as long as there's racism, as long as there's mean white people, I can't make it. White people are not gods. They're regular people. Everybody has haters. There are a lot of people who have haters and they're quite successful. White people don't control your destiny. If that was the case, no, we would still be on plantations. They would still be selling black people. It's no longer the case. Why is that? Because they're people and they got defeated. Get out of my face. But I'm like, these black liberal people, like, they're always so obsessed with racism. I'm like, you are giving white people way too much power. Black people are not the only people who experience hatred from white people. Asians did it. Arabs did. Koreans, a lot, Indians, a lot of people experience the ugly side of white people. And today they're thriving. But we have to stop. Like, we really, really have to stop. We really have to stop. Japanese people, they dropped 2 nuclear bombs on their asses. Look at Japan today. It's like it never happened. You decide. You really decide. Like, you really, really get to decide. They've done a lot of bad things to a whole lot of people. To a lot of people, not just black people. But today, a lot of people who are abused, traumatized, bullied, sold, you name it, by white people, they're thriving. They are thriving. Sometimes they even make more than white people. And they know they don't like me, but guess what? I'm still going to be rich, though. I don't care. Because you can get to a point where you're so good that even a person who's racist will still do business with you because you're that good. To me, it's all a bunch of excuses. Like, people are just full of shit. People are just full of it. Hold on. Where is it? Where's the video? But I do feel like people like this, they get hired. Like, oh, look, he's black. Oh, yeah, he's right. Oh, yeah, no, he's a liar. He's an agent of chaos. He can't even coherently explain himself because he's just here for foolishness.
For example, other students who may not be so afflicted.
Yeah.
So what can possibly happen, though, even though under your system, you might have an increase in the general level of scholarship among all students. If, in fact, there's no relative change within this system, you still have the situation that employees are obviously going to take the best, which is going to be a white upper strata, leave the rest, which is going to be a black and minority lower strata. And in fact, even though all scores, board scores and everything have raised, the level of marginal product has to be met, which is also now higher, you in fact haven't solved the problem. So again, even though it's possible to have an increase in the general level of schooling in the system, you can still be left with the fundamental problem that the people who finish relatively on the lower level are going
to go a bunch of nothing. So he's saying, I understand that you are going to increase opportunities, but you're still going to have some people who are not doing well. Of course, no solution is ever perfect, but at least we are getting more people out than people used to be in the hole, right? So let's say you have 100 people who are stuck in a pit, and somebody offers a solution that can maybe just get 10 people out. You're mad because you're saying, well, you're still leaving 90 people in there. Yeah. And somebody else can come and say, hey, I got a solution that can take out 20 people. But is it not better to at least get 10 people out right now? Right? Because right now, if we do nothing, 100 people will stay in that pit. I'm saying my solution, I know for sure it gets 10 people out. You're like, well, maybe we shouldn't do it because we still have 90 people in there. That's the point. You have 90 before you had 100. right? No one man is going to fix everything. And no one person is going to have the perfect solution. But we're saying is at least start with the 10, take out the 10, and maybe somebody else will be like, you know what, I'm inspired. So I'm going to build a better model that can take out maybe like 15 people. So then when they're done, now what, 90 minus 15, what was it, 90 minus 15, right? So now you're at 75. But you see, when we first started, we had 100 people in that pit, right? One person coming up with one solution to get 10 people will motivate somebody as well. Wow, now that you've done this, I think I know how I can do this and that. That's why people usually build on top of people, right? Right? Somebody comes up with the light bulb. Then somebody comes up with the LED. Like, you know, people build on top of other ideas, but someone has to have the original idea. An original idea does not mean that it's the one idea that fixes everything and solves everything. No, that's not how it goes. Everything is progressive. You have incremental progress. My thing is, when we first started, you had 100 people in that hole. Now you only have to worry about 90 people. Right? And then someone else will be inspired. They won't get out of 15. The next person will take 20 people. So now you're down to 55 people. There you go. Right? So what are you saying? We shouldn't help anybody because we risk leaving 90 people in there? No. And those 90 people who stay in the hole, if they have a good heart, they'll say, wow, I'm glad at least somebody got to get out of here. That's the hope when having a community. We don't envy the people who get out. We say, hey, you know what? I'm glad someone got out. There you go. But it seems to me, when it comes to socialist, everything is a zero-sum game. You either get all of us out or you get no one out. They're not good people. Because good people will say, at least somebody got out. I wish it was me, but it's not me. Maybe next time. But I'm glad you got a chance to get out of here. Because it's better for 90 people to die than 100 people to die. There you go. That's it. So what's the problem? Right? And that's what they don't like about the whole free market thing. Because they want a solution that just comes and just saves everybody. No. Progress is incremental. Okay? That's not how it goes. Even cars. Everything is incremental. Computers. Everything. These chips, these processors. Everything is incremental. But you got to start somewhere. And hopefully somebody gets inspired and they'll do a better project, a better, they come up with a better solution. And then somebody else comes along that has an even better solution, an even better solution. And you might get to a point where somebody has a plan that can just lift 40 people. Like, wow, that's crazy. That's great. Right? That's why computers today can do way more than computers of like yesteryears, right? They used to be so slow and so big. They can only do so much. But everybody builds on that. Everybody builds on that. Today you have NVIDIA. Good for them. Right? But they're able to do today what IBM could have never thought of doing. But we had to start with IBM. And now we are at a place where, NVIDIA, whatever that is, whatever it's called, right? That's just how it goes. Change is incremental. But you have to start. And I think a lot of liberals, progressive people, they have a hard time with just starting. All they want to do is talk about ideas and talk about solution. But there comes a point you have to start. You got to put one foot in front of the other. You have to start. If you fall, you get yourself back up. You're going to be okay. You'll be just fine. But you have to start. You really have to start. What time is it? Oh, God.
Going to be left with their problem. And I think that your voucher system doesn't appeal to that. And we see, for example, now University of California, Davis, for example, the famous Bakke case, where a 35 or 38-year-old man is suing because some students with lower scores entered and so on. So again, to conclude, the fact that the institutions themselves also have a choice in the matter. It's not just the consumer. The producer, the school, can decide not to accept the student if, in fact, he's filled up his quota with the best of students.
Well,
so your voucher
examine.
system, although it might, as I say, make marginal changes, it's not a panacea, and it should not be.
Of course, it's not a panacea.
Like, what is he? And he say, and you see how he says a bunch of stuff, and he's not letting the man like answer question by question by questions. He's putting all his concerns. He's saying all kinds of foolishness. Like, I'm like, what is this? Because he's an agent of chaos. He's an agent of chaos, and I would not be surprised if he was paid by white liberals to come here and do this stuff. I wouldn't be.
There are no panaceas. But in the particular terms you're raising, You've got the situation exactly upside down.
Exactly.
In my opinion, there is not a single thing you could do in this world that would do more to improve the condition of the black people who have in the lowest income classes, of the black people who have been most affected by discrimination. There is not anything that you could do that would be more effective than the voucher scheme. Why? Because as I said to you before, and I challenge anybody to deny that there's no respect in which the black in the slum is more deprived than in the quality of schooling he can get. He's much worse off in that respect than he is even in the quality of housing he can get, than in the quality of the automobile he can buy, in the quality of the job he can get with given education. I agree with you that the poor educational qualifications have had further effects carry through life in leading him to have few opportunities to improve his economic conditions. But if we want to improve his economic conditions, we want to enable him to be a more productive, a more valuable, a more useful person. And the way to do that is, first of all, to improve his schooling. Yeah. And how do we improve his schooling? The only effective device that there is for improving his schooling that anybody has suggested is to give the parents more control, to introduce the competition and the drive of private market to improve the quality of the schooling that is available to them. Now you say, I assume perfect competition, I assume, those are all words. I don't assume anything of the kind. I assume that you have a world of the kind you have. In this world of the kind you have, you do not have perfection. That's for the next world. We'll have to wait till we get there, and we don't look forward to it very much. In this world, you have imperfection. The question is, how do we have the least imperfect world? We're not going to eliminate all problems.
Yeah.
Eliminate feelings of racism? Of course not. But we can try to follow policies which will minimize their adverse effects. We can try to follow policies which will give those people who have a desire to improve their own conditions, who have no prejudice, who want to hire people. We want to have a society in which they have the greatest opportunity to do so. By introducing competition, by making it possible to have a variety of different schools and different choices, you say, just consider what would happen. If the parents in Harlem, each one of them separately, had the possibility of disposing of $1,500 per child per year for the schooling of that child, do you mean to say that there wouldn't be a flowering of schools of all kinds? I'll bet there are a dozen people in this room who would set up schools to try to meet that demand. Look at what's happened with those small private schools that have been set up under tremendously difficult circumstances. If I go to the other end of the country, if I go to Oakland, California, there's a small preschool school in the suburbs of Oakland set up by the Black Panthers in California. It's the most effective preschool school that there is around there. It's done a better job than any other of the schools in giving the kids who come to it an opportunity really to get an education. So I'm pleading your case, sir. You really, if you'll pardon me, you are repeating in your words formulae you've learned. You are not thinking for yourself. Formula you've learned. You are not thinking for yourself.
Exactly. He told him, he's like, you're not thinking for yourself. I'm like, these people are paid. I've come to realize this. These people are paid. They are paid to cause confusion and to scare Black people. Like, oh no, continue to do what you've been doing. I also feel as though, I'm going to say this and I have to go because he's about to, okay. I even feel like when it came to like Black people running away from like the plantation, I think white plantation owners also had Black people that they paid to be agent of chaos and to say, oh, don't leave. It's so scary out there. Where you gonna get your food from? Where you gonna sleep? If you go up there, you don't know anybody. Here it's bad, but at least we got everybody. Everybody's here. You know what I'm saying? I really do believe they have people like that. I really believe that plantation owners had operatives, and those operatives were just charged with like sow seeds of doubt. Sow seeds of doubt. Tell them it's scary out there. There's nobody out there. I heard that so-and-so got lost and got eaten up by the alligators. Okay. Ooh, where you gonna live? You know what I mean? Where you gonna stay? What you gonna do? Don't know how to read. You can't do this. You can't do that. So bad. It's so scary. Stay here. Everybody's here. It's not that bad, It's not that bad. This is what I think of when I think of like most Black progressives today, most Black liberals, and most Black Democrats. It's like, yeah, it's not perfect, but stay here. Oh, don't change. Okay, you're Black. If you leave, you'll be by yourself. Like all these scary ass, like just putting seeds of doubt in your head. And it's like, no, I'm leaving. I'm not staying. And I even see why a lot of people would leave at night. Without even telling nobody, just leave at night. Because a lot of people are going to put weird ideas in your head to get you to stay on the plantation. And they're paid to do that. They are paid to make you feel as though it's not so bad. It's just not so bad. It's just not so bad. Right? And they're still doing it. And today, the new kind of plantation is the Democratic Party. Look, they've been so good to us. They give us DI. They've given us the Civil Rights Act. They've given us this. They give it. No. They haven't given anybody anything. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. No. They are hired to sow seeds of doubts in your head. And because they look like you, you're thinking like, oh, he means no harm. He really loves me. No. That is fear. These people are putting seeds of fear in your head. And you have to say, get away from me, Satan. Even Peter told Jesus, oh, don't die. And he said, get thee behind me, Satan. Okay? It is my destiny. I am leaving. You're going to be just fine. Right? But I'm like, these people are extremely chaotic. And you'll see. And I even feel like maybe when this was going on, it was like 1978, right? I'm sure they didn't stop there. How much do you want to bet that these white liberals also went to Black churches? How much you want to bet? Because they have many ways of spiritually oppressing Black people. How much do you want to bet that most likely they went through the Black church to convince Black parents that school choice is bad? It's bad. You know what I mean? And plus, these schools are so far. You know what I mean? It's far. It's far. You know? And maybe it's going to be a lot of white people. And they might be mean to your baby. Like, ooh. You know? At least you keep them right here. Everybody's going to be here. You're like, oh. Right? Because that's what they do. First, they bring out the agitators. When that don't work, they go to the Black church. They have your pastor telling you it's bad. Gotta stay together. School's far. White people are mean. They're gonna bully your kid. All kinds of foolishness. That's why today you can't even trust the Black church, because they're also operatives. Exactly. Exactly. Right? So first they bring the agitators, then they go to the Black church, and then they're gonna look at Milton Friedman. Oh, you see, he has no Black friends. He never had a Black friend. He's not a friend of the Black people. How come he ain't got no Black friend? Stuff that's so stupid, like stuff that is so inconsequential, right? How come no Black person try to be his friend, right? What you trying to say? But I'm like, I am sure that after this, they went to the Black church and they pitched it to the pastor. You have to convince those Black people that school choice is bad. Tell them whatever you gotta tell them. But your job is to make sure that after you're done talking to them, they're like, no, I don't want school choice. I want what the government has to offer me. Right? And we saw what that was. Yeah, you saw the same thing. Jamal Bryant trying to pitch the abortion queen to Black people. Talk about, oh, Kamala Harris is Queen Esther. I said, what? What are we even talking about? Right? So we know how that goes. Right? But in this life, it's worth a try. If you fail, you can pick yourself back up. But at least you should try. What do you have to lose? The kids are already failing. They're already failing. So what's the worst thing that can happen? Success? Oh my gosh. You don't say. Right? So that's how I feel. Maybe tomorrow I'll talk more about it, but maybe not. Because maybe tomorrow we'll talk about Kanye and his crazy ass tweets. Kanye is outside. Kanye is outside, okay? Kanye is outside. He is out here tweeting like he's lost his mind. But has he really lost his mind, though? I don't know. I'll tell you how I feel tomorrow. But yes, guys, I hope you enjoyed the show. Put my little 8 hours into work. I'm going to try to treat this like a job. I'm going to try. Like, I was like, you're going to compare Esther, the Queen Esther, to Kamala Harris. Are you serious right now? Like, you're so crazy. But I kind of agree with the stuff he said, though. Certain things, like there were some of the tweets like, yeah, I can see what he's saying. It makes a lot of sense. But I think Kanye is kind of tired of like people treating like Jewish people as like, oh, you can't talk about him. Like you got to be afraid of him. He's like, because he's the type, like he doesn't like to live his life in fear. So, you know, and I agree with that. Like, why treat people like they're eggs? Like, that's crazy. So, yeah. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. Hopefully, I have convinced you to be against the Department of Education. Hopefully, you are convinced that parents need to take their money and take their kids where they see fit. Now, if you have a great school district, I don't think they're going to do that, right? But in cases where the school district is awful, parents should have a choice. They should have a choice. But I do feel like most school districts that are actually really good, that do a good job, kids are learning well, the school is beautiful, school is clean, good grades, nice teachers, kids are being challenged. I do believe that the parents are going to keep the kids there, so they have nothing to worry about. It's these horrible ass schools. Exactly. Like Ben Shapiro, he says a whole lot of stuff about Black people. So I'm like, okay, then we could talk about your people. It's only fair. And Ben also said that facts don't care about your feelings. So it's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. Okay. But that's it, you guys. Love you much. Hope you enjoyed the show. By God's grace, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Bisous, Lonnie. Thank you for holding down. Exactly. They've lost all these kids since the pandemic. So what's the big deal? What's the big deal? You know what I mean? But I think the school districts that have to be scared the most are the ones that are underperforming. Like Baltimore, they should absolutely be defunded. And it's even a travesty that it has lasted so long. It's a travesty. It's a violation of human rights that it has lasted so long, because these kids deserve better. But they've been held hostage. So hopefully a lot of parents in Baltimore will take their vouchers and put their children where their kids can actually thrive. That's it. Amen. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. My night shift with Maverick, so I gotta go. Okay? But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Forehead, I'm gonna pray for you, Aquarius. Because from one Aquarius to another, it kind of makes me sad how you're not, you're an air sign. You gotta increase your gangster, okay? Don't act like a water sign. Okay? I don't like Aquariuses that behave like water sign. You're meant to be a water bearer. You're not meant to be a water sign. You carry the water. You are not the water. Okay? Leave that to the little Cancers, the Pisces, and the Scorpios, okay? Leave that to those people, right? But as an Aquarius, you really, really have to, you have to force yourself to. You have to increase your mental resilience. You have to. You don't have a choice, right? This life, even without racism, this life, if we even lived out there in nature, it's all violent. The Bible even says that. I'm serious. The Bible says that, the kingdom of God suffers by violence. The world is a violent place. It's a violent place, man. It's a violent place. That's just that the earth is extremely violent. So if it wasn't racism, it'd be something else. It's always something, right? But ultimately, you have to understand that your success it's you. You decide. And everything you need to be successful, God already put that in you, right? So don't let people get to you like, oh, racism and this and that. No. People want you to believe in your circumstances as opposed to believe in your fate, believe in your power, believe in your ability to overcome your circumstances, right? A lot of people don't have the best circumstances, but that does not mean that you can't forge the mindset required to be excessively successful, right? You have to believe in yourself no matter what. Don't believe in your circumstance, and definitely do not believe in people who don't believe in you. Right? Their job is to not believe in you. That is their job, right? But your job is to believe in you. That is their job. Do your job. As the people say, you're not popping if you ain't got no haters, right? So when you have haters, give them a show. Give these people something to talk about. Okay, hey, Queen, right? So believe in yourself more so than you believe in your circumstances, right? Otherwise, you're going to waste so much time. You're going to waste so much time. Do I do it? Do I not do it? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm scared. You're going to waste so much time. Just start. Start. There's no perfect start. Sometimes even with YouTube, people can sit here, oh, I got to make a perfect video. Perfect video. Sometimes you're so obsessed about making the perfect video, you will never even do the video because you're so obsessed. You have to say, hey, I'm going to try to make the best video I can, given what I know. That's it. And the more you do the video, the better your videos get. Same thing with even making YouTube shorts, right? Oh, I want to make a short that has this, and that. That's a goal, right? Okay. Within 6 months, I want my shorts to look like this. Cool. But they're never going to look like that if you never start posting. You know what I'm saying? Because every time you post, you learn, oh, you know what? Next time I'll do this. Next time I'll do that. Change is incremental. But the more you do it, one day you'll be like, dang, my shorts are even better than what I wanted 6 months ago. There you go. Right? You have to start. Got to start. Don't be in your head too much. And don't listen to these grifters. They're very evil. They're not good people. Okay? Yeah. They're very, very evil. You have a lot of people who have your skin color who, instead of encouraging you to believe no matter what, they're like, oh, I heard it's hard. Oh, so-and-so did it and she failed. Oh, well, I don't know. But what about, stay away from those people. That's why I don't believe in the church of blackity black. Because a lot of people who are blackity black have low self-esteem. Don't have time for that, right? I don't have time for that, right? You have to believe in people who believe. You have to walk with people who are believers. You have to walk with people who speak life. You have to walk with people who believe, against all odds, they believe, right? That's how life got to go. Yeah, that's all they do. The vast people who are blackity black and super loud, racism, they're just doing that to confuse you. They're not good people. Because anybody, okay, but how did Booker T. Washington do it? How did Frederick Douglass do it? How did Harriet Tubman do it? How did he do it? How he do it? These people didn't even have the phone. They didn't even have the internet. They didn't have, they oh my gosh, they barely have money. They barely have shoes. I have way more, right? We have so much at our fingertips. And yet we keep crying like we don't have enough. No. There are people who started businesses with 25 cents. There are Black people who started newspaper businesses with a quarter, and then they became millionaires. There you go. Right? You decide. You can listen to Black people who are always complaining, oh, racism, oh, we never have enough, oh, we can't do anything until we have reparations. Good luck. Good luck with that. Then you have other Black people like, yeah, I can. I'm going to find a way. God is good. I'm going to make a way. These are the people that you listen to, right? There are a lot of Black complainers. Cut them off. Boom. Okay? And then you have people who are Black believers. You have to believe. You have to believe. You don't have a choice but to believe. What is this? Oh, you know what? And maybe before we go, I'm going to play this video. Let me play this last video.
The woman telling you she's getting ready to die with her kids. Notice how poverty is generational. It has its own culture. It has its own mentality. And poverty is not as much about not having money. It's about a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And once you get in that poverty mentality, money won't bring you out. Because your mind will always rob you of the opportunity your money gave you.
There you go.
It's a mindset. You have to break the culture of it. It's the way you think. It's the way you handle stuff. It's the way you perceive value. It's a mindset. You gain something just being raised in a house where there's some prosperity. You get to hear conversations you wouldn't hear. You get a mentality that you wouldn't get. You get a way of processing problems that you wouldn't get. When your daddy's solution for not having money is to run that cable cord out the window, Helen, over to the neighbor's house, ain't nobody. That's a mindset. That's a mindset. That get over spirit is a mindset. And so even when you start doing better, you still acquiesce to the culture of poverty. And there you are making $70,000 a year talking about run that cold out the window. And you're stealing something you could have paid for because it's a mindset. The woman telling you she's getting ready to die with her kids. Notice how poverty is generational.
And you see this person's comment right here. You see his comment right here. This is why some people you got to stay away from. He said poverty is not a mindset. It's lack of opportunities. As if you had the right mindset, you would see the opportunities. You think you lack opportunities because you don't have the right mindset, right? No chance to survive. Poverty is not a mindset. It's social inequality and economic injustice imposed on society. You see this? These are the kind of Black people you stay the hell away from. I'm like, okay, right? Because I don't care who you are. If you're living in America, you are way privileged compared to so many people around the world. You have something that somebody out there in a different world would love to have, but you can't even see it because you've made up your mind that you're oppressed, that you're this, that you're that, that you're this, that you're whatever, right? Right? And that's the thing. You have Black people who will always feel as though there's never enough. Somebody owes them something. That's it. You can't, can't save everybody. And then you have other people who see endless opportunities, right? That's it. There are people today who are still waiting for a job. It's like, instead of waiting for a job, start YouTube, start posting, start creating content. They won't even try. They rather wait 9 months, 12 months, 15 months for a job instead of at least trying. What if in 3 months or 6 months, your life changes? We have seen people monetize their channels in 90 days. I have seen people who have monetized their channels in 90 days. There are people who create social media Within a year, they make $100,000. There are people who create YouTube. Within a year, they even make $200,000. Like, what the heck? You saw Devori with his political channel. In 1 year, less than 1 year. It's not even a year yet, huh? Less than 1 year. 800,000 subscribers. I like, but damn. Just making political commentary. In less than 1 year, 800,000 subs on YouTube. And they usually tell you it's so hard to build a thingy on YouTube. It's so hard to get followers on YouTube. Girl. But you see, it's all about the person, huh? Some people will see oppression. Some people will see opportunity. You decide who your friends are going to be. And hopefully you don't pick weak-ass minded people. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to stay away from people. Some people, even today, we're going to come back in 2050. They will still be complaining about racism. So that's why they never tried anything. Oh, there's racism, so it's not even worth trying. Some people, we can come back in 2075. They're going to still be talking about racism. Meanwhile, some people would have bought houses, plural, cars, plural, vacationed, plural, okay? Past tense, sorry, right? You have some people, they will at least try. We're going to come back 5 years from now, they're going to have something to show for it. Then you have some people, we're going to come back 5 years from now, they're still talking about racism, systemic racism, the white man this, the white man that. Man, get out of here with that. You're lazy. You're just lazy, and you're scared. You're scared of failure. You're scared to try. You're scared to believe in yourself. Exactly. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's all like, look, what's his name? Keith Lee. He could have said, "Oh, I'm not boxing no more. I'm dead. I'm gonna die." So you play with YouTube, TikTok, reviewing food on TikTok. Today, Keith Lee is a multimillionaire because of his cell phone. I bought the food. Let's rate it from 1 to 10. That's it. Millions of views. TikTok. He tried. Could have given up. You see his house. You're like, what the heck? Is racism gone? No. Then how is Keith Lee making all this money? Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. Keith Lee was out here dead broke. No job. No match. Nothing. But somehow gets on TikTok. Start playing with food. Next thing you know, the man is worth all kinds of money. Tabitha, same thing. Out here driving Uber. Did racism go away? No. She's selling stuff at Target. There are people who believe. There are people who see. There are people who do. There are people who are resilient. And then there are people who just give up. So we are tired of the quitters. Leave us the hell alone. We are tired. We are tired. Okay? So I love you guys. Bisous. Good night. I will see you tomorrow. Love y'all. Gotta go. Bisous. Thanks, Lonnie. Bye, Quee. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the video. Bye.